Welcome one and all to LPL English, your unofficial home for everything LPL, as we kick off the LPL playoffs. We have made it. It is the final piece to the puzzle of the year, and I couldn't be more excited to kick it off alongside this crew. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Alk. We've got Kai behind the scenes for this first half. And then we're going to have a little bit of a sub change, bringing in Rafa and Black Boxer to come in and get that second series underway here. So 2 best of 5s. It's going to be a long night. Make sure you got all your snacks, all you're ready to go. And it's the start of a beautiful season here, Alk.
Hell yeah. 21 best of 5s, 18 in the playoffs. We have regional finals right afterwards. And like you were mentioning, today and tomorrow are going to be our only double best of 5 days of the playoffs. So a lot of action, a lot of content for us all to consume. And we got ourselves a pre-show that we got to get through.
Yeah, we do. And first on that pre-show, we're giving away some awards here, as we're going to be giving away the 3rd team All-Pro for split number 3. First and foremost, we're looking at what the broadcast chose. We've got 369 at the top lane, Monkey in the jungle, Kareem in the mid lane, Elk at the ADC position, and Kyle at support.
Yeah, just this 3rd team alone, we're going to see a difference. We'll bring in the community vote in a little bit after this, but I think for the most part, the hardest roles that we saw were probably mid and support this season, if we're being honest. Top felt like it was pretty locked in. Maybe Xiaoxu over 369 is where a lot of people had him. Cream, we didn't know who and what we were going to put in mid just because mid has been kind of a down role outside of Knight. And support has really looked terrible if you're a fan of Cubby. So we've had we were looking at a pretty tough
I got
slate
something
here.
though. I got
up?
something out. If you're not watching LPL, if you're wondering why the hell is Monkey in 3rd team All-Pro, you're like, what? A WE team that got trapped? Why is this there? Why is this happening?
That's the GOAT, man. This guy made magic happen on a team that should
did.
be nowhere near playoffs or even close to sniffing a play-in series. So really good shout out over to Monkey. We can move over to the community votes a little bit after here, because the community votes, we wanted to make sure that if you're a part of our, they're a little bit different. Some that I disagree with personally.
Same.
One, Bin in 3rd feels a little weird. Shadow in 3rd, personally, I think this is a little based, but you still have to look at what the rest of the ballot looks like.
But then it's the same. So, you know.
Elk in 3rd still makes me a little sad. I'm not gonna lie. I think I had him 2nd on my ballot, if I remember correctly.
I believe I also did. But that's your All-Pros. For 3rd team All-Pro, we'll be counting down as we unveil all of our awards. I know they're a little bit different than what the LPL proper is going to be giving away, but we wanted to have our own say in things here. And speaking of our own say, let's go ahead and take a look at our own bracket of the tournament itself so far, as we're getting into the nitty-gritty now. This is all she wrote. All the places left for that final spot at the end, and all the world seeds left to give.
All best of 5s. We have our bracket laid out in front of us, and tonight we are going to have 2 of them. Bottom half of the bracket, BLG and JDG to start, IG and EDG later on to finish out the night. And our first one that we have, I think, honestly, if we're looking at this, probably the 2nd closest series we're going to have in the starting rounds of playoffs. First in my mind goes over to Weibo and AL tomorrow, but if this is ever going to be a time for JDG to put it all together and make this year something that is fondly remembered for, it needs to start here in Split 3 playoffs.
And it's a BLG that chose the JDG side of things instead of the Weibo side of things. So see if that choice comes back to bite them whatsoever as we take a look at this BLG team. It's nothing but stacked. Obviously, you might be wondering, you know, is the carousel still turning in that jungle role? Well, it was, but now we are set in stone coming into the playoffs.
I don't know what's happening, man. I kept hearing rumors that Beitron was going to be starting. He'd been playing in scrims. And then completely fell off. And Beitron, it is technically his rightful spot. I'm going to put like air quotes. You can't see me on the broadcast right now, but it's supposed to be his spot. He was supposed to be starting after MSI, but had an injury that prevented him from continuing to play. Whether or not it is a hand wavy kind of injury that suddenly he's no longer going to be playing, we'll see. But BLG continue to be the powerhouses here, where that macro tends to fall off, but you have some of the best laners in the business.
You got to go with the hot hand, Alk, and that's what they're going with here in Shadow. There was a little bit of fall off here or there towards the end. It wasn't that crazy undefeated streak that we had seen going like halfway into the season itself.
Yeah.
But this team is no slouch nonetheless, and they chose their opponent well. They chose JDG when they were able to out of the 2 that they still had left. And JDG themselves, they've been trying to put it together, Alk. I'll give them an A for effort. It hasn't always paid off for them, but they've got to show up here in the playoffs, and it's upper bracket. They have a chance to do maybe the unthinkable coming into it and really take down BLG with Shun going against his old org.
If I'm the TA, I'm putting, I don't know what my teacher's saying, A for effort. This has been like a B+ at maximum for some of these guys. Just really disappointing stuff when we've come towards the end of the year. It feels like midway through 2025 they had found their kind of run, but that JDG and Split 2 playoffs looked awful, and now we're here with a lot of questions as to whether or not this team is going to aim any higher than potentially 6th or 7th.
And that's going to be the next big question. And I think it's important to think of how these teams got to this point. So we got together with Izzy, our graphics creator.
Oh, yeah.
And came up with a little bit of fun here. We're going to go to Candyland, but it's LPL edition. As I actually believe I brought it up a little bit early, but I want to bring it up here, and we'll talk about Xiaoshu afterwards, because I think the journey to this point for both teams have been so interesting. There's been roster shuffles. There's been weirdness all over the place. We have seen some ups. We've seen some downs. But it definitely has been a board game-esque situation for these teams all year long.
You said Candyland. I know when we were trying to workshop this one, it was chutes and ladders. We were like,
or Candyland.
If you're maybe a SpongeBob fan, you'll remember eels and escalators. It's been ups, like you said, where we've had BLG make it to the finals. We've had downs where JDG flame out of playoffs after looking decent enough in the regular season. So many different moving pieces going on. Obviously, the biggest one for me is JDG and their entire staff bringing in a new coach twice throughout the season and having multiple different player changes going throughout 2025. In my mind, this is kind of like the last bridge, whether or not we're going to be able to cross it, whether or not this team is going to finally do something and take games and series off of teams that have placed higher than them so far this year.
My favorite part is the what is our future in the end there for JDG's side of things. But I know at least there was something important that we wanted to kind of highlight in a way, and we definitely think a little bit differently when it comes to this guy, at least, as I do want to put a little bit of a thought process and a little bit of a spotlight on Xiaoshu himself. And there was a question you wanted to ask, or at least talk about. Yeah,
so for me, when I look at this JDG roster, there are a lot of things that are going wrong, but one of the brightest spots on this team right now is Xiaoshu. I think that this guy has performed really admirably with very little expectation, where his team is not really looking like incredible. And when JDG have fallen, especially in a more recent series, it has been when Xiaoshu gets taken down. This Weibo series we saw, this was their first time playing right before the last day of play of the regular season. They put a lot of focus into him. And in other games, I've been the proponent that I think his best 2 champions are Cassante and Renekton, but he's starting to show off a little bit of Rumble. We saw that, I think, in the LGD series as well, going into play-ins. If he is not doing well, this team has no real ways of having comeback mechanics. It's not like Shun is bringing out these massive carry performances from the jungle. We've talked about Scout all season long as a player who has suffered and kind of waned in the back half of his career.
Yeah, it's crazy to me when you look at this roster, and obviously you can talk about all you want with Zwope, but this is a guy who's coming into a roster with some big names, man. Yeah. And the fact that he is one of the most impactful pieces, I think maybe just is a little bit of a microcosm of what's been going on with JDG, and the fact that a lot of those big names haven't been standing up. So it still is a shocker to me to see how much value this guy has for JDG inside the game, but as well as through draft itself.
It's tough, and we put Pays as a top 3 AD carry. I mean, you look back to Split 1, he's actually earning himself an all-pro nod, all there. But end of the season, and you look at how JDG are playing, it feels like Pays is trying to do too much with too little. He doesn't have a great support in lane. He doesn't have a mid laner consistently rocking up and creating advantages for him. So Pays is left on an island as a good AD carry on a not so great team.
And that's a troubling place to be. I think
Oh, yeah.
we know that a little bit personally at our level. You know, just shout out.
Don't look at me, bro. Don't look at me. My jungler's running me down.
True. But there's also something I want to talk about, obviously, and it's not with a little bit of a grudge match situation. I know LTA North has been playing the grudge match stuff all over the place. Maybe a little bit of that here. As soon coming through the journey that we've seen from this guy, we're going to go through a little bit of a walk down memory lane because after IG needed a lot of changes, after things weren't going so well for them, he comes into a roster, is flaked on either side by two of the greatest to ever do it in the Shine rookie. They run him the hell down in a lot of ways. I'm just going to shout that out right now. And, you find himself, he really ended up being the brightest star on the IG roster after those big pieces left. And, being picked up by BLG was a big opportunity for him. Being able to be successful with BLG was a big opportunity for him. I know that first championship for not only him, but also the organization meant so damn much to him. Crying in the interviews afterwards. And then not being in the ring for that second championship when they went back-to-back when Wei had come in. That meant a lot to him too, even though it was a little bit of a sadder point for him. We've seen a growth from this guy over that time, and we're wondering if we ever get back to that point. I think when joining JDG, there were some bright points that you were really looking towards and seeing if he could flex the things that made him good on BLG himself. We haven't seen that, and I really want him to show up tonight in a little bit of a walk down memory lane for one of my favorite players in Soon.
It hurts, man. I can't believe in Shun's time that the worst mid laner he's played with is 2025 Scout. And I'm a big
so
Yagao
real,
hater.
Brother. That's so real.
I'm a big Yagao hater, so that's tough for me to admit that one.
Yeah. Well, let's go ahead and talk about those mid laners here because they are going to be incredibly important tonight. On one hand, you've got Knight, who has been performing incredibly well all year long. It feels like he consistently holds the best mid laner title in the LPL.
Oh, yeah.
Versus Scout, who at one point went back-to-back MVPs. That is not an easy feat to do in the LPL in the old system. He was able to do that, and we haven't seen that strength since then, since he's joined JDG. But I really want to see some of that consistency from him tonight because this is one of the greatest on-paper matchups that the LPL has to offer.
That 2023 year, man, he was dragging LNG kicking and screaming. And this year so far, it's not like we haven't had glimpses of Scout this year. It has been moments where we've had good moments from him. And you look at MVP votes, actually, really funnily enough, the individual man of the match gameplays that we've had, Scout is actually getting a large majority of them for JDG.
It's crazy.
It's just that this team does not win very often. So when it does happen, it feels like Scout has a bigger impact in the game. But a lot of the time, I think his laning is very suspect, which we've seen throughout the years. I think that the champions that are currently in mid also don't allow for a lot of super 1v9 mechanics. Again, you look at what mid lane is right now. Talia, Azir, Galio, Annie. Maybe you get an Orianna 1v9 game, but these are not champions that I would, associate with having those massive carry performances where we've actually, I think, seen from Scout, or from Knight.
Yeah. And I wonder which version of this matchup we're going to get tonight because Scout does like to go to his hidey hole in the side lane and just farm up and come back to the fights. And I don't know if Knight's going to necessarily let him do that. But I know we were interested in what the predictions are going to be looking like tonight for the squad here on LPL English on exactly who we think is going to be taking this one. And we'll go ahead and bring up those predictions now as well. There are not a lot of JDG believers, and I, unfortunately, am one of them. I gave them 2 games. But unfortunately, we only have one person on the side of JDG tonight, even if it's a 5-gamer.
Hey, I want 5 games. I think that JDG taking this to 5 games would be more impressive for what they have shown throughout the entire season than just the scoreline alone. A lot of people are going to go home. They're going to see 3-2. They're going to be like, what the hell is wrong with BLG? We've seen a lot of issues with this team when it comes to objective setups. I know we're bagging a lot on JDG, but we go over to their opponents. Not only is this a team that has lacked macro for the last 2 years that we've seen this lineup, we're also playing on a new patch, everybody. We're on 25-17. So, first match of the playoffs, maybe some new priorities. BLG have not been the greatest drafting team so far, but I think a lot of other teams are going to look towards top-level teams and say, okay, BLG are playing this, we're playing this.
Yeah. I'm very curious. I know we're going to be getting walkouts here, and I'm going to take a little bit of time to reminisce, maybe talk a little bit about, because the theming so far that we're seeing, the blue, it's so beautiful, but honestly, It's the race for the Silver Dragon Cup, man. It's such a special time of the year. It's such an incredible moment. I think maybe I'm biased. I think our trophy is the best in the world. And I think it's so cool to see the start of this. Such a long journey, right? You talk about what the Split 1, what the Split 2 mean, but technically, I know on the Chinese side of things, this is the only championship. So this is an important moment, important starting point for a lot of our teams who have spent a lot of time on the Rift this year.
That is, I think, one of just the biggest losses of the year when we had the 3-split system. I mean, everyone remembers, maybe they don't, the Split 1 trophy, which is this weird mace that was also really...
like wobbled.
It looked weird. Yeah, it wasn't great. I think having that symbology of the Silver Dragon Cup that we've seen from LPL for so many years now, really, really important iconography when we talk about one of the most important leagues just from esports as a whole. So, I don't know. I'm really excited that now we get to finally hoist this cup up again. And what team is going to eventually end up? We've got 18 best of 5s between tonight and the end of playoffs to find out who is going to be the best team here from the LPL and our first seed going into Worlds.
Is it bad that my heart just like palpitated for a second? Like that number is so small compared to the amount of best of 5s we've had all year. Oh God. I feel like there's more best of 5s in the year than there are left in this season, so that makes me scared. Anyways, let's go ahead and hyper focus on this series as a whole, so I can stop hyperventilating. It is going to be very important. I think for me, jungle takes a lot of priority early into the draft. I want to see if they're going to be willing to kind of build around those comps, because I know we talked about that mid lane matchup. I think there are other big spotlights we can put down, but a lot of that kind of hovers around and orbits around that jungle in a lot of ways. It's an early and often call for help by both of these guys.
Yeah, and it depends on what the meta looks like right now, because at the very end of 25-16, we had some Qiyana sneak on through. Now, 25-17, she didn't get any changes, so maybe we see Shun start to actually get this champion, and we see a little bit more played around with him and Shadow. Looking at 25-17, Wukong, in my mind, is still the big bad of the jungle. Zinzal obviously got his visual rework, but with Vi and Pantheon nerfed, you have to be thinking that that's going to be a big priority from the jungle. And then looking at individual lanes, the big change-up in my mind is going to be Gwen and Rumble. Both of these champions got their laning phase hampered down a little bit, so I wonder what we're going to see, especially from some of our better laners like Bin tonight.
I know Shun was saying in an interview, you know, you're not going to as easily bully us tonight, BLG. But I do wonder if BLG are just going to go full court press. I think they can also find a lot of strength in those solo lanes very early and kind of mold themselves through that. And that's, I guess, another big, maybe 50-50 siding point is if you think the solo lanes for BLG have been living up to themselves, or maybe not so. Because I feel like in a lot of ways they are the reason why the team ends up winning. Yeah. But then them not stepping up has also been a question mark a lot of this year for BLG.
I think top has just been very muted. Like, Bin doesn't have the same, like, killer instinct to just end a game. He's been a little less solid in my mind. But in what that means for trading, I think that Elk has actually stood up a lot for this team to be that consistent DPS. Hasn't worked on Yunara quite yet, so we'll see. We're getting right into game number 1 draft. Already starting to see some of those priorities. The Poppy, in my mind, being taken away. Now we see the Pantheon as well. And JDG still showing that they're not willing to early pick up the Nico. Something that On has really piloted to success.
I do not want to see the Pantheon make it through any single game in the playoffs. I'm looking at you, LPL teams.
Man.
Although I really love the pick, it is so OP. If you give it over, I feel like it's an auto loss. But I like some of the focus, some of the differentiation. It's not all into one pot, it seems like, for both sides. Trying to take away some of the utility that both of them love to go for in these first games of the series. And I love it because we're actually getting that best of 5 setup for both these teams for the first time, and at least for this split. And we get the Ambessa final band over towards Bin.
Maybe that is just us looking towards this Gwen. Maybe we're looking towards a Scion blind here. The Rumble as well. Again, a champion that did get nerfed on this patch. But typically when we see Ambessa, you're kind of scared to play into Rumble. So I wonder what exactly this is setting up for JDG. Funnily, what we've seen throughout the year is Varus being really high priority with the nerfs that came in on 25-16. Making so that his on-hit build is a little stronger, taking some power out of his poke build. We have seen that this champion has started to fall off in priority, especially as we get closer to more best of 5s and Fearless.
We do get the Rumble for Xiaosu as a very big comfort for him. I know some of the clips we were looking at, maybe giving him a little bit of onus on that one, but it's going to be the Hot Pot special. as Jarvan comes through.
Alright, so clear team fighting tools here for JDG. Rumble Equalizer, an undodgeable Cataclysm means that some of mobile carries are probably not going to be on the table. Varus starts to get very questionable. Sivir starts to be very worrisome. Ooh. Maybe kind of pushes BLG into that Xayah Rakan later in the draft, but an instant slam coming in from BLG solo laners, the Ornn and the Annie. So already showing that BLG, I'm gonna say it, they look like they want to go a little bit more towards the later game. They have, I think, solid enough team fighting tools.
Fighting fire with fire. You know, you got the Forge God and the little girl that has a burning bear. I don't know. But we'll see what JDG try to get in the last part of this first phase. I expect the solo lane tie-up, and they will get the Galio here. So we do have our top trio set on both sides when we were talking about priority before the draft.
Okay, 80 carries, Xayah and Kai'Sa. These are two champions that both these 80 carries are going to really love and gives them either mobility or some tools to play, especially when you look at JDG's composition. If I'm FaZe, I might just be looking to snap it up on 4 here. It could be interesting. We also do not have any of the supports already on through. Yeah, counterpick support is possible. I wouldn't necessarily put that on Zhuo, though. I really think that if you look at this team, I'm looking at it right now, and Braum and Alistar scream to me as necessary picks here for JDG.
All right, we'll see what they end up getting. And is that Nautilus final ban to join that Rakan from JDG's side? A little bit of ADC focus already for BLG as they took down that Sivir. See what they go with in their final ban of the first game of playoffs. I can't be more excited. I know I'm getting all giddy here, but I do wonder if they would have focused on PaZe a little bit with these hyper scalers. There's already been 2 ADC bans. Especially seeing the Yunara and the Sivir, but that Braum ban does end up slinking through.
This has to be Alistar, because the last engage support that's left right now is Rel and Alistar, and you don't want to be playing the Rel side of this. I think this was really expertly handled on the back end of draft. However, we do have to see what BLG's bottom lane is going to be, because I think this ultimately changes how BLG are going to want to play. If it's something like a Lucian pairing, they're going to be a little bit more aggressive. If it is the Xayah, then it takes away some of that bite that we were looking for, and I'd be worried about their damage profile as we get later into the game. JDG have a lot of tanks right now.
I think the shred from the Gatling and everything like that from the Corki could be good, right? They have a lot of single target all-in damage right now for BLG, and they are going with that strategy.
All right, so I say this from Shadow, and he's going to have lanes that he can play for and prevent. All he's doing this game is stopping Shin from getting action down. We are getting On's Bard, which I know you're a big fan of.
Oh, yeah, the biggest fan.
We have to be able to move around the map. This game is going to be predicated, in my mind, for BLG to watch how Shadow and On are able to play around these lanes, get Elk into a good position, and JDG, I wouldn't say this is necessarily a cut and clear dive composition. They can actually play this a lot slower than their opponents, and eventually slow roll, but their damage is very limited. It is PaZe and it is Xiaosu.
I do love that we get the PaZe Kai'Sa, though. I think that can be just a 1v9 style carry in his hands.
True.
But I'm very, very much loving at least the style we're getting from both teams. Both getting a lot of comfort in some ways, but taking some of these prio picks, making obviously the games later in the Fearless a little bit more spicy, but having clear-cut strategies. I think that's what I want to see a lot of our LPL teams come in, is giving themselves a low bar of execution, especially in the first series of playoffs.
Yeah, this is all about first impressions now for us, because we're done with the regular season. I said going into play-ins that for JDG, this is a clean slate for me. I need to see, we're done with the roster movements. We are hopefully done with seeing a carousel of different supports come on through. You've now played the back half of the season with this team. It seems like you got a little bit better as we kind of finish out the season, so let's do it. Let's put it all together. Let's make 2025 something that fans are not going to want to regret.
And hopefully taking a positive step forward here. I know both teams legendary in their own right. Obviously, BLG trying to reclaim the throne from last year when they went back-to-back champions. Trying to make that run now with this first step forward. JDG, it's been a little bit up and down, a little bit rocky for them, especially in this split number 3, but they're finding their own. And that race to the Silver Dragon Cup begins. Our first 2 challengers step into the ring. It is JDG taking on BLG. Game 1 of this best of 5 kicking off now. Let's hear those dios.
何公牛角力，你会尝到牛。
Oh. All right.
I heard a little bit there. The fan mics
some.
aren't facing the right way, all right? They must be facing away.
Whoa.
It's a
Early
little bit
trading
low one.
already. Would be scared if I'm BLG, but it looks like they want to try to leverage the fact that Knight has a point-and-click stun, level 1. So, good enough movements
helps,
coming
right?
on through. Yeah, and then they don't know where their bottom lane is. They're like, oh, okay, maybe there's more people than they thought. I mean, Bard is obviously very, very broken in that stage. So, yeah, early pathing. What I want to see from Shun is how we're going to use this Jarvan. He doesn't necessarily fall off into the late game as usual, but he has a very cut and clear job here in this game, in my mind.
And I'm wondering, is it going to be that kind of full damage build that we have seen some Jarvans go, or if he's going to go a little bit more tankier as we move forward here. But it is going to be opposite side starts for both junglers on their own. So we'll see where they really want to get that focus going early. I do feel like if Shun can get some pressure early on top side, Xiaosu can really just break that open for himself, while Shadow really wants to relieve some of the pressure potentially in mid or bot.
The problem that we're going to see in this game, and Jesus Christ, double cleanse and heal already gone from JDG bot lane. Where are we getting priority throughout this game? Because we get into a mid-game spike, there's going to be an Annie, there's going to be Corki. You look at the solo lanes right now, Galio, once he gets his first back end, should be able to handle the weight fine, but even topside, you're looking for a push from Xiaosu. Ornn is incredibly resilient, even with some of the buffs that we've been seeing, and especially now with the nerfs that Rumble has gotten. So, yeah. I think it is tough here for Shun to find any lanes that are going to outright give him priority early on, and even as this game goes on.
And that's something we've seen be kind of a falling back point for both these teams in a lot of ways. I know there's been a little bit of shakeup for both, but in different regards. But finding stability in jungle came. Oh my God, Scout gonna get 1v1 by Knight. Thought maybe he was gonna go for the flash play there. Scout will make it out alive. We'll be just fine for the time being. What I was going to say is the teams, even though with all these big names in the lane, things along those lines, I mean, a lot of their success hinges on how early and often these jungles get involved.
Oh, look what we've got here. Mr. Corki.
Redeploy.
There we go. Let's see if this is going to be solo lane for Corki. I think getting solo experience for this champion is actually really, really good. But can they make this work? And is Bard really going to be in a great timer? Already roamed on through mid. Hasn't taken the recall quite yet. Is actually going to get eyes on the Shun. Very important information gained here for BLG.
Yeah, they'll be able to play around that a little bit. Soon actually going to be pushed away from the Scuttle Crab as well, so he'll lose all that time he spent. He'll put the tail between the legs and try to walk down towards bot side and take that reverse scuttle, but Xiaosu now in some trouble. The early heal and the flash as a response. Really good punishment and map rotation right now from BLG.
I think Shun just needed to drop this second scuttle on the bottom side and immediately rotate because Pays and Dwo haven't recalled until now. They weren't able to cover this wave. It means that Xiaosu loses his flash, and I mean, great for Shun. You got yourself the crab, you're even with your opponent, but now your Rumble has lost both summoner spells, and it's very easy, I think, for BLG, once they hit those level 6s, to start to make some impacts, and if On finds a timer, then it becomes even more meaningful for them.
We take look at the response here. JDG have finally matched the 2v2 at least. It's going to be a little bit of quiet on the home front here. Dragon is going to be coming up here very soon. It's going to be an Ocean Dragon first. Take it or leave it, I guess, in that regard, in a single stack. But that also begs the question of how early these objectives need to start stacking for either side in the long term, especially with the way that the Dragons work. I think the early Dragons can tee you up to have that objective done. Oh,
yeah. Dragons are just a critical point of the meta now. There's no split pushing. Grubs are fake. Right? If you're winning, they're awesome. But if you can actually play on the side lane is really important. I think for JDG, it is a little easier for them to play on sides. Galio makes it so you can cheat timers onto the mid wave. You have Rumble, who can either use his equalizer minutes before a fight to set up a wave or play around his big team fights. You see now that Shun is making his way up into top side. Does this turn into some summoner spells?
They don't have any vision. Oh, really good reactive flash from On there, as will end up making it away as well. But On will be down flash. That's definitely punishable. Shun will have Shown on top, though, so that means Dragon already going to BLG.
Good start for them, getting this dragon. They're a team that's going to really feel good as the game goes on. The Ornn giving out all of these items is going to be something that's really important. So a mini note for us to watch as we see whether or not and how Bin is going to grab experience here in this game.
Ooh, we see the Cole already for Pays, so going with the safer option here, keep farming up. I don't know how you feel about the Cole across the board. I know the Yunara is like destined to always have the Cole, but definitely on a back-footed game, it could feel good.
I mean, it's a pit stop. I think Pays recognizes that he's probably never going to go into all-out trades versus a Corki very early on. This is essentially the newest lane bully to pop up. But
wait, but Sun said they weren't going to get bullied.
Not yet. Not yet. Okay, look, lane bully and getting bullied in game. Look, JDG, they won all their matchups. I'm going to hold that. BLG, Bin.
Should be all right, and if not, he's going to bait the team over here, and he brings Shadow over. He's going to flash out of Zwo. Zwo can't hit a headbutt pulverize because they keep flashing. Because you can't find anything there. They do end up making it out, and JDG will take hold of this bot side.
But what are BLG grabbing from this? Because they move Knight a little bit to kind of feign towards this direction. They get the flash away from Bin, so he loses out on what looks to be about half a wave there of experience and gold. But ultimately, there's still the grub spawning in a minute's time. And now they're not going to have this for the equalizer that's going to be up. Jhin has to finish and get close to level 6 soon. I'm looking at On. He has teleport. He can play on both sides of the map and potentially look to trade off of this objective. I think that BLG can feel slightly comfortable with the state of the map right now.
And I think the way that both teams have their setups, I think early advantages are awesome, but both have been kind of putting their eggs in the basket of getting to that late game and making sure we get around these big team fights. And I love that that's the first effort we're getting from both teams, kind of taking the respect that maybe we just need to give ourselves as many win conditions as possible as we move forward. But I would love to see a little bit of gumption, I guess, in the earlier parts here, as it's a 0-0 first game of playoffs at 8 minutes into the game here for both JDG and BLG.
Well, do you want some gumption? Well, we've got to fight in 5 seconds. These grubs are going to come, whether or not we want them to.
It has to. Contractually, LPL is forced to fight around grubs.
Yes.
We've already known.
Look at how both of these teams are leveraging the map. Scout missed out on a wave, or he had to take a recall timer, so it's going to be him first out onto the map. But I told you, that first base for Galio, he feels a little bit more strong to move. JDG, they get their bot lane in position as well. You're going to look for something on the Xiaosu. Still no flash.
Yeah, they want nothing to do with that side of the map. They do want something to do with Xiaosu, as Shadow going to follow up on the double CC chain, and Xiaosu will be gone, so that will be the trade on the other side and the kill given to Bin.
All right, Bin, let's get some gold. Let's get ourselves some solo experience. Not a lot of the wave was there in a great position, so probably just going to be, at most, maybe a single plate. JDG can continue into a second play, although I think it's really difficult. You have Elk, who still has the Valkyrie. You still have Flash. Playing into Jarvan Alistar, we've seen already in this game. Very hard to hit a headbutt pulverize.
Hey, they can only flash so many times, you know? You have to think about the amount of flashes they have. He's gotten 2 of them so far. As, we'll see if that payoff ends up coming through. We've had a pretty even lane state. Like the biggest lead to speak of is like 10 CS here or there across different matchups. And I very much wonder if this is going to get broken open here at all, since the grubs were kind of just given over in a way. And it feels like we aren't getting any sort of proactivity, which for me is a speaking point starting into this new meta, I guess, the one that we're getting with the new patch, and how they want to try to dictate these. We have seen a consistency in that team fighting meta across this entire split.
Just across the years, right? Like, team fighting's always going to be like, we're playing around objectives, you know, they put a lot of power into dragons, so you're going to always have to show up for these fights. Pays gets massively chunked in the bottom of the wave. Bro. Nice. Okay. Let's go. Square up. You've got to be careful, though. Both of our supports have level 6, and from range, On is going to have a lot more influence with both the portals and the ultimates. So watching how they can try to leverage this kind of advantage really, really important. But I like how you noted the fact of the advantages and just going for team fighting.
And that level 6 definitely breaks things open a little bit, at least from the supportive role, but also tying those compositions together. We've already seen the BLG can have that long distance engage. That's something from the draft that we really talked about. It's like single targeting somebody after they get all their engage down, because they have a lot of CC chaining they can do. But JDG have reactions that they have on their side that can really, bend and not break in those situations.
Their range is just very strange from JDG, because functionally the way that their champions are just in the game fairly short range. You have a lot of melee champions on this team, but the way that they can reach out and like grab one person, they can go in for, you know, a shun engage, then you have that set up with the Galio. You have this ultimate as well, and Paze can obviously dive forward. But I think what we're seeing is more of a JDG that we got through the regular season, where they're not as confident to take early fights and try to skirmish their opponents. This feels like it's very JDG coded and not very BLG coded right now. BLG are a team that are always looking to, they have players that are going to look to outplay. All of these laners have been incredibly aggressive throughout stretches of the regular season.
And that brings us to that conversation of like, it's kind of a shocker how much influence maybe some of the lesser known names amongst Giants have had for both of these two teams. And we do see that Dragon number 2 started up already by JDG. BLG are going to be in the area, so they will be trying to contest this one. It looks like JDG, again, like we were saying, maybe not as confident to move forward in this point. On won't be able to hit the stun there, but they will move forward with this vision clearing.
BLG need to be really quick with this play. They need to take this dragon. JDG are not in position, and this could have been a wave that Xiaoshu was looking for. He's going to teleport into this play. Watch how JDG enter this pit, and if BLG can stop them.
They really want to get the Venn diagram going. The hot pot special. Can they get it going here? They're going to go for the engage, and there's your hot pot, but it's without the pot. The sauce is going everywhere, and it looks like JDG might have just got it turned all on him. Cataclysm finally comes in. Elk flashes away their pace. Getting ran down by Bin right now. On's going to escape the magical journey, but the Flame Spitter follows him no matter where he goes. Bin's still taking up the front line here, trying to get away, but shouldn't. He goes for Knight. He knows exactly where to strike, and it's to the heart of BLG. As they lose 2, it's a double kill to their old jungler Shun, and a triple going the way as now Xiaoshu has shown his own colors, and that's Dragon as well to JDG.
What a weird fight. It's Xiaoshu's a quadra?
A quadra? Hey, you've asked the question. Xiaoshu, can they win without him when he's not doing well? Well, he's doing well here, Alk.
Oh my god, this is a player that we were hyping up at the end of the season to potentially make an all-pro ballot. I feel bad now that we're reverse, we're going in results-based analysis, but he starts this game off 4-0-1 on the Rumble, finishes Leandri's, backs. I want to see his inventory right now. I don't care about the replay. No, Riot Games. All right, let's get into this replay. So first, we're doing a lot of stuff here. The Ornn ultimate is going this way. We have this massive setup around this part of the jungle. What I am really worried about is there's no Galio ult all throughout this. This could have been executed so much better here by JDG, but they split the fight, and my worries about the individual damage completely nullified if we're going to have Elk nowhere near this fight.
That's the toughest part. It's like he had to get away because of so much engagement coming his way, but being able to get this catch on, the fact that Xiaoshu gets a quadra at the end of this, I mean, that just is so snowbally on the Rumble, even with some of the changes you were talking about going through the draft. And it's setting this guy up who, amongst these big names, continues to find access and continues to be such a massive part to this team's win condition.
To the international fans, or maybe some newer fans of the LPL, they have no idea who this Xiaoshu guy is. If you've watched any internationals in the last couple of years, you'll know at least one of these players. But like, Xiaoshu is a player that has been kind of rumbling around in the middle of the pack of LPL, hasn't really found too many successful lineups. Obviously was on previously
got saved
RNG
from
this
RNG.
Year. Yeah, and like 4 out of the 5 members of RNG, they get basically disbanded, and going for contest on red.
Okay, well, they're just going all in, and now soon they're about to pay the price. He does flag and drag his way up, but Zwo has engaged that equalizer, really setting them up as Bin has TP'd in. Shadow tries to go back in, and now he's going to be in trouble. Bin luckily blocks the Void Seeker there, but now he maybe gives up his life. He's going for the Ornhorn distraction tool, as they will make their escape through the Hex portals and go out the top side.
That could have ended so much worse. Why is Scout not using ultimate? I think JDG feel like they can't actually continue that play because Zwo and Shun are so low. I feel like if Xiaoshu has flash there, they might get a little spicy with it. Those are huge investments now coming in from BLG. Flash from Shadow, no teleport now from Bin. Can JDG continue this map play now? Because there's going to be a Herald. You can see that BLG, they're moving into the bot side of the map. They do not want to get into a scuffle right now with Jindong.
And that would be 2 major objectives in the top side of the map that they just kind of give over, opting into the scaling, opting into not giving themselves up. I think they've changed. I think they've changed their minds, because we do see that reverse clear coming through from Shadow. Didn't finish off his Krugs and is now coming up to this top side.
Yeah, they have no priority.
Turn back around.
Yeah, like look at where their teammates are. Like my Corki and my Bard are playing on the bottom side of mid. Annie is bottom lane as 2 and probably wants to get level 11 before she ends up showing up for that fight. JDG are going to get feats of strength here, and this is so surprising when we have seen BLG. You look at their stats, they have the 2nd highest gold difference at 15 in the entire league, only beaten by EDG. They have 1,200 gold, and a lot of that is in Knight and in Elk, and we're just not seeing that in this game.
And that was a conversation point we brought up. If they all in onto On. Here's that legendary Bard performance as he's getting ran down now, and you're about to get the horns from Dwo as On, baby, finds an escape, is going to die to the standard of Shun, and Shadow is there to try to take down Dwo on the back end, but here comes the heroic entrance as well. Knight is standing at the ready with the CC, so that means JDG will back away.
That's a fine timer. It is a minute and a half before the dragon spawns. I like that, though. Both of these supports, we've talked almost all season about, you know, Dwo and On. They get caught out a few times. Might have to hold that. Xiaosu.
We're making up for all the time that we didn't have kills as they TP play on the top side, and BLG's legendary solo laners combine to get a kill back for BLG themselves as they do take down Xiaosu in the side lane and a shutdown.
There's no one in mid. So where was this Herald? This Herald simply got a single crash in mid and did nothing. Okay. All right, JDG, I'm a little disappointed. Another wave going to be missed here on top lane. Might be first turret. Surprising. The team with 3 grubs and the Herald somehow loses first turret versus BLG.
Shun does show up. Says, you know, you guys are my friends, but you stink and I'm walking away. As he's going to have to fight over these Krugs. And it's JDG trying to recoup some things. I'm glad I broke you with that one. The bot lane turret is going to go down, though. A little bit of standing gold to JDG themselves. And Scout's right back on his ish again, right? Like, this guy just loves to find a little hidey hole in the side lane and get fed. And the Galio, I don't know how that's going to work.
Galio, look, Galio can be really potent in this game. You look at the damage mix from the solo laners here. I think that Galio getting stats is important, especially as part of the front line and part of that engage. Whether or not this is going to be that hybrid Galio, I think is more interesting. Because you see that Phoenix Codex hints to me that we're going to get more AP, maybe a Rift Maker later on into this build here. So Scout will be able to contribute. Already getting now a setup around this dragon. It is 3rd dragon of the game, and I would say that BLG have a much better time of starting this. They need Xiaosu to fix this top wave, and Shun is nowhere near this fight right now. And you
he
still
just
have
finished
no
second item,
entrance.
though. Yeah, he did just back to finish that second item. I don't know if that's going to make the difference. We have item completions for everybody. It does look like JDG are just going to give it up, even with the item advantage, just because they didn't have setup around the pit.
It's that play on bottom side. Remember, they're going really heavy onto this Bard, and then onto Shadow. They lose a hero's entrance. Now they don't have this available for the dragon, so BLG get the 2 dragons in the game. Bin's gonna teleport.
Oh! Dwo just says we're going. Soon going for the Cataclysm, keeping Shadow out of the magical journey, but they don't have damage. That was something we talked about from draft out, and it is coming back to bite them. They have not hit the thresholds they need to, and if Xiaosu and Pays aren't there, nothing is dying.
Guess what, though? You're saying, oh, there's not enough damage? Who cares? JDG are going to get the mid turret here, and they're going to move themselves and their vision onto the bottom side of the map. The Otacon up in 50 seconds. Now you look at this from BLG's perspective. No Cyclone, no Flash either. Bin just teleported into the top wave. It's going to take a little bit of time for them to fix their map before they're more willing to move into that side of the map.
Yeah, it's going to be actually really interesting now that we get the redeploys back out. We also have Pays having completed his Gunsus now. And that's going to be a big spike for the Kaisa moving forward in that damage profile we're talking about.
So JDG, they catch this mid wave first. Corki's going to take a recall, but because we're on the Hextech map, we can get around the map a little bit quicker thanks to all of these portals.
Thank you, Arcane.
So look at this setup now coming in. Xiaosu is going to have TP, so he can always move down the river. You're going to have Galio first on mid wave. This bot wave is going to push in first for JDG. But they're not on this objective immediately. Look at where Shun is. Shun still needs to finish his entire clear, go towards the bottom side of the map. Is this going to be a priority when you have a Kaisa on your team? Always have to be scared as the enemy team when you see this champion and an objective is up.
You can definitely burn it, especially with the on-hit style that we're seeing from Pays, which I just got a shout out I really like in this one. I don't think the kind of poke lethality AP version would do any good in this situation, but JDG are going to start it up, and here they go to burn it.
All right, Shadow's nowhere nearby. Annie's going to move towards topside, and when this is shown, look for the TP coming out It's also going to be a top wave lost here by BLG. They're late to this. They're nowhere near this fight.
Gotta try to burn it right now, right here. It's gonna get tempered faded, and On is gonna give him an entrance. Here comes the Horn. Can it go down? It's gonna go over to Shun and JDG. Equalizer comes through, but no hot pot is there. But they turn! They find him! Elk is completely caught by himself. And that is unfortunate for BLG's faith in this moment as JDG run forth. And they might just find Ben too. He's going to flash away, trying to get to the magical journey. He makes it through. As wow, Shadow. He tries to go through, goes for a little bit of plays, goes for the Cyclone fun shenanigans, but he still loses almost all of his health and all of the pressure for JDG to gain on the bot side of the map.
JDG are making it happen. They got a slower early game. We thought that BLG were going to be a bit more aggressive going into playoffs, but Game 1, first appearance here, and they are not looking the same. We get back into this play. I mean, look at where their DPS are. Everyone's on this top side, and Elk is here. Where are you? Hold up. No, you know, you're getting drawn on, bro. What is this? Where are you? We're in Narnia. Look at your team. Your team is here. I'm
That's
very
tough.
confused here, Lennon. We have seen
He wanted
BLG
to try to steal it, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, BLG have been a team that, yes, they don't have the greatest setups. Sometimes they are a team that looks a little lightheaded, but this is a brand new level already starting playoffs, and this is a dangerous precedent to start. Again, low sample size. We'll see if they can bounce back. We got a whole best of 5 ahead of us.
Dude, I swear that the bane of the LPL's existence are breaks. Like, I swear our teams, they don't like having breaks of competitive play, all right? It never works out, all right? No, but we'll see if they can clean things up. Obviously, just the first game of playoffs here in the upper bracket for them, but definitely some leanings that maybe aren't necessarily the cleanest things happening right now. We do see side lane focus coming through from JDG, though, as they push in this deep wave. Going to get the back out from Scout, though, and if we're looking at some of this team fight behavior, this little bit of a lead that JDG have gotten, about 3,500, how are we kind of saving ourselves as BLG? Is time the factor? Is that our biggest saving grace?
Well, it has to be now, right? Because you're going to have Bin, who's going to hit level 14 soon. Obviously, losing that Otacon really hurts because you miss out on all of that additional experience you're going to get from the Blood Petals. But you've hit 2 items on Knight. You now have completed Mermana and Trinity Force here for Elk. This has to be around the time where this BLG competition actually starts to thrive, but they didn't use the lane advantages that they would have had from bottom lane. It was barely a CS lead here for Elk. And Knight, honestly, the Annie has been quite invisible this game. We have not seen the coordination be there for BLG. So they always have the tools. They have players that have that X factor to be able to make it happen, the clutch, but it needs to go. And maybe that's because On's not on traditional support.
True. Hey, he's well known for the Bard in a lot of ways, positive and negative. The biggest thing I want to see for BLG is to just hyper-focus on a front-to-back or at least one singular target. They will spawn out Scout, though, finding that flank. But honestly, that is the ticket to success. I mean, keep the fight in front of you for BLG, and I feel like it goes okay.
I have setups. They're pushing in. Scout is still on vision, but he needs to get this ultimate off. Oh, no.
50-50. They're going to try to get over onto this duo. Whoa, goes unbreakable, but he is broken immediately in half. 50-50 between Shadow and Shun. Is he going to stay in the pit? He's trying to, but he's going to take the flag and drag back over. Is he going to go back in? Doesn't have any ways to, and that'll be 3rd dragon going to BLG. 2 Hex Dragons in a row, and now on Soul Point.
I am just so confused as to what Dro is thinking in these fights. He's trying to stop Bin from getting his combo off. I think as the Alistar, you need to be stopping Shadow from getting anywhere near this pit. And we did not see any kind of coordination with Scout and Zhuo, with Shun and Zhuo. The support here for JDG, the newest member on this team, needs to be able to step up and stand aside his teammates. If they want any we have BLG, we were talking about BLG looking a little questionable. They're down 3,500 gold, but they're 1 dragon away from Soul. This could completely wipe the slate clean and basically be like, oh, the first 25, 26 minutes of this game didn't matter.
There's going to be so much intangible gold, some hidden gold here. Not only that, but the ornaments coming online as well. That gold lead is going to be so fake as we're going to see them try to move out onto this top side of the play for JDG. They're going to catch out Knight, who is just all is lonesome in the side lane. He's going to try to TP, but Scout should have his number. Winds of War come through, and Xiaozu gets him with the long bomb. The equalizer comes through now. Shadow's getting cooked himself right into the hot pot without the pot again, and Ben is the only one to come back up and try to save this turret. JDG, they strike again and take 2.
Oh, and this is going to be Baron. More of the same here from JDG.
Oh
Let's move into the side lane. We still didn't use the hero's entrance. What are we waiting for, Scout? What's happening? What is this game?
You
this
can't
is
play
5
Galio again, so you know.
We're the goats. We knew this was going to go to 5. It was going to be sloppy. There was going to be things happening. And what was one of the notes we had in before our prep coming into the series was look at supports. Both of them had questionable moments here. And while it was around the Dragon here for this team, what is this Bard providing? There's no front line. There's not a Nautilus potentially engaged. There's not a Rakan or an Alistar like from Zhuo to be able to prevent any of this. So On has to be more proactive with his engagements. And again, JDG, they have a lot of tools to be able to take these objectives down.
All I'm going to say is On is about 2/9 away from his power spike. He won a world champion, or not world champion, LPL championship on an 09 Bard, as maybe he's going to get a little bit closer to that now as he goes down. That's instantly a turret in the bot side going to JDG, and they're going to look at the mid lane too.
I think this is super exciting. We might actually have a playoff series that is going to maybe go to this distance. It's only one game. This is the perfect time for us to overreact.
I'm here for 5 games.
We're not going to get any more time.
Oh, we're getting a little bit of setup on bots. And there you go. Alki saved it for 27 minutes into the game. And he just set up a triple for JDG as they march down. And this is a hell of an entrance into the Silver Dragon Cup Arena as JDG smashed BLG in game number 1 out of seemingly nowhere. A 10,000 gold lead, 27 minutes in. The last Nexus turret is there, but Elk is just going to try to run his own lonesome away. On is still there, but this Bard won't nearly get to his 09 power spike, and JDG strike first.
That's awesome. That is incredible here for JDG, and a strong enough showing that we need to see from them consistently if they want to bring them down in this series. Still a lot more to play. I think really important for JDG. Talk about side select going into these series. They just went on red side, which now means if we go to game 5, BLG are going to end up on red side and JDG are going to have blue. They're going to have first pick, and we've seen how powerful that has been throughout all of the playoffs. What an incredible game to start, and if this is going to be the beginning of JDG earning the respect back of a lot of fans, it has to be with a win here tonight.
Yeah, it does indeed. That would be a very big feather in the cap to take down BLG. And hey, soon called it. It's not going to be as easy to bully this JDG this time around, and definitely isn't looking that way. You got to ask what that blue side is going to be giving, at least moving forward as well. It's crazy to think that a team won on red side for that game number 1. Like you say, the fruits of the labor as we go forward. But I think it's just a stark contrast to maybe some of the ups and downs we've seen from JDG over this year, and a lot of consistency, even with, some of the question marks around some of those heroic entrances. I think we saw a lot of cohesion in the team calls and the team plays in that one. And for me, that's one of the most important parts when you first see a team coming for a playoff run, is to see them on the same page.
And it comes at such a weird time because usually I think that one of the few tanks that we actually see Bin play very well, at least this season, is his Ornn. So to see him feel a little discombobulated around the map, honestly, again, something we talked about during the draft.
Game.
Like, On and Shadow did very little here. Like, Shadow is still looking for engagements. He's getting to the pit, but On is playing this range support that doesn't provide enough frontline or engagement for this team. His name is On and Off for a reason. We need to see him in the front line, making space for his carries, and that's why Nico and Nautilus are so important to how BLG tend to play.
There's another part that we talked about coming into this one when we were going through the candy land of these teams and some of the history between them. And some of the biggest down moments for BLG have been when there's a lot of quietness. It's like a library all of a sudden. I feel like we got a little bit of that from both Bin and Knight as well. I know you highlighted On too, but the fact we didn't ever get any proactive Knight combos trying to get engages off the table with the Tibbers, like nobody stepped up to the plate, and you can't have that for BLG. And they just lost 27.5 minutes with a late game comp. They didn't play to that win condition.
You saw me, we came into this scene, I started cringing because I saw like Bin has 8,000 damage, which I should expect from an Ornn, but we came in and we're like, okay, Ornn's a great neutralizer into Xiaoxiu, but how did this game start? This was a quadra kill for Xiaoxiu right on this play. Like, everything felt like it went right. We did get to see I do want to put a bit of a stop on maybe some of the JDG hype. I think that their map play in this game wasn't particularly awesome. Again, we kind of highlighted Zhuo towards the end of this game, but there are a lot of really weird decisions, maybe hasty decisions of, I'm going to immediately teleport to this side lane, fix this wave, and then move over. The Galio didn't feel like we got a very cohesive draft, but I'm going to put this more on BLG looked like they didn't come to play here in game number 1.
They're still waking up is my takeaway from this. Oh, God, I don't want to watch this. See, he's trying to steal it, Auk. He just... You know,
he knows his jungler can't do it, and he's like, okay, guys, we're probably just gonna need to send it. If I steal this,
no, he was like, Shun's my jungler, right? See, bam, got him. I had to get it in there, at some point.
I don't know man. So who's MVP for this game? I think it very clearly might be just Xiaoshu by himself.
Yeah, I think
played a large majority of this game really well.
36% of this team's damage.
I think it is incredible to see a player like this go up against Bin. Only game 1, and it is Rumble versus Ornn. I'm not saying it's the most skill expressive from BLG's top laner side, but I'm tentatively hopeful.
This is a guy that was like picked up like you pick up like a dog on the side of the road in a box. Somebody left there, right? Like RNG was not a home for him, and it feels like he's starting to carve his own home here at JDG in a way, right? Like it's still very early in his run with JDG, but the fact that this guy is the one that's making the biggest splash on a team like JDG with all the names on it, it's what we have to continuously talk about because it's so impressive.
And he's replacing Ala, who, despite some other things, is a player that historically has at least been kind of a gatekeeper to being a top-level top laner or being a top-level team going against him. So to see him take over that role and I think exceed expectations and also maybe play a little bit better than who he's replacing, a lot of exciting stuff here. It was another matchup that we were kind of looking towards between him and Bin, and we're in the top half of the bracket right now. If either of these teams do lose tonight, they'll still have a second chance, but I think a surprising start here in the series here for JDG.
Surprising, but maybe with the same result as 5 games is the destiny of this series. As you said before, it's probably the closest matchup, if not one of the closest, there with the AL Weibo Gaming series that we're going to have in this earlier bracket, unless any crazy upsets do happen. But it's a legendary matchup with a lot of legendary names, so I expect this one to be a long night, at least for this first series, because I don't think that we're going to get that same BLG 2 times in a row. At least I would hope not. But for JDG, I think it's either Xiaoshu or maybe Shun. I have trouble giving it to anybody but Xiaoshu. But.
I think Xiaoshu deserves it. And not much so far. Only game 1 of the new patch.
No game 1 Andy's out here.
25-17. Didn't see too much changed. Maybe teams are going to still look back at Rumble and see that this champion is still really powerful. Obviously got slight nerfs here on this patch, but has been a champion that's been looked at repeatedly. But thank you to Fearless. Don't got to see it again.
There's that's something else we'll talk about as we come out of this MVP, but it is going to go to Xiaoshu as well. His first playoff MVP here of the split, but his 5th total at least, and major reason why they found that advantage. All those equalizers, always impactful, always being at the fights at the right time, and a wonderful starting performance against literally the GOAT top laner, it feels like, on a lot of people's leaderboards in Bin on BLG's side of things.
Oh yeah, if he picks up a world championship, then I think he just replaces the Shy on that list for a lot of people. But Xiaoshu, 71% kill participation, very important. A stat that usually gets a little bit left off, but also I think his Rumble has not had the same impact in some other games later in the season. So glad to see that this series and the LGD series were good pick-me-ups for this JDG.
Yep, and we'll talk about the draft for game number 2, but there's a lot of big, powerful picks taken off the table there. But we will be taking a break in just a minute before we get going to that. If you would like to support the LPL, please go consider becoming a Coffee member. Coffee is the best way to support the LPL English project, since the vast majority of the payments go directly to affecting the broadcast, either with the broadcast package or paying all the volunteers that spend a god-awful amount of hours making this project come to life. It's been a beautiful project, and we're getting towards the end. So if you want to be part of it and to help support us, please go join our Coffee. Get access to a little bit of interest in terms of the questions that are going to be asked, some of the content that we're going to have coming out as well.
Yeah.
And it's the best way to support us in any fashion. Now, Alk, I know in my heart of hearts we have 4 more games. So let's go ahead and take a break. Let's get ready for game number 2, and we'll see you then. Welcome back, everyone. LPL English, your unofficial home for everything LPL. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Alk. We've got Kai behind the scenes pressing buttons, and JDG, we're pressing their buttons just a little bit better than BLG in that game number 1, I would say, as they come away with a 1-0 lead in this best of 5.
They were the only ones that felt like they were pressing buttons. Very few buttons were pressed in general here.
Except for Scout.
Scout, look, he pressed almost all of the buttons on his keyboard, just very rarely hit the R key. So that's okay. I think, you know, there was that meme of like junglers need to take a long time to think. He just didn't want to press R. He wasn't ready for the game.
But when he did, they got a triple kill. So, you know, I guess.
Yeah.
You know,
they also got the Nexus. So like maybe the only buttons that work over there are the FF ones for BLG. I don't know. But a lot of question marks as to whether or not BLG are going to continue on this kind of form. Again, only one game. It's their start of the playoffs. And for JDG, I do kind of want to talk about that. They are a team that did have to play in play-ins, right? They only played 3 games. There's a 3-0 versus LGD. It's not like the opponents there were incredibly difficult. But for some teams, having those extra Sage games, especially for a team who has had so many roster substitutions, I think it is kind of meaningful conversation.
The biggest enemy to LPL is time off, man. I'm telling you, I don't know what happens every single year. And it was always in the past because of the way that the seeding worked out. We didn't have our top seeds playing immediately. They always had a long bye for multiple days. And it was always those teams that seemed to drop the ball for some reason. And a little bit of momentum goes a long way in this league. And I think JDG are picking that one up here at least. But this is also a situation that I don't expect BLG to go down quietly. I expect this team to wake up and get back into this series. And I also expect them to choose blue side as well. But it's also talking a little bit about the setup of draft, because we saw some major power picks taken off for that game number 1 on both sides. Just felt like the guns were ablazing on both sides for the comps that we got.
Yeah, Rumble Galio ends up on the same side. Galio has been a champion that I think Bin has completely ignored for the entirety of the year outside of very few situations. And I just... Again, a lot of those champions no longer available, like you're mentioning. I think the Wukong and the Jarvan already gone does mean that things like Xin Zhao become a little bit more interesting. You still have Trundle, who's out and about hunting. So, also the
was
engage
left
supports.
open. They almost locked it in.
Yeah, the engage supports are completely wide open outside of Alistar. So maybe we get on a better champion that I think suits this team more, which is just let's play through our lanes. Let's make sure that we have an advantage in every single one of them at some point. And we can try to snowball our lead from early laning.
I just want to see BLG be involved, right? Like, no passenger princesses here. You need to make sure that you're being involved with the early game as well as the late game setup for yourselves, and especially around the objective. And we literally saw them give away all 3 grubs and the Rift Herald. That is not something we typically see in the LPL if you're new around here. I definitely want to see a little bit more of that objective focus. So I guess who does that burden fall on the most? Because we talked so much about how these junglers are extremely big pieces to the puzzle for both teams, but does that weight just specifically fall on them or across the board?
I mean, when you're jungling, most of the time I would say that you're kind of a victim to your lanes, right? Like, a lot of great junglers get to be great junglers because they have great solo lanes, or just lanes in general, or the support is kind of moving on. That was a big portion of AL's success for the last 2 splits, is Tarzan and Kael being best in their role, roaming on around the map, and setting up really strong team fighters in Shanks and Hope to be able to get things done. But right now what we're seeing, and maybe this changes as the series goes on.
strategy.
Exactly. I look at their stats right now. Elk, 2nd in the league overall for gold per minute. We have DPM. Oh!
It, baby!
Let's go!
Shadows out, Beitwan in! Let's get it, but look at that. Look at those guns, bro. The man's contemplating. The man's ready.
He's been waiting for this spot. I can't believe we came into this series talking about whether or not Beitwan was actually going to start, if this was just going to be like him riding off into the sunset after MSI and no longer being seen for at least the rest of the year. Immediate start here to playoffs. We're getting a Game 2 substitute. You said, let's play with the hot hand. Well, guess what? We're moving on.
I gotta say though, little bias here, okay? I know that smirk on Sun's face just got a little bit higher, all right? Bring all your substitutes since you left me on the dirt. I'll take them all on. And hey, maybe he's gonna come out the better of it. It just pumps up the story, man. It pumps up the story.
What happens if this is a game loss, though? I want to start, you know, planting that seed. If this is a game loss, does JJ come onto the screen and he's like, hey guys?
Out of the crowd. All of a sudden, it pans to the crowd. It's dark. You can't see anything. The spotlight shines.
Boom. There's my boy JJ.
JJ throws his hands up, starts running too like it's a WWE match. Comes up, takes the chair, throws it down on the ground. That's how I want to see it.
Okay, well, look. FPX obviously got their road to playoffs completely cut off. Game 5 versus NIP. We are now here. Game number 2. Beitron back in over Shadow. And the bans almost feels sort of the same. We get Yunara and the Azir taken away. We have Nico and Pantheon. Have to imagine this is going to either be that Mbessa like we have seen, or we're going to kind of swap it up. Maybe we even see that Varus make it through the draft again.
Ooh, would love to see what they end up wanting to prioritize as the final ban in the first phase for JDG. Again, they already won on red side. It's going to be a good mark here in the series itself. It's not a typical one, as well as they do end up banning the Taliyah away from Knight.
Is this really just going to be a Trundle blind? I'm not a huge fan of this. I think there are so many options, but you look at what Xiaosu tends to play, 80 bruisers, a lot of the 80 tanks. Then you're going to have that Trundle who's going to get value. And what else are you going to be able to play? There's no Vi to get around him. There's no Pantheon. So this is going to need to be a situation where I think Shun actually needs to kind of dip in his bag. This could be a setup for his Kindred, honestly.
Could be. Be a throwback for sure. I do expect them to go with a very... there you go. I do expect them to go with a very much more kind of weak setup for their composition. Not as healthy, not as tanky as well for that subjugation counter. This Aurora is big because it is also very flexible.
Yeah, but there's no Rumble. I can't imagine that Xiaoxi's going to take it in top side unless it's a very, very unique counter matchup that we're seeing. Imagine this is going to go over to Scout, gives him strong laning, especially, and teamfight impact. Always something we have to talk about. But JDG immediately moving into what kind of seems to me as like a blitz comp. We're going to have Aurora come in with a massive amount of damage up front. Sivir's going to help try to augment that and eventually just be the champion that hoovers up all of the waves and fix all of the wave state issues for JDG.
Ooh. The answer to AD has to come in this first phase. I don't think you want to get that whittled down anymore. It will be the misfortune into the Sivir. So you're going for that laning strength. You're going for that big team comp wombo combo. But you're also giving that scaling hyper carry setup over to the other side in terms of that Sivir in that advantage for Pays.
No Nautilus, no Rakan immediately picked up for On. So back end of draft, I think that the bans are going to be focused really on the support. And this Rise, to me, just means that BLG, again, want to play a little bit of a later game. Look at how tanky their first 3 are going to be. And the team fight is really well set up. The Trundle Pillar makes it incredibly easy to get the bullet time down. You now have so many champions that are going to be able to hopefully survive an upfront burst.
The Unbreakable makes the bullet time that much harder to get.
On two items now. I think that BLG are incredibly strong, but they need to reach that point on even footing.
And that was a struggle for last game. We said both teams had very strong scaling aspects to them, but unfortunately the game was already all she wrote at 27 minutes in and a 10K deficit for BLG. Going to crack at it yet again, though, and see if they can at least strike gold this time. In the second phase of the bans, though, we are going to be seeing a little bit of that support focus from JDG and the Rakan, just like last game. And we'll see if we get some differentiation, maybe the jungle matchups here for BLG.
I think that this 4th ban has to be Rel. It doesn't matter if they pick the Nautilus, or yeah, the Nautilus is a great matchup for the Braum, and especially in this 2v2, Sivir can really duel early on. I think it's a little worrisome here, Lennon. JDG have had very suspect drafts going into this year, but going into BLG, I really like what they've already shown. The Sivir's going to really push Misfortune under her turret. There's really nothing they can do. You're almost guaranteed the ability to not have a 2v2 that's going to win, so the strength has to come from somewhere else. It has to be either the solo laners or Beitron coming back in and really lighting a fire under this team.
The Trundle carry, baby, as it was full supportal focus from JDG yet again, as the Rel did end up getting banned away. More importantly, the Nautilus is left open this time. They did ban that away last game, but it was the jungle focus that I was talking about for BLG as they take away the Xin Zhao already, and the Nefiri just in case against Sun.
Oh my. like just drop a Kindred, bro. Or if you want a little bit more time, blind top lane. We are blinding top lane right now here for Xiaoshu. This has to be either a Cassante, could be a Renekton if you really want to. It sucks into the Trundle, but someone has to do the job. Shun, I'm begging you.
Look at that smile.
Please, you don't want to pick jungle here. I know top lane counter pick.
All
right.
Shun
Let's see
fans eating good tonight. A cold classic for this guy, something he made his name on, and having that carry potential. I know coming into the day, we talked about it behind the scenes. Like, both these guys love to facilitate for their teams, but they love to turn the gas on too. I know that's a little bit of a different conversation with Beichuan, but it's not a different conversation with Shun, and he's taking the carry potential now. On the other side, the Nautilus does end up coming through, so the front line coming together very strongly for BLG.
Okay, JDG are incredibly weak when we talk about what their HP pools are going to be. There's no real tank. What is this top lane matchup going to be? Because if it is something that allows for Xiaoshu to stay in the front line, even if it is still this Scion, the amount of HP this champion is going to have and the ability to help out this Kindred Sivir don't have a ton of range. The ability to actually access and start fights very, very low here for JDG. So are they going to be able to get through the HP bars of BLG? And can BLG actually properly run an early game here where I think some of the matchups aren't exactly favorable early?
I do really like the Renekton, but the Jax comes through for Xiaoshu. So he is going to also bring out a little bit of a setup here where he has some strength in his own right. I wouldn't say it's necessarily a competitive comfort for him, at least this split itself, but it's something that can have so much side laning pressure.
I was just taking a look. Shun has not played Kindred against BLG so far this year. Yep. I wanted to make sure of that one, but hasn't been able to play it.
It was a cold classic, baby. It's something he made his name on.
Yeah, he is 3-2 this year on the pick overall. I think he is, if I remember correctly, okay, looking at it, 39-17. So obviously a counter or a matchup that we've seen plenty of times for Shun if you're a long-time enjoyer. But I see this now. Jax, great for the solo lane. I think does well into this team composition. Low mobility here from BLG. Lennon, I hate to say it, I think JDG are looking good here for this game number 2. Just some slight question marks as if they can actually slow down the game, get the game on their side, and, I mean, stop BLG from running them.
BLG do look stout as hell, though. They get to a point where they have 2-3 items. I feel like those fights are going to be so hard to manage just because they have so many beefy bodies, and they have one goal in mind, and that's just trying to set up for that bullet time. So it's very obvious what BLG are doing, and I love that kind of low bar of execution that I was talking about in game number 1, because after that game number 1, you need something here. You cannot let that momentum continue to slide in JDG's favor.
Oh, boy. Oh boy, I'm so excited, man. This series just got 10 times more interesting in my mind. Beichuan subs in game 2. JG fine first. This is a crazy expectation. We look at our predictions. Everybody thought this was going to be a BLG-sided affair. We have one person on the team, Trina, our newest moderator, thinking that this was going to at least go to JDG. Incredible already.
And it was a 3-2 at that. We'll see if we can go the distance here. We'll see what game 2 has in store for us as we hit the rift once again. It is a beautiful day for tournament in terms of the race for the Silver Dragon Cup here in the LPL as we get into game 2 of BLG versus JDG.
I can't even flame the JDG arena for everybody at home.
Oh, a little late. They forgot.
See, this just continues to prove to me anyway that Leaf is just the best player in the league. Because he's home to NIP, we are in the Shenzhen arena, and the NIP crowd mics actually work. So, easy math.
It's a beautiful day. It's a beautiful day. So let's talk. Brass tacks here. Now, let's level with the crowd and level with ourselves. Does Beichuan make the difference? The last time we saw this guy, he was finding consistency with this roster. He was consistently facilitating for a lot of the pieces that were around him. Sometimes we saw some carry performances there, but it's been a while since we've seen him.
Yeah, Beichuan immediately left after MSI due to an injury he sustained, so he's going to be out for at least a portion of the split. There were rumors he was coming back, and I mean, Beichuan, he's a jobber, if we're being honest, right? Like, he's here to get fights started. He's here to maybe be a frontline for this team. Very rarely do we see him in carry form, but I think that was kind of the job you need to do when you have Bin and Knight as your solo laners. You just gotta get stuff done. You gotta be a jobber.
Yeah, and what's crazy is you see the difference that a top tier team versus maybe a bottom tier team has when he was the standout player on Thunder Talk Gaming. That's why he got picked up by BLG. They needed somebody to save them. They needed some consistency in the jungle, and he was just showing out. It felt like in every series for TT. Now we will see Duo, who stayed a little bit too long on the bot side. But we'll see what kind of impact Beichuan has in this one, as we do see opposite side jungle pass for both sides and a little bit of chaos in the lanes.
Because you're against an MF, I wonder if there's going to be an immediate swap. We're seeing Pays go towards the top side. Jax can teleport into this MF. Need to be very careful. You can see the pings come out on the mini-map. MF is great for being able to roam around the map thanks to her strut and the amount of movement speed that she has. And we're getting that immediately now. Xiaoshu's going to teleport. Once Bin finishes his recall, he'll be down there as well. And Shun now gets to have access to top side jungle here. There's no camps for him to steal. And he also he didn't get his first mark. That's really tough, honestly.
Unfortunate. It's RNG did not fall his way, as Beichuan will steal that one away. And it will just be the trade of the Scuttle Crabs. But I guess when we're looking long-term for these picks, I do got to say, I need some proactivity from the Kindred. I'm all good for a Kindred carry, but when you're behind, Kindred can feel so Omega bad. I don't feel like there's a position that Trundle really ever feels that way, because he always has the pillar, that utility. Yeah,
also Kindred is going to have access to Kraken Slayer, which I think is one of the most broken AD carry items you can have in the game right now.
Okay.
I'm looking forward to see what Shun can do. You have a Braum to help. The Jax is also going to be there. And you have a lot of damage, I think. What it's going to come down to in my mind for JDG is not only is Kindred and Sivir going to eventually deal damage, but are we going to actually see coordination? Because that has, I think, been a big killer for JDG.
Oh, Bin trying to flash away. Does go into the alcove here, and unfortunately, he's on the wrong side here. He has no TP. He just came to lane. Soon gonna say hello to his old top laner. Xiaoshu not gonna give over the kill, and it's gonna be a smack of the lantern for Xiaoshu to get first blood over Bin.
Beichuan is just straight up full clearing. There's nothing for him to do on this timer. Xiaoshu gets an entire wave, and it's the cannon wave there, so Bin is going to be missing out on a lot here. JDG finding first blood in this game, incredibly important.
Actually, incredible. I mean, we saw what this guy did with a little bit of advantage on the Rumble in the side lane. Now he's going to be on the Jax here. So we see that Cole going to come in as a little bit of a later setup for BLG's top laner and Bin. Obviously, he had already gotten that one, but just knowing that things maybe not going to go so well until later, as we do see the 2v2s kicking off here in the top side. Pays a little bit of worse for wear versus Elk, but the Dragon is spawned on the other side of the map. Do we see Prio on that at all, as we see Beichuan going for some Prio onto Shun's Raptors?
I don't think this is legal. I mean, Nautilus gets to move first, but Aurora is closer to this side of the map and has level 6. Beichuan, this is incredibly risky business, but I mean,
sure. It's legal, bro.
Okay, sure. Why not?
He said,
Knight's
I got the pass.
Shun, don't do this. Shun, don't do the Duo, no.
Duo. Oh, Scout got the ulti. He's looking for the damage. Beichuan is now the focus. Shun trying to get him on the side. Concussive blows, connects. They get the Winter's Bite. They get the damage, but On's going to have E-Force to flash. The twofold hex, not enough.
That is multiple members of BLG in low HP. Move down towards the bottom side of the map. Sivir's going to catch another wave. Now, what can we get here from BLG? It's going to be a teleport immediately here from On. This is going to dissuade. Bin also has the Dominus, so BLG, for now, can screen their opponents away from this objective.
Done a really good job of using this map state here as well. They will not take that Scuttle Crab just yet, but Beichuan will go around the corner. Oh, he didn't get the last card.
Nope, it doesn't matter.
He will go around the corner, take down this Scuttle Crab, deny yet another mark from Shun, who has yet to get a single one already. And you see a little bit of a look at the team composition, some of the history for these teams. And Bin's Renekton, pretty big croc, I would say, 6-2.
Yep, 8 games so far. And this is really cool for me because just the other day we saw JDG versus BLG. And Xiaoshu actually solo killed Bin on Renekton versus Ornn. This is not the easiest matchup for you to be able to get down, so I think this is awesome already that we've got the start to this match here with the kill for JDG. They did grab at least some of this top side to be able to get some vision, but you have a Sivir, right? Like, Sivir makes it so easy for Joe to walk around the map, and teleport available for him thanks to this spell book. Want to see if JDG can use this now to maybe find some certain picks on the map. It looks like a lot of topside focus here for BLG.
Yeah, they are full bodies up that way. Shun just going to try to farm up. He's trying to get to that level 6 mark as Beitwan has already hit that. He will have the subjugation. I'm sure the only target really he's going to be looking at is Duo or Xiaoshu in the end. It's a little bit of pressure given as now we're going to see Bin get engaged on by Xiaoshu in the bot side, but no dragon priority to speak of. 10 seconds away from the grubs, and Shun will be pathing up that way, so I'm ready for fisticuffs. We've got TPs available, at least almost for Bin. Xiaoshu going to have his, and maybe even a 5-on-5 fight brewing.
We've got grubs. Xiaoshu should be looking for teleport. Bin does not have access to this. This will be a 4v5 in favor of JDG if they decide to take it. And now they're just corralled. Yeah. Look at On right now. On cannot move out of this brush. There is a Braum sitting in front of him. Aurora stopping him from getting... This is going to be JDG getting 3 grubs with a team that has Aurora and Jax.
Oh, man. And the TP is just now coming up. It was way too late. Thought it was going to come on cooldown a little bit faster than that, but that is incredible to see from JDG with the way they've rotated around the map and some of the lacking of teeth so far in this series for BLG.
Well, we saw was maybe, you know, we're getting substitutions. We thought Shun versus Beitwan and Shadow might go the favor of JDG. We might just call it a pro diff. I don't know what else to say.
It might just be a pro diff. And if you want to be a little bit of a diff in pros, at least go to prodiff.gg. You can catch out some one-on-one coaching, give them some VODs of yours. They'll walk you through it, talk to you about what they would do in those situations, what you can do better. And on top of that, if you do go get coaching, you can use LPL 10 to get 10% off. So go to prodiff.gg. You'll see the QR code as well as the links in the chat.
Least forced ad read in the middle of the game possible. I gotta make sure production and Lennon are staying on their toes here. We're getting teleport. Uh-oh.
Hayes wants the damage here. He uses the spell shield beautifully, baits On in, and On is just gonna die. That's a mark to Shun from his old support, and he's gonna say thank you for that.
And he gets a second. He got a mark off of On. He gets a mark off this scuttle. Lennon, you gotta start getting happy for Shun, dude.
Bro.
I know this is your boy. This is your boy, so we gotta get all the glazing in now before whatever happens, before the end of the series. Who knows?
Nah, I was so sad to see BLG drop him, and I think it's so poetic to see him perform against not only one, but potentially 2 of their junglers coming through here after that era ended. And I think it's so important to show off the fact that, like, he does have this stable of champions that he feels really strong on and can find performances on, but a lot of times he doesn't get them. And Xiaoshu is going to end up leap striking his way away, going to dodge away from the gank from BLG, but he's already got his Kraken Slayer. He's on a signature pick for him. It was this and his Nidalee that were running rampant when he was at his prime. And now he's got to perform. It is a marksman. It's something you have to execute on. And we're talking about execution. Pays. He's about to be executed out of this fight. He's trying to get away. The chomp wasn't enough. And Pays is going to flash away from On Dredgeline.
They win this.
The most beautifully timed flash I've ever seen. And JDG just turned it completely on its head. BLG, where have you gone? Where have you been? And I don't even think Cotton Eye Joe could save them. BLG is getting ran down in this game number 2. Shun's going to pop his Lamb's Respite and force Elk's Flash.
Oh my, this game's chalked, guys. 2,000 gold lead, 11 minutes in. I want to see, does Xiaoshu finish at Trinity Force? No, but he gets damn near close to it. A dragon as well. Lennon, JDG are playing strong early games. BLG look completely lost around the map right now. I don't know what is going on.
I don't know if they know either. TP coming in, but he's going to be able to burn this down fast enough. He should just get that smite down. He's going to go for the fight potentially after. Going to try to get over the wall here. Doesn't have any exit tools. Has nothing available. And Bin will say a howdy doody back right there as he gets his own kill and gets PLG's first kill of the game 11.5 minutes in.
That is a shutdown. That's a shutdown going over to Bin. Nice enough. Check this replay again. I mean, how impossible is it to fight? What did we talk about from draft? The Sivir is going to have so much access in these fights. Braum makes it impossible for them to look for anything. I know in a picture-in-picture we're seeing On get chased out, but what do you do when you're walking into so many immobile, low-range members of BLG versus Jax? Jax runs these fights with these counter-strikes, and it was all a delay measured. Even the back end of this fight, Shun gets the chase. You have the range with this alongside the ultimate. Thank you, Clear Love. I don't know what got
Love.
into you guys, but you have been drafting very well so far as we've gotten through all of play-ins and playoffs. So 2 series deep, and JDG look like they're on the mend to fix what has ever happened in the middle of the season.
Dude, momentum is a crazy thing, and it just seems like JDG's using that play-ins to really shine here in the actual playoffs. It is just this round number 1, but imagine being able to handle BLG where a lot of teams weren't able to. I mean, this is a team that went on a massive run this split to find themselves in the position they did at the end. And I know that a lot of that was with Shadow, but they're just trying anything. They're throwing spaghetti at the wall at this point, Alex.
And if we're being the most charitable, maybe a little bit doomer here, this is a series that they can play around with. They can go ahead into this series, do a little bit of scouting, see what is working for them throughout the playoffs, and then whether it is continuing their run in the upper bracket or looking towards the lower bracket, BLG will have time to be able to bounce back. But this is very fun already. We thought this was going to be cut and dry. BLG were going to look incredible throughout the series. We are not getting that so far. It has been JDG. So far, so good, though. 13 minutes. So we've got Dragon in 3. We got a Herald in 1.5 minutes right now. And I think the Sivir is pulling massive, heavy duty here in this game for the team.
Yeah, already on that Essence Reaver as well. Already going to have the plated steel caps, too. Now JDG, they want to take down Knight. They're going to surround him. They're going to bait him out a little bit. Xiaosu's going to play with the wave a little bit. He's going to go in for the counter-strike. They're going to come around the corner now, maybe. They're going to hold their tongue. They're going to wait off as the Realm Warp coming in. He's not going to get out. All right, the Glacial Fisher came in a little bit late, Joel. But they will take the turret. They have the Demolish proc, and they will take these plates.
3 grubs demolished like you were mentioning. That's a full turret going over. That's going to be feats of strength. 2 games in a row, by the way,
insane.
of JDG getting feats of strength. Not a team that has been shy of being able to grab this. Actually, they have a much higher percentage of feats of strength completion versus BLG, over 10% better than their team, and they're the 2nd best team in the league. But you look at the pieces of this comp here, Mazel. Sivir just completely neutralizes any ability for BLG to fight. Aurora is incredibly slippery on a sideline. What do we talk about for Scout? He's a player who, so far this season, has really found his niche by messing off and kind of going on his own wilderness exploration of a side lane. I'm going to go take some camps, go take some waves. Maybe I hit a turret a couple times.
The training arc, right? He goes to the wilds and comes back. He's got bolt gear muscles. He's got weaponry. You know, it's fine. But is it going to be fine? I guess is the biggest question. The fact of the matter is we've got this top lane duo of Xiaosu and Shun who are just off to the races at this point and feeling so omega strong. And they're leading that bridge building to Pays, getting this Sivir off the ground and getting Scout to a place of promise as well. And it's also just a little shout out to Pays, something that BLG took away from him in that game number 1. They double banned those ADs in the Yunara and the Sivir, and he's willing to take that in game number 2 as soon as it's open and pay it off so far.
This has to be where BLG can start to mount something. It's only at 2,000 gold, and I know we're getting very excited here for JDG, but BLG still have a lot of tools to be able to play with. All of their ultimates available. Oh, no.
Do they? They do. As they
get
to make it rain right back. There's the pillar. Dwo. He's going to pop the Unbreakable here. TP coming in on, going to lockdown. Dwo and out picks up the kill. TP very late from Scout as he's going to come in. Does have enough damage to separate the rest of them. Knight going to step up. Gets him locked down, but BLG going to start up the Rift Herald.
Okay, Shun, does he get in? No. Xiaosu's going to be moved away from this fight as well, going back to the lanes. BLG finds some solace here in this game. It's a kill onto Dwo, and they grab themselves the Herald. So not every single objective is going to go the way of JDG, but at least we get some signs of life from them. But how are we going to use this? Realm Warp's going to be up in a few moments here for Knight, so I want to see if they're going to be willing to make some cross-map plays, get active on the map, and maybe use this Herald in some spicy manners.
And we do have to mention this is what BLG drafted for. Not to be behind, but to be in arm's reach of JDG, because they do have some serious scaling options on their side of things, and especially those team fights later on going to be really thick for them. So we'll see if they can kind of continue playing to that. They can't get trounced early like they did last game. And so far, so good in that regard. As they're going to be taking a little bit of that standing gold on top side as they do trade the Dragon. That'll be second Dragon going over to JDG.
So BLG recognized that they're in a gold deficit right now, so they're going to try and ham-fist some of these turrets at overload. But you're not the team with grubs. If you're the team that has 3 grubs, you can do this. They're going to summon the Herald instead to try to get away. Scout has no teleport.
Up top. Oh, they get the turret. I think JDG overstayed as they're going to get completely trounced under the turret and without the turret. As that will be Xiaosu dying. He didn't even flash. Realm Warp's going to come in from Knight and Bin as Which one going around the corner now? They're in some trouble. They're caught in a hard place here as the bullet time coming right back. Blocked by the Unbreakable, and Elk standing tall, but now about to stand down as it's Sun trying to step forward. Lamb's Respite is going to buy time. Oh my God, we got a 4-man jump castle here. Who's going down? It's craziness across, but look at Scout, the man that's been standing tall for JDG. He's still alive. That's a double kill going tonight, and Scout trying to chase down Elk. I think he might be able to catch him here, but the strut is too fast, and it is a bloodbath.
That could have gone so much worse there for JDG, but Pays unassailed in that fight. The damage that we're seeing from JDG is unmatched, and BLG, this starts off with them trying to overforce for gold. They got 2 turrets in that play, and I think that is as good as it was going to get. I mean, I love this Herald from Beitwan. I think it's really funny. Ultimately, it doesn't end up getting all that much after this, but now you're fighting into a choke here, Lennon. You're going to be playing into a Sivir, into Aurora. Very dangerous games to be playing. I think play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Like, what's going on here from BLG?
Yeah, and I know it's a little thing as an ADC main. Imagine if Elk had bullet time. Just imagine. like it would be actually insane how much of a payoff that would be, and maybe that's something they look for later on. But the fact that JDG are able to weave around that fight, get so much success out of it as well. They do end up, you know, not getting much of a lead out of it, but it feels like you're starting to see the way that the pieces kind of come together. And I will say Shun is now on 5 marks, so he's getting a little bit further. He does have that first evolution there, but we are getting to second items completed for multiple members, and I want to ask who that favors at this point in the game.
Oh, it favors JDG. I'm going to continue to keep rocking it. You have double items, Sivir, and Pays still has Flash. We're walking into Otacon in a minute, and there's going to be summoner spells missing from BLG. I like this movement from JDG. You use the Sivir to take control of mid. Xiaoshu's going to hold this wave.
Oh. Well,
Scout.
They might not have Scout anymore as Knight gets him down. They're going to try to get something back. Pays goes over the wall. Blastone Trader and JDG. They just get completely taken down. Okay. One pick turns into an avalanche for BLG as 3 members of JDG fall.
Let me just grab a pen tool real quick.
I'm fine with this. I accept. Yep.
Wait, no. I gotta move the cursor here. This one. Pays, you're not. You're.
He got tradered. He got tradered. Like that man got blast coned over the wall.
Okay, so Scout getting caught. 2025, baby. It just happens. What happens here? Who are we blaming?
Shun, no. Shun,
you!
No.
All right. Shun?
Well, I'm going to close my eyes for the rest of the game, and then you can just tell me what's happening.
I don't think you want me to play-by-play this. Let's just.
I'll
do my job.
I can't open my eyes.
We spent. Look, I told you we had to get all of our JDG glaze in now because they were eventually going to do something that hurts us. Otacon's going to be started up here for JDG, and there are still summoner spells missing, but now Aurora and this Sivir, no flash available.
You got to see the ultis line up here. The biggest thing is bullet time is down for Elk. It's about half health on the Atacon. Xiaosu is on the side. They're just now going to TP, and the rest, they know that it's about 5,000 health. BLG, they're going to try to collapse on Xiaosu. The Atacon is pulled off of. Shun's going to walk away, but they're going to try to get the catch, and they got on. Now Bin is trying to walk back. Xiaosu goes for the flash play on Elk, and Elk gets down. That lantern, it's a real weapon, and he's showing BLG the end of it and the end of their lives. As JDG take them down 4-0. Into the Atacon goes JDG.
Oh, okay. Lennon, this game has been a little weird. I can't wait to look at the gold grad after this, but this is certified JDG starting up 2-0. 2 dragons. Dragon spawns in 30. They might just give up this one, but the Otacon by itself is an insane buff to grab. Take a look back at this fight. I mean, what does this BLG composition do versus Jax? They slow down the fight, which is the prescription that we gave for them from draft. And you're just watching the rest of this team comp get taken apart at the seams. BLG, they look lost, they look confused. Doesn't matter which jungler they're going to sub in, they're going to lose either way right now.
And I just feel so bad. I mean, Elk has not been set up for success here, even on this misfortune. His pieces are falling apart around him. And you do still have a 4-0 Knight, but if you fight without your carry, what are you expected to do? As now they get it turned on them. Xiaosu wants that leap strike, counter strike combo, but not going to go for it. BLG do come out in force in the mid lane, trying to stop this dragon take from JDG and halt their momentum.
Oh, Xiaoshu's gonna have ult soon, and on is half HP. We're losing this dragon.
They're so scared. They are so scared to step up. Where is that bullet time going? It hits only Dwo, as now Pays sidestepping onto Bin, and BLG, they've lost their damn minds, and they're losing their damn heads too. JDG's gonna catch out Elk as well, and they're gonna just run down this poor misfortune. Doesn't matter if Knight is still unkilled. His entire team is crumbling around him, and now he is not even safe. As Scout steps up into this mid lane matchup, tries to take him down, can't do so, but the damage is done.
That's how we're using Realm Warp? FF, guys. Just get me to the third game already. Like, this is a very amazing game to see coming in from JDG. It's only 2,000 gold, but man, what happened to the BLG in this break between the end of the regular season? They lose the end of the season. Remember, 0-2 in one of the most spectacular fashions to IG. Most entertaining games, most entertaining team of the entire league. And this fight just looks easy. Remember that we got back, we're now doing this like dance. On has half HP. And we were like, okay, maybe this is just what happens when On is no longer primary engaged. But now he is here as the Nautilus, and Elk's not even performing. I don't know what else to say here, Lennon. I feel
that
like
spell shield, that spell shield.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that was beautiful.
I don't know what else we can do here for BLG from a commentary desk perspective to talk about the dysfunctional nature of this squad for 2025. Past years, you were allowed to get away with this because you had Bin and Knight, who are the best players in the league and potentially in the world in their roles. That has not necessarily come to roost here in 2025. And they might just start off the playoffs down 0-2 to JDG, a team that has struggled all year long.
All you got to do is show up when it matters most. And a lot of these guys know how to make deep runs in the LPL playoffs. And it's just that feeling. It's that race for the Silver Dragon Cup. It's finally here, and it's fueling JDG to become great once again, because they've lost a lot of the respect of the league, but they're gaining it by completely dousing the fire of BLG. As Scout now trying to get out, does flash away. He's alive. Now a double kill comes through as well for Pays, who has really stepped up to the plate in this game. And Shun gonna chase down Beituan. Again, I said it. Bring one, bring all. Bring every jungler you could possibly bring. You could even get JJ in here. Let's get 2 junglers against Shun as he just steps up. Beituan's gonna stop him from jumping over, but that's for the inhib going down in mid lane.
That's Baron too. JDG, man. What happened? Did beating up on XQW make you guys the GOATs? Like, I don't know. The drafting from BLG has been questionable all season long. JDG, they're going to move away from the Baron, instead take this bottom side. Lennon, I think they don't even care about the big purple worm. We have that dragon spawning in 2 minutes. Let's wait. Let's give ourselves a little bit more time. If you get level 15 and a half, finish 3 items. They lost some of their summoner spells. I think this is the only way BLG can fight.
Shun just hit 8 marks now. He's going to walk up this way as well. We have second item completed for Majority. We also have third item for Pays. That's the big kicker here is BLG. They're scared again. They are trembling in their boots. They started the Baron, but they don't have the wherewithal to finish it off. Now they're going to try to bait JDG into finishing it. Xiaosu's waiting with the hammer on the side, as that's going to be some ricochet damage coming through onto the pit. Now Elk almost goes down, but On does. And he's a little bit off. Now the Realm Warp will save BLG, but the Baron goes to JDG.
Oh my god. And the Baron, look at the Baron timer. Okay, this is the fun part where we get to, are we going to go into replay? We're going to go to replay. LPL? No? All right. All right, Lennon, what does this timer say up here? Top left.
2 minutes and 45 seconds.
What does this say right here?
1 minute and 1 second.
All right, and now let's piece it all together.
There's a soul in a minute. Oh my God, Algai wouldn't have never made it there.
I know.
Thank you.
I had to make sure everybody at home also got the point here. That Baron timer runs perfectly over into this dragon. You get to push mid and bottom lane wave. This is incredibly good stuff, and some of the things we actually saw from JDG at the end of Split 2 when they were a top 4 team in the league.
And I think we might need to go back to that Candyland graphic and do shoots and ladders for BLG. And honestly, this is Candyland for JDG all along. They're eating everything. They got the lollipops in their mouth. They're just hanging out as they get the redemption heal. Knight is just standing still. He finally just goes down. That's the first death for the golden left hand. And Shun is stunting all over his old team. He says, how dare you replace me? As a triple kill comes through for Shun. And that's JDG off to a 2-0 rout of BLG.
Oh, it just feels good. Honestly, the way that they're playing, JDG, they don't care about the nameplates. They don't care that they're even losing to some of these lanes. They had good drafts. They have had good setup. And now we're on match point. It is 12:30. We started the broadcast 2 hours ago, and we're already here.
Oh, my God. I was saying, there's no way.
Predictions. Just bring them up. Just bring it up.
Bring them up. Oh my God,
boys.
Trina,
give me this mouse.
Can I pull a Raz? I know we all love Raz here. Can I pull a Raz and flip flop? I got flip flops in the living room.
No. Okay. So you know, very popular member of the community, Aries, did ask in chat how much it would take to donate to our coffee for me to swap my prediction. As you may know, if you go to coffee, you can get, you know, it's the best way to support us on the show. My vote can be bought. This is not, you know, an official election.
Mine's already gone.
I'm technically, we're both from the U.S., so we know about rigging elections. So I think if it's possible,
draw an arrow from me all the way over to the 3-0.
All right,
because that's where I'm at.
Let's do that. Let's do this now. Okay, so
that's where I'm at now.
I'm gonna use not the white. Okay,
BLG
I'm giving back my
cooked.
mouse. I'm being told no. All right.
Okay.
All right.
Well, yeah, that's me. There you go. There you go. That's me.
Oh.
A lion.
We're drawing a lion?
Love lions.
Okay. All right.
That's the cutest lion I've ever seen. It looks like a dog, actually.
That is the saddest lion. Jesus Christ, what is going?
But that's me now, because I think it's a 3-0. I don't know what is going on with BLG, but they are looking tough. Neither jungler has been able to figure it out. Honestly, as BLG, like, what the hell do you do? Like, what do you say? Like, do you switch back? Do you go, like, are you just like, okay, even though that happened, we're going to keep going with you? I think it's such a weird place for them to be. And it's something, I'll just say it, they put on themselves by putting themselves in this situation with a 6-man roster.
It feels like the cracks are starting to show for this team. Like, this has been a roster that has stuck around, you know, 4/5 of this lineup for the last 2 years. They were obviously trying to make a lot of great strides. They come in strong into 2023 or 2024. We're like, okay, this looks good. Knight's in a great position. Bin's in a great position. Elkanon seem like they're performing. Obviously, Shun and Wei eventually kind of bounce back and forth, but bring them all the way to grand finals. What was the problem with this team? They couldn't play the map. Their objective setups were a little bit questionable, but you got to get away with that when you have the best players in the league. That is no longer the case. Knight might be our best mid laner in the league. Ben could be a top 3 top laner in the league, but the way that they're playing and the way that the team play is happening, they're not a top team right now.
Yeah, and that's the craziest portion. I don't know if we already missed it, but I know Alk was wanting to see the gold graph if at all possible.
Not yet. It's coming up soon.
Okay, not yet. It's coming up soon. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Because I actually think it's going to be so funny to look at the post-game stats of this one.
Oh, yeah.
As it's just crazy that we find ourselves here. And one thing I'll just say, I think there's been some crazy. I know we haven't gotten to LCK like full playoffs just yet, but like every region has had some crazy games to start off their playoffs. So, you know, maybe this is the crazy run that JDG need, but we can also emphasize on the fact that they did win their play-in series 3-0. They are coming off of a little bit, you know, sooner gameplay, but as well as a lot of momentum off that, and they have looked like they haven't skipped a beat.
JDG looked good. I'm glad that the drafting seems like it's gotten a little bit more sound.
Good job, Clearlove.
Maybe that is an issue going into their opponents, as BLG have, again, one of their problems. I think that the coaching staff hasn't been as resilient. Here's our post-game. Okay, so I thought this was going to be a little bit more back and forth. This just looks like it just fell off an entire cliff. This might actually just be a beachside property.
I think... I was gonna say either that or that's the door that from the Titanic that the two were like swimming on. It's just that little bit.
Oh wow.
Jack and I don't remember their names.
Well,
Jack and something. You never watched Titanic? Okay, well maybe that's another conversation. But honestly, the fact that I don't know their names maybe puts a little bit more emphasis on me.
Okay, Lennon, here we go. On the spot. On the spot. You want to talk about Titanic? Yeah. Is BLG a sinking ship? Call it now.
There's some crack. That iceberg, it hit, and there's some
That's
crack
not an
forming
answer.
on the
Are
side,
they
all right?
sinking, yes or no?
They're sinking the lower bracket, that's for sure. They're
Let's
about to
go.
lose this series.
Let's go.
It's looking tough. I think, like, I don't want to discount them because there is an alternate reality where this becomes a reverse sweep and BLG act like nothing happened. But from what we've seen, the results that we've had, it is JDG who are just the better team holistically so far tonight.
I think FaZe has been outperforming their counterpart, and we were looking at this as long as BLG win this series, and depending on the fashion, we can maybe start to get excited for JDG. Well, if they win this 3-0, I think we can emphatically maybe start to think about whether or not this team can actually make a run. I still have large doubts as to whether or not this team is going to win the entire thing. You're going against top esports, who they've shown they haven't been able to beat. You're going against IG, who are 100% going to out-macro this team. So, BLG, this could be like our two MSI representatives in total, potentially being very disappointing going into Split 3. I mean, obviously BLG started off undefeated, but end 22-14 in game score. AL are 4th seed, but not too far behind BLG.
Yeah. All I'm going to say, and we're going to get to the conversation here soon. Hopefully we don't have to wait as long for the MVP. Give it to my boy soon, man. Come on. The narrative. The back. I know Pays looked good. I know. He looked so good. That's awesome. But Shun just twerked on his whole enemy team and got away with it. I mean, that man was working. I love that I got you with that one. Like, he literally just drafted Kindred, an old classic for him that he only had played once before this one, and was a win, by the way. So he's at 100% win rate so far this split. But he did it in that way. Like, he didn't get early marks. He got his marks pretty late, but he still found ways to be so incredibly impactful. And then here, just working on him, man. Working on him.
I really wish. I don't need that mental image. It's enough that I have to see 1010's tweet on my timeline half the time, okay? Love you, by the way. But he did it in style, and it's really important here for JDG to keep up this momentum. BLG are a team that are always going to be looking to snap back. We started that Baron. We look to try to fight around the Otacon. Was the execution great? No, but BLG want to look to push. It seems like they're just lost. We're not getting much map movement here from Knight. I think that On in particular has taken a lot of free damage, and I think Elk is just having a really bad day.
He's having a bad
quirky
one.
game, the MF, a player that we usually laud for his consistency amongst a roster that can have some turbulency. Show me that Shun MVP, man. Just give it to me, bro.
Yeah. I do wonder, though, if we're asking real questions, who gets subbed in? Who's it? Who's the jungler?
I don't think it matters who gets subbed in. I think Big Way needs to be subbed out.
No!
Huh? Huh? Nah.
I'm molding.
Nah.
I'm molding. Whoa. No.
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 No. Get out.
Go
Get
home.
out of here, bro.
Get out of here. You're not in that same cover. God.
Just send us to break.
All right.
Just get
I'm
me outta
upset
here,
as
man.
spaghetti. Well, we'll see if BLG can bounce back. See what jungler starts for them in game number 3 after this short little break.
Hey everyone, I'm Sajed, ADC for Dark Zero in the NACL, and I'm here to break down this FPX backdoor and our prodiff deep dive. Baron is spawning in 1 minute, and that's the objective to play for, and the next mid wave coming out of base kind of dictates which team will get set up. FPX kind of has a cheat code because they took the enemy inhibitor, so they have the super minions, which will help them push the wave faster and makes their wave tankier. And Silas, he's down 7k gold. He kind of knows he's pretty useless, so he opts to not even show on the side wave and just goes and overgroups on mid wave. On the flip side, IG has rookie TP to the top lane, and then he shifts down to mid. So that's the 2 big advantages FPX has going into this fight. They have TP advantage on their mid laner, and they took the enemy inhibitor. So the fight starts really well for IG. They burn a bunch of the enemy sums and ults, but the problem is, since they contested from top river, they never actually got the wave. Instantly they start running to the wave. They take the fight away from the TP-less Victor, who's the most fed member in the game, and they just walk the wave down. They know that the game went long enough that winning a 5v5 is not the only way to win the game. They want to play around their advantages, and taking the fight away from the TP-less Victor and into the enemy nexus is their best bet. IG made the mistake of over chasing into the enemy vision, and they never actually caught the wave. So FPX is actually able to just hit the Nexus turrets and threaten an end. Gala never recalled. He opted to just walk to his Nexus. Maybe he thought it was faster, but he never actually gets the impact the fight, and FPX actually does get the backdoor off. So in the end, it's really important to know what your advantages are in a game and just playing around them. FPX did that very well from a losing situation and actually won the game off that. Thanks for watching. You can check out one-on-one coaching from me and other pros at prodiff.gg. To stay up to date on everything LPL English, follow at LPL_English on Twitter, and make sure to catch the games on LPL's English Twitch or YouTube. We'll see you next time.
Welcome back, everyone, to LPL English, your unofficial home for everything LPL. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Alk. We've got Kai behind the scenes doing production. And what a series we have found ourselves on. The first best of 5 of the tournament here. The race for the Silver Dragon Cup, and JDG have BLG against the wall here. As we take a look back at the predictions, 0-7 to us all at this point. Maybe we get the reverse sweep here for BLG, but it has looked like JDG is just simply the better team.
I just hope it's not a 3-1 series, honestly. I think 3-1 series typically are very, very boring. If BLG win this game, it's great. We talked about it a little bit after game 1, but something to note, BLG have now lost 2 games on blue side, something that typically I think across the world a lot of teams would love to get access to blue side. It's been basically the instant lock of choice for side select across 99% of tier 1 play so far in 2025. So I have very little left that we haven't talked about already on the show about BLG and JDG. Just what are we going to get here in this third game? Because it just does not look like BLG can put it together.
Don't first pick jungle. It's happened 2 times. Wukong Trundle didn't work out either time. But I think a lot of other things going wrong, obviously, for BLG in that regard. Special shout out to the chatter. All 4 BLG's junglers, Shun, Wei, as well as Shadow and Beichuan are playing today. But that's something else I want to talk about. I know we have a little bit of time before we get going. I want to bring back up, if possible, the Shun collage here, because this guy just pulled out his Kindred, took down his old team. A team that he won his first championship on was the start of an incredible run from BLG. It was his call up to the big times to then be kind of left in the dirt and trying to look for a new out, look for a new in, I guess, into the league, and settled on JDG, where it did not look good to start off. And the fact that they have them on the edge here now, I think it's just a benefit to what Shun's grit is like as well, but his attitude as a player and the fact that he just doesn't quit.
I'm going to be honest, I think neither of these junglers needed to get scapegoated. Yes, some of their play was questionable at the time, but my biggest concern for BLG is this coaching staff has been abysmal. It's the reason why we saw Maokai eventually leave halfway through this year, why Big Wei had to step up, and then they brought in EasyHoon to help facilitate with in-game and post-game reviews. I think the coaching staff has been at a really big odds with being able to teach these players fundamental macro and how they can play, and obviously we've had questions about their drafts throughout the years, so I don't know what else. It seems like with Beichuan still sitting on stage, they're going to continue with him.
I think he's going to play.
I think everybody online is right. I took a look at Twitter while we were in between the series, and everybody across the board seems like, yes, we are seeing this BLG team kind of start to fall out of pieces in the middle of playoffs. We're not in the middle. We're at the start of playoffs.
We're at the start. This is the very beginning. We just hit the iceberg, Alk, as we continue the reference. There's some cracks coming along with the Titanic here for BLG, but in a lot of ways, I think we still have to give respect to the team. There is a possible future of a reverse sweep. It's a long way to come. It's a long way to go. But this BLG team needs to be respected. So if JDG is going to go for it, they got to go for the throat. And they will be back on that red side this time around. We do get similar bans across all 3 games so far.
All right, Azir, Yunara, and then what else? What are we getting rid of from BLG? JDG keep their first 2 bans as well the same. It was Mbessa in game number 1. It seems like Poppy is going to continue here for BLG. What is this third one? Because it was, again, Mbessa, and then game 2 we switched it up a little bit to try to change our strategy.
I'm interested at the Poppy ban. I was wondering how quickly that was going to start coming into the fold here. I know Shun doesn't like to go it, but there's still some flexibility there. But the final ban from JDG's side of things in the first phase going to be also important. We've seen 2 games in a row. BLG have first pick jungle as Knight's Ahri is taken away as the 3rd ban.
What is the first pick? An instant slam here for Mbessa. Champion that Bin has definitely gotten better at as the year has gone by, but very interesting. We're not looking for mid. I think this opens up so many possibilities. As JDG, if you want, you can tank the early game and take Sion and just hope that Xiaoshu is going to be that frontliner, especially with Trundle out of the game. You can take a mid lane pick, which we've seen consistently from JDG. They have a heavy prioritization on getting Scout a good enough champion early on so that he feels comfortable.
And this has been a pick that Knight has been very comfortable on. It's his most played on the split as well. They're going to take that away, give it to Scout, give him some of that side laning pressure as well, but also that mobility out of mid lane to pair up with Xun, which is the bread and butter of how JDG and BLG play a lot around their mid jungle duo. And the Xin Zhao has made it through in game number 3. BLG need a strong response here with the finishing out of the first phase.
Vi is a champion that definitely starts to spark my interest. A champion that was very strong at the beginning of the year, obviously got tapered down with a lot of nerfs, and was one of Beitron's most effective champions when we saw. Even both back on TT and the very beginning of his time on BLG. Instead, they're going to pivot away. For now, they're going to take the Xayah and Rakan, a good duo here for Elkin on, and already we're starting to make what looks to be a very flexible composition from BLG that wants to be able to fight their opponents.
It's also just a omega comfort for Elkin on. They had some crazy win percentage stat on that Lovers duo going into this year. So we'll see if that really comes online. It had been banned every game in second phase. So just trying to scoop that up before they get into those second phase bans, as it is the Cassante locked in for Xiaosu, and he'll have that denying pressure against BLG's comp.
A lot of ways for JDG to slow down fights. Again, we have the Cassante, we have this Crescent Guard from the Xin Zhao, so skirmishing power, I think, not bad here for JDG, but I would prefer to be on BLG's side. Second phase of draft, it's going to be a lot different here for JDG because the last 2 games has been ban Rakan, ban one other engaged support. That is no longer the case here. They're going to get rid of that Vi, so that lockdown that they were looking for Beitron. What other junglers can he go to, though? Because
Sejuani.
There's no Wukong, there's no Trundle, no Jarvan to lock up the Xin Zhao. I mean, Pantheon's been taken away as well. This might just be something like a Nocturne, or maybe we get like something like a Skarner here.
Okay. Well, we do see the Varus ban, at least targeting Pays from the second phase of BLG. I think rightfully so. There's that Sejuani ban, so taking away yet another engager for Beitron, something that he was also very good at when he was playing the last time around. I do wonder what BLG's final pressure ban is going to be. Is it going to be more targets towards Pays, who had a pop-off game in game number 2?
A lot of this draft kind of, in my mind, might be predicated around a Jhin pick here.
Yep.
Just being able to have so much range with the Talia poke and other lines, so maybe just
whoever picks it on 4 wins the game. We're going to decide the whole game right now.
Oh my god. Senna honestly wouldn't be too bad. Senna is a little, weak to what Mbessa is as a champion, but aside from that, I think it's fine. Please don't make me have to watch Drow play Renata. I don't want to see Renata Kalista here. I think this is very dangerous. We're going to give counterpick over to Pays, let him see what the rest of the draft is, get something a little bit stronger.
Does that mean they want to try to opt into that 2v2 a little bit more as well? Maybe feeling like they have the better hands on the day so far, and they have, at least in that 2v2 down there. They can make a little bit more of a mess of it, but BLG going to need a couple strong pieces to finish out their combo, more primarily if they're going to go damage or kind of set up for this jungle matchup, as Nocturne Orianna is still available here.
Okay, that's the combo. We said what was going to be the pick here for Beitron. No. Oh, we're getting a remake. Yay! They couldn't figure out which one they wanted to play yet. But thanks to them being on blue side, and because it's 4-5, they're going to have to pick back-to-back. We'll see what the remake of the draft is. Imagine we'll get through it pretty quickly. It has to
be Nocturne Ori, right?
That's what it probably feels like, but they did not lock in for one reason or another. So seems like BLG are more looking towards trying to get a dive composition going, which could be difficult versus a Talia and a Xin Zhao and a Cassante. Like,
not only that, but we're also... I'm all about results-based analysis, baby, so I'm going to bring that in here. If we're looking on the day who's executing as a team, it is not BLG. And they just drafted a comp that really needs that execution level. And so I came into the day saying every time I saw BLG draft, I was like, oh, I like this low bar of execution. You just have to put the pieces together and they work. Now, you have to make sure you are doing damage, getting this execution on that Nocturne Orianna Shockwave if you are going to go with that combo.
Okay. Please just get us back to this draft. There's just so much on the line. I don't want to lose the momentum or some of the adrenaline we're running on of like, oh my god, JDG could do it. They could take the first swipe at here in playoffs, but BLG.
I can't imagine a world where it's a 3-0. I literally cannot.
I mean, I can't imagine a world where BLG lose this series, right? Like, coming in, we were very much, okay, quick series tonight. I know you and I both predicted a 5-game series, but more in my mind, I was kind of hoping that we'd get a more passionate JDG, and BLG have shown that they have some cracks in the armor, but I don't know. I think it is really tough to see BLG go out with the year that they have and the pedigree that we've seen from this roster, 0-3 to start off playoffs.
Yeah, that would be insane. It would be a hell of a wake-up call for them for sure. I know they always talk the PR answers. Or like, we're going to be the best. Doesn't matter if we lose. We're going to make it to the end. But
cheer the faith, right?
This is your last possible chance in 2025 to make a mark on LPL. And I know BLG want to rise to that occasion once again, right? You can't just go back-to-back champions in a league like the LPL just last year and then not have a single championship in that next year. I know it's putting a lot of pressure on the players, but rightfully so.
And it's about expectations, and I think the way that we look at these teams, perspective is really important, because not winning every split, that's a fate for a large majority of 99% of teams. But this team, this BLG roster, win back-to-back splits like you were mentioning in 2024. They finished top 2 in MSI and Worlds. And we go to 2025, a top 4 finish in Split 1. Not bad, but by their standards, definitely a failure. They go to MSI, they finish top 2 in LPL. Okay, not bad. A little bit better. They finished top 4 at MSI. Obviously a slip from previous form, but I think it's still decent when you look at the lineups that they had to beat. Only losing to AL, T1, and Gen G, I think that those are reasonable other teams to be held in company of.
Yeah, absolutely. And now trying to put a little bit of a topper on all of that here. But so far not strong by BLG. JDG just seeming like the better team at this point. That's where, so many question marks come from what has happened with JDG. Not only the craziness of what the support brought and, what was supposed to happen, what was supposed to be fate that didn't work out, obviously, with Wink, and trying to figure out where was Scout for a majority of this split. And
oh yeah, the
biggest thing is you only need to show up when it matters most. You've made it to playoffs. You're in the big show, and now it's the big run. And if you're showing up, then if it doesn't matter how much doubt, how much lack of coordination and gameplay we were seeing from them, it is tough. And I think if Scout is gonna show up now, maybe that's the run that JDG need. But we are finally getting back to the point where we get the rel lock-in. So it was the rel that was a little bit of that difference.
Oh, okay. So it was JDG's fault. All right. Well, there's no Alistar, so good enough. And I think does give you some ability to play in 2v2, even against the Xayah Rakan. We'll see what that option is going to be here as Pace gets counter pick. But they were teasing this. This has to be Nocturne Ori. Honestly, if BLG were real gangsters, if they slam their pick immediately, by the rules, JDG are not allowed to have a remake. So, BLG, you could have done it to them. You should have taken the advantage where you had it.
Should have just done it. I think, didn't they grab Alistar and he's just not available, though, because of Fearless?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Into the Alistar matchup, it's not great.
Then they just have to play 4v5.
Exactly.
Okay, I like it. Oh,
there we go.
No. It's not 4. It's not. You could have picked it at 4.
I feel like I called this draft, Lennon. PG. I said Jhin on 4 for JDG. We didn't get it on 4, but we ended up getting it. We see the Nocturne and the Nocturne and the Orianna. So easy combos. Execution is so important because BLG, they have a dive composition, but they don't have a lot of tank stats. And if you get into an extended fight versus a Cassante and a Rel, those cooldowns are going to come back up, and the Xin Zhao is going to be there. This could be incredibly dangerous here. JDG are now on match point. Every game from here on out is a best of 1 to decide who goes further in the upper bracket and who is going to have to spend one of their lives here in the playoffs.
What a team, though. BLG saying, we are backs against the wall, but we are going to give ourselves that bar of execution to get to. We believe in Beichuan coming back in and having that connection with Knight. We believe that this is not how we go out. And yes, it's a tough question to be asked, but you're asking Bin. You're asking Knight. You're asking Elkin On, who also have been at the top of their game in the LPL, to perform, to hands diff the entirety of JDG here. And it's do or die, at least in this series. And with that second life potentially waiting for them in that lower bracket.
on some of their most played champions of the split. Mbessa at 7, second most here for Bin. You have this Orianna, which honestly Knight has not put a ton in, but you look at Elkanon, 8 games both of them top of the leaderboard for these Xayah Rakan. So need to see it here from BLG. Need to see some signs of life from them, because this series has not at all been going their way. It has been JDG outhandedly or overhandedly just outplaying their opponents and being better on the map than BLG.
Well, it might just be JDG's home here to start it off, as we are at NIP's home of Shenzhen, as the stadium is full. And JDG making the first mark here, as they are dominant. They've had complete map control. Get the Gyos.
BLG Gyos need to be loud. They need to be loud. It doesn't matter. Got to be able to cheer for your team. Always got to have, you know, cheer for the faith. So hopefully BLG can make this series something that is, you know, worthwhile for them. I mean, we came in thinking that this was going to be kind of the current age Giants. JDG have obviously had a little bit of slip in form when it comes to respect internationally speaking, but the last 3 years, JDG has been a top-level contender in the LPL. Yep. BLG, in recent years, same kind of time frame, have been a top contender for the title. So we need to see both of these kind of teams and both these organizations potentially rise up.
Yeah, and you have to remember, Knight is a big part of what brought JDG to prominence back in the day. Yes, he's been on BLG for a long while, but there were some flippy floppies going through it for top esports and for JDG with Knight, and he was winning championship for everybody across the LPL. So let's see if he can get back to that form here as we get this early game going. A little bit of pressure in this 2v2, but again, it will be opposite side starts for both junglers.
And that's that 2v2 that we were talking about. Even with a Xayah Rakan, this Rel and Jhin can be very, very oppressive early on if you can take certain trades. We already saw there's a heal out from On. Joel still has this summoner spell available to him, and they need to not wait for this wave, but the wave after to be able to bounce back towards them, just to make sure that Beitron does not have any avenues.
Can we just take a moment as well to appreciate the Spellbook meta while we have it? That's 3 for 3 on both supports having Spellbook. And I'm a very happy camper here, as Pei is not much of a happy camper. He does take the grand entrance there, but does end up getting a little bit of damage back. Whoa, ends up getting caught by that blade collar. Takes a brunt of damage, and BLG will regain some pressure in this 2v2.
That has been something we have seen throughout the series and throughout the year, honestly, is Pei's with whatever support matchup he has, the duo in lane hasn't been incredible. Joel obviously starts off the trade really well, but then him and Pei's get caught out. We saw it in Game 1, actually, in particular, where Pei's lost his cleanse incredibly early into the lane. So, already seeing it now. Are we going to get another swap? Yes, we are. We're back in the lane swaps, baby.
Right.
They may have put the lane swap detector just to get you out of the lanes, but
whoa. Whoa, at the flash. That's a little bit dicey there. There's going to be a gank in topside as Pei's comes to lane. Bin, unsuspecting, he first picked this Mbessa. He wants to have success on it. Now he's going to be ran down by Sun and Pei's. He's like, why is this jungler fighting me right now? First blood goes over to JDG. As Southstu handles business in the bot lane.
And he'll be able to pick up all of these waves as the Cassante. Is this going to be the TP swap here? What is Bin going to do? Because he can just walk into this bottom lane, save his teleport, and look for a play elsewhere on the map. I think is a massive advantage going over to JDG, not only getting that kill, but Pei's gets this wave to himself, and now Shun gets to take his recall, full-on tunneler first back.
That's actually so massive. That enables some of those early skirmishes, and right before this paranoia comes out, that's the perfect time to kind of upend any of that pathing, any of that kind of setup that the Nocturne is going to be looking for. We do have a little bit of an engage in mid lane. Scout trying to use that Unraveled Earth to block the setup from On, but isn't going to find too much on it. And as we take a look, there's that killer record that Elk and On have on the Lovers duo, fittingly so for the duo that's been the standard for BLG and had been the standard for the LPL for a long time.
Jesus Christ, Knight, relax. I know we're down 0-2 in the series, but he is just... this is a solo
kill him.
Oh my god, that is so close. I mean, that is part of On helping him in the lane, but Scout has no teleport, and he's gonna miss out on this next wave, so this will equalize the experience differential between him and Knight. So good find there from BLG to at least staunch some of the bleeding early game. All we need to watch is Beitwan, though. He's getting his another respawn Raptors here. He needs to get to level 6 soon.
Oh, Scout, you are dead. Okay, solo bolo for Knight as he takes control back of this mid lane in this series.
So dry. So dry.
That
like,
was, yeah.
Scout, you needed to take the recall. Wanted
Flash.
to greet another wave. I mean, sure, yeah. Xiaosu, if he got a solo kill on the bin, I think we're wrapping up this series. I think we're putting it straight into the bag.
I think Ben's got another idea here. He's going for the trade heavily on the Xiaosu.
Oh, he's going to have 6 soon.
Okay for now. Yeah, he will. Soon will be spotted. Trying to stop Knight's back. He does delay the back of Knight a little bit, as Shun will take that ward in the end. Pays and Guo are pushed off the wave and top side, but it looks like JDG want the early dragon.
My observers, I'm begging you, bro. If we're gonna have,
Oh, Pays, that was a greedy back, my dude. As he's getting the blade collar, he gets out of the sidestep. That's gonna be a nice escape. He didn't burn flash, didn't burn barrier. Now we're getting to play on bot side though. It is Sun here first. They're collapsing though. Beitwan, he doesn't have paranoia. Shun doesn't have his level 6 either just yet.
I wish that my observers didn't grief me on that first play. I'm gonna be honest. Like we're talking about Bin getting his level 6. We should be seeing the bottom lane wave there. JDG are gonna have to get escorted out of mid. This is going to be BLG grabbing another wave in mid, and Beitwan gets Scuttle, and hell, dare I say, if Bin gets to push this next wave, he'll also get level 6, and he'll be able to very quickly move into this dragon.
Shun thought about it for a second. He thought about it for maybe more than a second. Now he's going to be tackled in his
Rakan's
jungle
here.
That is Beitwan level 6. He has the advantage to move in and take away the blue buff. And that's the problem. The Gromp is up too. They could just snowball this into taking multiple, but Shun's going to try to sneak around and take this one out before they can.
There's pings on to mid. They want to see if they can get flash. Scout has to be careful.
The Unraveled Earth is so big here, though.
That single ward right there spots out members of BLG before they get into the bush. So impactful there to save that lane. Beitwan just got 2 of these bottom side camps. They'll probably even take the dragon. This is coming down to BLG's or to JDG's bottom lane, not being in a great spot to really apply pressure on the rest of the map. Wow, shouldn't even get 6 off of that. That's great.
All right, well, a little bit of flex in there. And Shun's going to go to his top side now. We are getting the mega ping coming in top as well as setting up a play on the other side. But it's just going to return to lane states here. No dragon early, and Grub's coming up now.
Lennon, I'm disappointed. JDG's bot lane, they've had some struggles so far, but Dwo was sitting in lane this entire time, while On is moving around the map, getting vision, helping his jungler get priority. It's a tough look here right now for JDG. This is probably the best early game we've seen from BLG.
FaZe just keeps eating the engages from On over and over again. Can't do much as the Jhin. He is still holding on flash and that barrier. Has been holding on to it this entire time as the Grubs are going the way of BLG. And that's full objective control so far, especially with the lack of the Dragon Prio going BLG's way. All 3 Grubs.
No pays for them to be able to move on forward. JDG look weak in this early game, and BLG, I mean, 3 Grubs for this team is awesome. Being able to hit turrets is going to feel even better with the range that they have. Let's see if Xiaosu can get a little bit of work done here. There's no dragon taken quite yet. I feel good, though. I feel good if I'm a BLG fan. This is definitely the spot we want to be in, and we have a dragon that looks like is going to be the next play for both of our squads.
Paranoia Shockwave, and you can't get away from that when it's executed beautifully. He does get the seismic shot back, and Beitwan's going to be forced to flash away. That was the combo we needed to see, and BLG rise to the occasion there.
Scout will be up in 15 seconds and does have the Weaver's Wall, but JDG, I have to think that you're not going to be looking for this play. No flash on a Beitwan maybe dissuades the ability for BLG to make this. Knight's going to teleport back into this, and there's no TP here for Bin.
Back away. Some of this early lead feeling good for BLG. Feels like they finally showed up to the occasion. It will still end up being JDG trying to take down this dragon. Will be spotted out though. We could see Beitwan move over, try to contest this one, and On's going to be caught out in his back.
I think he's just got to grab. This is fake, guys.
Gotta
We're
be
not
careful
fighting
then.
this.
Oh, they tried to get the play onto Elk. Miss out on the deadly flourish there, but they're going to turn back onto the Dragon, and they will end up getting a neutral objective for themselves.
Let's get our waves, guys. I think Beichuan not contesting for that Dragon is the right play. He's almost half a level over his opponent right now, and him getting these camps is really, really needed if JDG want to stay relevant in this game. Scout's already down 0-2. We have not been able to really leverage this Jhin in side lanes quite yet, but still need to wait to see what Scout and how he's going to be able to utilize this Weaver's Wall.
I think we're already, even if Scout's 0-2, I think we're starting to see how much damage this Taliyah can really do. Why it's been such a high prio, especially for Knight, kind of a steal away from JDG, for JDG, as Beichuan will be another thief. I thought the 100 Thieves were already playing today, but apparently Beichuan is doing so yet again as he does find more camps, and Scout's getting engaged on in the side lane. I thought this was his home. I thought this was where he was supposed to be safe, but he is taken down. Scout caught in the side lane. Xiaosu trying to catch Ben out in his side lane as he does miss that Q. And is going to try to get the kill anyways onto Ben. He's trying to take him under turret. The Q3 is going to go a little bit wide. Though JDG will have some strength with Xiaohu now. Xiaosu.
Okay, how much more can we get? And does On have access to teleport? Because he's recalling. He could be looking towards the top side of this map. Shun's not going to be able to steal that away. It's going to be Ben grabbing this wave. Good looks here for BLG. Not only protecting on the top side, but finding that kill onto Scout, who still doesn't have summoner spells. That was the flash from Elkanon. So I don't know how realistic it is going to be for JDG to be able to punish them, especially with neither objective spawning for 3.5 minutes.
That's a long time to have a big centerpiece to fight around on. Will be some serious damage done, and first items being completed here. Do have that Hex Plate completed for Beichuan, and it will be the Sundered Sky, the most OP item in the game right now, it feels like, for Sun. But where does that item spike really relay the power for both teams? Does that enable JDG in any way?
I mean, yes, it gives them some playmaking tools, but look at how close the other members of BLG are to their first items in comparison to their opponents. I mean, Pays is
the focus again. Beautiful combo, and it gets that much more dastardly when he just chunks all of your health. Knight finds another pick. That's 2-0 and a 0-4 Scout. He's not having the same performance he had in that game number 1.
There's no protection for Scout on these side lanes right now. Duo is too late to the play, and now BLG gets to take access of the jungle. They get to use these 3 grubs and get turret plates here for Elk and make this gold lead even worse for their opponents. The best early game we have seen from BLG by far. And maybe just a calibration game in game number 1 for Beichuan coming back on the lineup.
After that game not going his way, you know, the first pick Trundle, they definitely gave some more resources over to these solo lanes, giving a really beautiful setup to 2 absolute stars of the LPL in Ben and Knight. I mean, Ben got the first pick, his Ambessa. That's not a gauntlet drop. I don't know what is. And we see a lot of the emphasis around BLG's comp being around Knight in his Shockwave setups. We've already seen Scout getting killed multiple times because of that and not really being able to escape from it. And now the Taliyah, which has actually a big damage dealer for JDG's comp in the hole, is going to be in that hole.
Look at these guys' items right now, bro.
Yeah, that's tough, man. That's
My
like
man
a
in the mid lane. I was gonna draw
solo Q.
It's
it might be an FF angle. I don't know.
Mid diff. So
mid diff.
But Beichuan is putting in a lot of work here, right? Like, he is the other half of this combo, and these first 2 ultimates have felt really, really impactful. So great job here for BLG. Let's continue the steamroll. Let's try to keep taking everything from our opponents. Get more jungle camps here. There'll be a single timer that we actually see Zhuo work with Shun, but it is all getting gold into Elk. He has been funneled so many plates, and potentially even this entire turret here for BLG. That'll be also feats of strength going over.
It will indeed, continuing to bolster this advantage they have. Almost 4,000 gold now in this early game, only 14 minutes in. So let's see if they can continue that momentum here, because I do wonder, and I guess you can answer the question for me, is there a world where there's enough time in this game that JDG have that strength that the team composition kind of drafted for?
I like at 4 items, sure, but every point in before that is exactly. We're gonna be in a 45-minute game at that point. So really, really tough. And FaZe opting for the Youmu's, just wants that little bit of early game skirmishing and the movement speed that it allows for this champion to be able to move around the map. Obviously very pivotal. Herald is up, Dragon is up, but both teams are on the top side of the map right now. And Scout is not really in a great position, but needs to be in one if he wants this Weaver's Wall to go well. Seems like BLG are going to avoid this and just go straight towards the Dragon.
Yeah, they do get vision on it there with the redemption from On, and will send Baytron to just start up the Dragon. Will not be on vision as he dropped that control ward just in case. Will be a lot of standing gold at least for the Rift Herald play if JDG can pull it.
There is a teleport disadvantage from the solo laners here. Obviously, Xiaoshu still has his and can show up on another side lane, but because they have this bottom lane wave so pushed in, it's becoming an issue here for JDG. They always have to tend to this side of the map. They have 3 grubs for BLG, so if they decide to overload on the one side, then that's multiple turrets going down. We saw it in game number 2 when they went for that top side play. They got 2 top turrets, got a lot of gold in the short term, but ended up losing that game in the end. And FaZe is going to be in a really tough position. We talk about priority across the map. Zaya is way better.
No, he's just a Jhin, man.
Like, okay, this is not necessarily like Jhin as a champion, but his kit does not allow him to clear waves very quickly.
Yeah, no, not at all. You have to like wait for the dancing grenade proc to really.
It only was good when you had Static Shiv. Static Shiv solved a lot of issues.
It was incredible. I do wonder if we'll ever see that again, but now we're going to see a play that we've seen many times before, as they didn't actually pull the shockwave combo there. Now he's going to pull it and miss it. A little bit of a combo mismanagement there from BLG. Now JDG going to turn the trigger and pull that trigger. Try to get down 1 pick. They're going to open up the curtains. That's a big seismic shove. Elk almost goes down, or at least On rather. Elk does save him. The shot gets blocked by Oh my God, Xiaotu. You absolute Chad. Public execution went wide. Scout wants to go back forward. They get the seismic shove on a Bin. Xiaoshu has leveled the backline. He is going to turn around here as Bin goes down. 2 go down. It is a 2-for-1 in favor of JDG.
Oh, Lennon, they're starting to fight back. That miss from BLG opens up a window for JDG to finally get something. It's not quite the end of the series yet. There's going to be a Herald spawned in mid. Man, I mean, look,
if you watch FBI, you know
he's coming back from base. He does have ultimate, and it's going to be unavailable for them in the next 20 seconds. What an incredible fight there for JDG, because it felt like everything had been going BLG's way.
We're going to take a look back at this one. I mean, this was something that BLG wanted, right? I'm surprised we didn't see the insta-shockwave pull there just to try to kill Duo instantly. The fact that he gets out by so much time, and they overcommit here, Al.
Yeah, and then look at this choke point here. You are playing into a Talia, into this eventual ultimate from FaZe. In this chokehold, look at how narrow this is for BLG. This is a shooting gallery for JDG. And I mean, you look towards the back end of this, like, Bin misses the flash, or misses the ult, like you had mentioned during the call. Just a lot of BLG, I think, small errors there, starting to be punished.
The cracks, man. The cracks. They're showing a little bit of miscommunication, a little bit of miscoordination. That's something I was scared of with this draft for BLG. You were dropping the gauntlet saying, we are just better. We are waking up. We are not going to go down quietly. We're going to go with something that is going to need a burden of execution. We're going to have to be at that level. And they were for the long time. They still are. 3,000 gold up. That's nothing to scoff at. But it's JDG. They're showing some life here.
Point timers in 2 minutes here. Not only is the Otacon going to spawn, which we've seen be so game-warping in every single series it has been a part of this year, but in that time, have to imagine that Knight's going to finish his 2 items. There's already 2 items completed here for Elk. Maybe Baytron, if he gets a kill, if he gets his turn on top side, he can squeeze for that Black Cleaver.
He's shredding them, but JDG are coming with a response from Sun. It will be a 3v2, but it will get them to turret in the end. So just a bit of pressure on Xiaotu, and they will move away.
Man, JDG getting one of these dragons might save them here in this game. No, not a soul point here available for BLG. They're going to recall. I need to see these items. Damn, Baytron, he gets double longsword? Really? You must have been, he must have just basically come off of base. That is worth nothing here. And there's that second item for Knight. So
3-second item completions.
Yeah, with this has to be the fight that BLG wins. From here, we snowball the game. Let's play around the Otacon, which is on the bottom side of the map. Turn that into an objective lead. Because aside from that, I'm scared about BLG's late game. Not just from this game, but how they have looked across the year so far.
It's so tough, right? We've seen the cracks in the armor. That's why we make fun of it. That's why we make a joke about it. Because BLG haven't been the consistent piece they have been. Now the Paranoia is coming in. There's the Shockwave combo, but it's blocked a lot of damage there as they do end up getting the pick, though. Onto Duo. Xiaosu has showed up. He's trying to kill On. In the end, Shun also goes down, and a couple quick play calls from BLG, and they are right back in the driver's seat. 5,000 gold up.
That's the Otacon immediately going over to them. Great spot. Maybe they go for a second one here.
They got him. That's all you need. Scout will go down for a 6th time in the game, and he's almost got 100% death participation here, as that will be the Dragon going over to BLG and the Otacon. They get their cake and eat it too.
All right, that might just be the only part of the game where JDG looked good, because Lennon, I was ready to be like, okay, JDG can mount a comeback. We can see a closer game 3 here. And everything's starting to deflate if you're a JDG fan. It is not looking tight at all.
I gotta ask. Is Knight scoffing at Scout right? He's like, you took my pick to do that?
You took my Galio, you smashed me.
You took my Talia to go 1-6?
Gotta show him who's the man. Knight has built an empire in this league. Ever since he joined the league, he has been, I think, MVP or at least in All-Pro votes in every single split. He has the most All-Pro votes out of any single player in the entire league at 14, which is nuts for a player that has only really joined about halfway through the lifespan of the LPL.
I mean, he has a firm grip on the mid lane. I mean, he is the GOAT, it feels like at this point. He's won championships for so many different organizations in the LPL's history, and he is always in the forefront of the conversation. There's reason why they fear his Ahri, why they banned it away from him here. They don't want to give him the tools. When he is ramped up, he is the most terrifying raid boss the LPL has to offer. Let's see if he can continue to ramp that up here. 4-0-2 and 10 stacks on that Magi. He was at 4-0 something last game on the Rise when they were losing. So he's definitely having the best performance so far on BLG. And here we go again. The round and round time for JDG is they don't actually end up pulling the kill on him. Scout will have to go gold, and they use everything to protect him. And now Redemption's coming in. Duo will have to get away. And they do get a decent amount of healing back for JDG, but they'll lose a lot of pressure in that mid lane.
Xin Zhao is way too resilient as a champion to be able to go in on. That was the Weaver's Wall and the Crescent Guard. BLG want to see if they can force. There's a lot of movement around this mid turret. They want to get this final mid-tier 1.
Okay, they're just going to get the Blade Caller damage on the Xiaosu. Xiaosu tries to get the all-out. He gets publicly executed, and a double kill comes through for Ben. Now Pays has nowhere to run. A seismic shot from Scout is going to separate them a little bit, but he goes down in the end anyways. It is a 3-0 in favor of BLG.
There we go. BLG of old is back. We're going to take control of mid. We're going to try to slam you in these team fights. Some minor errors here and there, but it feels more like stepping stones for BLG. Let's take control of the jungle and just run this map. This is the BLG that we were expecting coming into the series that was going to look so good going into JDG.
Yeah, where were you? You were late to the party. They have shown up in style now, and you see it all keyed off on this siege they were putting in mid lane.
Scout being this far behind, does it get canceled? So W, he just doesn't. Yeah, he just tried to use his W to try to push them away. Doesn't use the all out, and by the time this 2-man flick happens, it's too late. There's no damage. Scout is so far behind that he's quite useless. It is on Pays, on Shun to be those damage dealers, and maybe Xiaoshu if he gets his all out, but another one. Oh boy.
Another one. And another one.
So
I did the math.
I was looking. Knight, since he joined, has only missed a single split of All-Pro votes.
That's crazy.
Can you guess which one that is?
Was it back in like 2021?
It'd be 2022 spring.
Oh.
It was rookie, Xiaohu, and Scout.
That was a good year, though. That was a good year. Oh, man,
Damn.
that's crazy. I mean, Knight, he's the golden left hand for a reason. I think he's showing it here on the back of 2 really good series games, at least in the last game on the Rise, even though faltering a little bit in the end. But here on the Orianna, wanted to make a mark. I don't know if Beitwan's a puppet, but if he is, it's looking real good. And Knight's found a lot of promise in a puppeteering career as we move forward, but that's going to be JDG trying to get back into their own jungle, moving out with that Weaver's Wall, and Scout misses literally everything. Meanwhile, Blade Caller is going to trap down Xiaosu a little bit. Non's going for the Grand Entrance combo. Oh, Public Execution goes wide again, but they have the damage. They try to take him down. Oh, that Worked Ground is going to do a lot here, as the Unraveled Earth does not do much in the end, as it doesn't really block any of that escape from BLG, and they are just taking everything at this point. Scout is down yet again, and that is a legendary death spree right now
Baron!
for him.
Baron!
They are just playing
Start
with their
the
food at this
Baron!
point.
Oh my god, guys, we are really dragging this fight out. Let's get this Baron.
Oh,
Ghost
whoa.
dead. All right, Shun, let's get in there, brother.
Oh, he used the all out. There you go. He used it. Now they're just trying to take down the Baron. Oh, the double combo. He had the curtain call coming through, but it's not nearly enough damage. And Shun's going to go down too. He just wanted to join his brethren as the Baron goes over, and BLG, they're over 10,000 gold up.
Jesus Christ, this looks tough. What, like...
These are
can I-
blowouts in like
Wait,
sub
hold
30
up.
minutes.
Hey guys, so welcome to the series. We started a little late. Let's just draw here. There we go. Look, guys, it's game 1.
Yeah, it's game 1.
Hell yeah! Look, you can't even
Easy.
tell.
Easy. No problems there whatsoever, I'm sure.
But
JDG would not be very upset. But it is
This
a very
this
big
is
comeback
important.
from BLG.
this is so important for BLG to find this back. We need to have them in contention because they're a team that I think is good for the league in sense of having top players or having really highly mechanical players push towards top end teams is going to help us hopefully kind of compete internationally. And BLG historically has been that team that can be really, really deadly if they get deep into a playoff run. But it all starts
I want to see
here.
both these teams at Worlds.
Exactly. Both teams, obviously BLG much more expected to make it to Worlds. We started off the year talking about JDG as a super team, and that is completely tapered off as we've seen their season unfold. So we need to get this kind of series to be really even, or at least with BLG back in form.
So we see the siege coming down. Still about 1:40 on the Baron buff here, and another Paranoia just to make them scared as he goes in with the Shockwave combo. Actually, the Shockwave wasn't even used. There's a Public Execution coming in from Bin. It does hit onto the back line on the pace. He's going to burn that barrier. He's going down, though. We're getting just to the absolute catastrophe that is the end of this game. Outflashing for it. He wanted his own stake in this one. As Bin is under turret, he's just tanking everything at this point. He's taking turrets. He's taking a triple kill, and that's going to be BLG getting themselves back into this series and marching towards that reverse sweep as they take a game off JDG.
All I have to say, do not let this be a 4-game series. Because the issue here is, Lennon, if I go to Gold GG, we go to LPL Split 3. If I didn't have Ligma, 1 second. There we go. Split
no
3.
That's not curable, so I'm sorry.
Like, blue side is nuts. Blue side gets a hell of a lot of wins. I look at BLG stats. They are currently 11 wins, 6 losses on blue side. 11 wins on red side, 8 on red side. You now have 2 games in a row in this series. If BLG win this next game, 3 games in a row for JDG to be on blue side.
Yep.
That becomes really problematic when we talk about champions starting to get whipped away from the pool. I mean, Talia Orianna is now gone. M-Pesa is no longer in the pool. Same thing with Cassante. There's still Scion here, which I'm surprised to see going into Game 4.
There's a lot of options, but there's also a lot taken off the board already. And I really wonder what kind of draft we're going to get out of it. But I got to say one thing. I am very much reassured by BLG. The way they showed up in this game. Yes, we were talking about that bar of execution for the comp that they had and wondering, are they going to be able to reach it after what we saw in the first couple games? The coordination really needs to be there, but on paper, you just got to go in and throw the shockwave. And what did they do? They did that so many times that Scout was permanently out of the game. I think he ended 1-8 or something along those lines. And I think they knew exactly where they wanted to strike, and they were able to take advantage of it.
I'm glad that we just got this team to do something, because it would have been way worse in my mind if we just had a BLG completely whimper out of the first round of play-ins or playoffs and just look terrible, to be honest. So glad that we get to see some of it, but can they actually push this series to 5? And can they clean this up? Because regardless of how this series looks, JDG were the incoming underdogs. There is very little expectation for them. They looked terrible during the regular season. They haven't looked good since Split 1. They don't have a lot on their backs. There's not like an overwhelming sentiment from the audience, especially, for them to do very well in this series. And they're literally one game. Every single game from here on out is best of one for these guys.
Game. Yeah, if they just win the one, they get to take that step forward in that upper bracket and save their second life. And not only that, but send a shark down to the lower bracket that they don't have to deal with until a potential finals run there, if they meet them back in that lower bracket. But I still think it's a great weight off their shoulders to actually win a game here. I do love that they were willing to just give a ton of resources to Bin and Knight, and for Bin, ended up working out in the end. It was a little bit rocky for a lot of it, but those are the guys that we need to continue pumping resources into. We haven't seen that consistency from Elk and On so far this split, but we know that when Bin and Knight are performing, they can win the series.
All right, you say Bin. I'm going to be honest. I think Elk absolutely gapped the hell out of FaZe this game.
He did.
All right, well, one of these teams had a support, and the other one was JDG. This is not usually a conversation that we have, but On and Zhuo, very polarizing players, especially amongst us here on the broadcast. So I like, Knight obviously had a monster game, probably gets MVP for this one. Elk and On were playing incredibly aggressively, and you can do that on Zyre or Khan. How many other duos are still left? Like, Lucian Braum got broken up because Braum was taken earlier on in the series. Yeah. Is Kalista going to be something that we see? Corki is no longer available, a game that BLG lost. So how much more like aggressive tendencies? And that was what BLG leaned on for such a long time. And I look back at the stats right here. We talked about Knight, 5th in the league for KDA, 4th in the league for DPM, 2nd in the league entirely for goal difference at 15 between him and his opponent. Elk, same thing, 5th in the league for goal difference at 15, gold per minute, 2nd overall. Like, the goal generation and the way that they do it is by playing these lanes and trying to force their opponents, but so many different things are different about the game now. Lane swaps are a thing, so if you lose bot lane, let's take a trek to top lane. I don't have to worry about the laning phase anymore. True. I can play different matchups, and now the laning phase, you look at just the state of support right now. I have Spellbook.
I love Spellbook.
I love Spellbook as much as the next guy, but laning phase doesn't matter as much. So the fact that BLG have these leads is incredible, but they need to be able to replicate that throughout series.
I will also say, though, I mean, they got a great draft. Not only was it Omega comfort for a lot of the members on this team, it gave them those ins, and you get now a lovers duo who was banned away for a majority. We'll have to maybe look back at that on JDG, because they were banning away the Rakan consistently in the second phase. Maybe they needed to adapt that to the first phase going further into the series, but now they don't have to worry about it. But now that duo is 7-2 for both of them, right? So 14-4, which is just incredible from them, and it gets them a leg back in the series. That's all you really need to take that momentum back in your favor.
Who knows? Who knows whether this is going to be a pit stop in the JDG story of going through this first round of playoffs, or it's going to be the start of JDG's comeback win. Again, all I want is for this to be a 5-game series. Same. I do not want 4 games. I don't want a gentleman's sweep here for JDG. I want us to, whoever wins game 5, better man wins at that point, right? Like, just let the better team win at that point. But come on.
There's a lot of big picks off, though. I'm really curious at any spice that we're actually going to get. I mean, I know it's early in the playoffs. Both teams still have a second life as well with the lower bracket still there. But are they going to start whipping out anything crazy, or at least getting into their niche picks a little bit more? As we're going to give away that MVP here. And I was going to say it. It's going to go to the guy that was like one-shotting every single person. Is 6-0-11 on the Orianna, and absolutely handled Scout on the other end of it.
Absolutely, and a very well-deserved. Knight has been one of our standout players for years now. Again, building an empire. We talked about it on the last stream that him and Chovy feel very similar for their domestic leagues. It's all about international trophies at that point. But we're done. That's at the end of game number 3.
Yeah, that's it. That means we get more than 3 games. More games than we've seen these two go at each other all year. At least split. Sorry, not year. But that means that we're going to be getting over to that game number 4. We'll see if we can get those sweet silver scrapes, or if JDG do the seemingly impossible and upset BLG. We'll see you on the other side. Welcome back to LPL English, your unofficial home for everything LPL. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Alk. We've got Kai behind the scenes pushing all the buttons, and we've got BLG finally pushing their own buttons as they get themselves into the series now, potentially reverse sweeping as they take the first game in that journey as we crest into game number 4.
See, Lennon, that is a callback right there. We were like, okay, BLG, no buttons being pressed. Finally, they did it, and the added bonus. They had to do it in synchronicity. They had to make sure that the Nocturne and the Orion ults were actually doing it at the same time. Only one of them was out of sorts, so this is the one that I will give an A+ to, especially an effort from BLG. They're doing great so far, but hasn't been great enough, honestly. It's one game sample size. I know we were getting really hyped after game 1, but I need to see more.
We expect a 5-gamer here. We expect it to go all the way. We expect it to go the distance. We get to hear the silver scrapes, and I think particularly the way that BLG had played that last game, and we've seen 2 really big games from Knight, even in their loss in the previous game itself, but I think the coordination that we were missing for BLG is finally back, and so I'm very curious what that next iteration is going to look like in terms of what they draft for themselves. If they're going to go back to that kind of hyper scaling style, or if they're going to give themselves that bridge building that we just saw in that last game.
I imagine that Beichuan is just going to stay in for the rest of the series. You do not want to have to break up another combo in mid-jungle. Beichuan and Shadow, while champ pull-wise won't differ all that much, just needs to stay, at least for this series, the same. I'm pretty sure we're going to just see Beichuan finish, and Beichuan calibrating game in game number 2 maybe, but game number 3 definitely felt like he was on top of the ball there on this Nocturne.
Yeah, he was, and the ball was the Oriana Shockwave, so it all worked out. The ball delivery system. It's that kind of coordination that we were kind of missing in some games for BLG, and it's honestly why Beichuan looked like such a strong component to the team when he first did come onto the BLG roster, but obviously a lot of changes since then, but he's back in the driver's seat, and now you wonder, I mean, they're probably more than likely going to be on the red side, as JDG will probably choose blue side, and that's where that next conversation comes to try to stave us from that gentleman sweep. Is JDG just going to get this Exodia comp from blue side? What is their first pick going to look like? Because we are getting deep into the draft meta.
All right. I don't care any. I'm sorry, Lennon. Those are all amazing points about how important draft is, what side select is going to look like. I need the cameras to show me BLG's jungler's chair. Who is sitting there? Okay, that's Knight. Wrong person.
It's going to be Beichuan, 100%.
Not Knight. Knight's not jungling. At least probably for now.
Maybe.
We'll see.
Hey,
he's like, damn it, bro. If they can't do it, I will. I'll play jungle. I'll play mid lane at the same time. I got golden left hand and I got a golden right hand.
Play with his feet, you know. Then he's got both chairs going. You got the keyboard and mouse under the chair. They are hyper focused on the mid lane matchup, which actually has been important. I mean, I gotta say that was a generational game from Scout. To come back from 2 other games that were actually very strong from him in terms of performance and influence, and really need to get back into this series for himself after that one, and maybe give himself some of that side lane pressure that he's known for.
I'm just disgusted, man. LPL, show me the jungle seat, bro.
No, they're doing it on purpose.
That's what we want to see. I don't want to see Pays. I don't want to see. Show me Beichuan.
Dude, it's
all right.
Be
bring me the draft. It's right here. It's right here. Just show me the draft. Let's get the draft. This is the pan. We're going into draft here. Bans have been very similar, but JDG for the first time in this series on blue side. Now it is them getting rid of, instead of the Pantheon, them getting rid of the Gwen. So imagine this is probably going to be a Pantheon kind of styled up with maybe even a Scion here. We are in game 4 here of Fearless.
You got to remember that we did see Bin get that first pick last time, pay it off pretty well with the Mbessa, but we consistently are seeing these first picks, be a little bit hit or miss in terms of influence and how impactful they can really be.
All right. Bans look very similar here for a BLG.
We're just sticking the same.
So this has to be Poppy, right? And then what's the response? If we're going to trade Pantheon, are we going to be looking for the Varus? We are in game number 4. I think you're fine with that, though, because think about what the last couple mid laners here available for our Scout. You have, what, Yone? You have an Ahri and a Victor. In terms of mages, not a lot there available to him. So
this was
maybe
something
even
that
opening up for a
BLG was
Silas.
terrified about. I gotta say, they banned it away from him last time. They've actually put a lot of pressure on Paze's champ pool in the first couple games of draft as well, and he will go with the first pick Varus.
So BLG, what is our response? I cannot imagine this is going to be a Ziggs blind. Ziggs has started to gain a lot of priority to get some buffs, but I'd be confused. I'd be surprised.
Okay.
And color me shocked. It is going to be the blind Ziggs. Potentially going to be bottom lane. Probably like a light purple. I don't know why.
Okay, all right, I like that. I like that. It's the Leona here. I could see it go bot lane as well, you know, or the mid lane, depending on what gets set up. And there's the purple. We were
Whoa!
the green.
Whoa!
There you go. There's the purple. We got the purple people eater over here. As we'll see exactly what JDG's response is going to be to kind of tie together this first phase of the draft themselves. Go with the Maokai, and that's looking really dangerous right now. As they also get Scout Scouted. This is literally what his bread and butter is built on. He goes early game, he gets half an item, a full item, he yeets himself off to the far, far away land and side lane, and then he comes back and wins the game. So maybe this is the setup for JDG.
This is a great way to be able to punish the Ziggs. I think this should be on hit Varus. I know you're not going to have a lot of range into the Ziggs, but having those tank stats, having something like a Terminus to be able to help hit against a Leona and potentially now a Tristana here, we're getting some really interesting compositions. Now, I don't think this is going to be Ziggs mid, but Knight has been a legendary Tristana mid in years past. So, but imagine this is going over to El because he has already played a couple of games of this champion so far this year.
And we do see the Tristana kind of picked into the Yone at times just to have that counter pressure there themselves. As we're in the second phase, we get the Mordekaiser ban away from Xiaosu just in case he was willing to go with anything a little bit finicky. But we'll see what JDG's ban priorities are going to be here.
JDG probably just going to get rid of tanks, honestly, because the Mordekaiser to me screams that we're going to be playing something like a Scion. And with BLG having first pick after the bans, that is going to be the most important part of this. Wow, Silas, man, they don't know. I don't know where.
Jungle?
Silas Jungle is very fake. I'm sorry. You and Rafa have been trying to espouse the poison in my ear.
Why else would you ban this?
Because I think that JDG, they're getting into bad old habits here, Lennon. The clear love of 2025 Split 3 is coming back to haunt me.
Oh, there's the Blitzcrank ban towards Wobo.
Why? They have a Leona. And you can buff her with Tristana. What the hell is this? Both of these teams. Where's my belt, bro? This can't happen again. This can't happen again. Please, don't do this to me. Well, we're gonna get in the second phase here, Lennon. I would hope that this is gonna be the. I thought it was gonna be the Scion. It's gonna be Poppy. No way we're getting Beichuan with Ivern. I refuse it. I refute it.
He's gone away and come back a grown man.
Thank you. Like I said, give me the Scion. It's what we were calling for.
One of these teams is going to get this OP pick. I would love to see BLG do it just so we can potentially have that game 5 on our hands, because right now they have a very stalwart comp from BLG. They have all the bombs you could ever ask in the front line that you need. Okay, so on hit Varus, Yone in a side lane. It's actually potentially going to be Maokai in another lane. This could be Scion versus Sejuani top. Flandra has been a big innovator of the Sejuani top. The Aatrox, however, the Sejuani jungle.
Zhuo on Maokai. This laning phase is going to suck for JDG. This is terrible to play.
That... Oh! Morgana jungle! Look at him. He's ready. He is locked in. He is locked in. Clocked into the locked-in factory is Beichuan right now.
Morgana jungle. I gotta know, because Cubby is one of our biggest Morgana jungle lovers, and anything that isn't just a normal tank, Mark is gonna love. But
dude, we wanted the spice and we got it.
I think one of the original innovators of like AP junglers. He was one of his first couple like series. I think he brought out Echo. He's one of the first people to bring that champion in. Loves the Karthus. I think you get a ton of value here this game. Who's breaking a black shield in this game versus the Nature's Grasp of the Maokai? This could be a very innovative draft coming on through for BLG, and I don't know,
Cooked
Lennon.
or cooked? Which one? Because I gotta say, JDG's comp looks damn good. All right,
Oh, yeah?
like that is like a standard draft comp right there.
For
from
you,
their side.
you're like, damn, I get to see Sejuani Yone. If this was like 6 months ago, you would have walked off the broadcast. You'd have been like, yeah. I remember all those Mazel casts of saying, oh man, Yone Sejuani, I guess the game's over.
Easy peasy. Hey, it was a ticket to success, but BLG definitely trying to cook a little bit here. They brought Beituan back in. He's restarting this composition. He's restarting this team right now and trying to do it all in the Morgana jungle.
This is a very, very good Morgana jungle. I want to see. Morgana jungle did get changed a couple patches ago, just giving her a little bit more ability to clear through the mini wave or clear through the jungle. And I mean, she is incredibly strong, levels 1 through 18. Just like, you don't have a ton of skirmishing power, so we'll see what JDG can do to get done early.
Well, we're getting into game 4 now. BLG still with their backs against the wall, but JDG, they're back on blue side. Can they finish them here?
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎他。
All right, well, we get into it now. I'm surprised Pace gets the Varus. I'm going to be very curious. And it is Arcane Comet Varus, so he's not actually going to go the on-hit style.
The on-hit style, I think, definitely got worse with the addition of a Morgana in this game. I don't want to get into range of that champion. But Varus priority has just dropped in general. Especially with Fearless. As we've gotten throughout the year, Varus went from basically pick ban on blue side to now it's more likely you're going to probably see it in games 2 through 4. So glad to see that we're getting it towards the end of this series, but what I need to see from JDG is, can we withstand some of the laning phase here? Because this bottom lane is not going to be very fun. It is actually Tristana here for Knight. I know we were kind of talking about whether or not we were going to get that flex. I think it makes the bottom lane a little easier, but lets Knight be a lot more impressive versus Scout.
And now they just have this incredible damage combo between the Tristana and the Ziggs. As On goes in on the bot side, unfortunately the bomb will miss a little bit. They're going to have to pop the heal. Decent amount of damage back from JDG, but I gotta say, I mean, Elka is obviously pretty good Ziggs, but first time this competitive split, at least, in split number 3 that we've seen this from him, but he's trying to just be that artillery to fire from this very tanky front line, and that's something we got to talk about for BLG is they get so incredibly scary around these objectives. And I know that's a long way away, but it's terrifying.
They're going to have a lot of range, like you're mentioning. Tristana with the draw beat passive. Ziggs and Morgana are going to just throw down a bunch of spells down range and then just wait for their cooldowns. They have a lot of frontline to be able to build and let Tristana be essentially the carry for this team. Knight has to be the 1v9er on this squad. 11,000. Oh my god.
1,108 days since the last time, and it was, of course, JDG's Kanavi back in the era of TES versus JDG. Knight knowing that one all too well, and Knight knowing Scout's angles all too well here. As Scout goes too far forward, the flash play, and Knight outplays him again. Another solo bolo.
This is exactly why they needed to give him this matchup.
He's smiling. Look at him.
Yeah, he gets the TP back in. Scout will get some of this wave at the very least. But what has been the big problem for JDG throughout the year? It's been Scout, man. Scout in the laning phase. If he can make it through, he can be a big influence in teamfights, but Knight has been the better player in all aspects all year long versus his opponent.
It's terrifying to already give that kind of strength over tonight. The flash outplay there from Scout. I know Scout's on his comfort, but something happened after game number 2, because, I mean, this guy was performing so well game number 1 in that supportive role. Game number 2, a little bit more carry-oriented, and then what happened in Taliyah? He dropped off the cliff that Taliyah built, and now already down. Still the Yone. First item spike's going to be strong, but moving forward, you got to keep an eye on that mid lane, how it's impacted, as both junglers going to get their resets off.
He got a kill, and he's an entire wave up. That is disgusting for the mid matchup.
Yeah.
Half a level, and he's going to be a lot richer than his opponent. Already has a slingshot, so good start here. Beituan got an uninterrupted full clear and has the Faded Ashes. I think that things are already starting to go well for BLG early in this game, and We have a Scion in the game. Not that it changed whether or not we were going to get a swap, but definitely helps.
It definitely helps in that way, as we already have Elk up towards top, although they're going to get the flash play over Bin. Bin getting stacked up, going to flash out of the piercing arrow with the blight stacks. Could have ended his life. He will not have his TP back, so they will just keep the lane states as they are, and the 2v1s on both sides of the map as Will tries to reset, and Pays will too.
If Bin doesn't miss out on this entire wave, it's much better.
Oh,
Xiaoxiu's
Xiaoxiu,
dead.
you can't die. He's down 300 health. Elk's going to try to chase him down the CC chain. He's going to flash away from the bomb. Is it enough? On's going to flash over the chains. He's trying to lock him down one more time, and that's going to be a big side lane kill as BLG are up 2.
And look at how disheveled JDG look. They're now moving their bottom lane into the top. Oh, this is the wrong pen color, whatever. They are trying to move their bottom lane into top side now. Sion's getting this wave for free to bounce him back into this game. This is an amazing start for, and look at Patron. He just gets to take this for free.
He's just pressuring it on. It's going to flash over. Okay, On went a little bit ham there as now Scout has arrived. He's level 5. Not going to have the big combo just yet, but BLG are trying to find their escape path. The lockdown coming through as they're going to be able to follow this through. The explosive charge on Shun is going to back them away, though. They don't end up getting what they wanted. A couple summoner spells burned on either side.
Oh my god, this is just, like, no kills go over, but that is the lack of damage from JDG. If Scout was able to have access to that wave, maybe he's a little closer to having level 6. Obviously, Knight isn't quite there yet, but a man can dream right now. And I mean, BLG, 1,500 gold up at 6 minutes. That is a really, really impressive start.
And it's not in just one place, right? We're seeing it actually across. I mean, majorly through the carries in Knight and Elk, but there's something to deal with. Now, Scout is level 6, but he is going to find On at his lane. He's going to be able to get out of there with that extra Q3, and that will just be the exit strategy for JDG's mid lane. Look in top lane, maybe they get something.
Yeah. I think top lane is very fake. Beitron gets to take this incredibly quickly. We have a minute and a half before the Grubs, and there's no contest from JDG. Shun's going to try and get level 6, but by the time he finishes this, the Dragon's already going to go over, and Beitron will have ultimate ready for that next objective fight.
Some impressive stuff from the jungle with the Morgana. And that might be one of the, I know it's only 7 minutes in, as the Dragon going down super early compared to the last game we had. 2v2 in the top side. Mega Inferno Bomb going to be popped. Elk steps up now without much mana here. Pays is going to try to get him back with a little Blight Stack Piercing Arrow combo. Going to do a decent chunk, get him down to about 300 health. So take a look at 3 champions that BLG has not played so far this split.
And if you combine Bin and On's record, they're even. They're 50% win rate.
True. There you go. So results-based analysis. Right back to it.
There you go. I remember that play on bottom side where Pays tried to kill Bin and they never found that fight? Well, now we're 30 seconds away from Grubs. There's no flash here for Pays. He's going to have to use his cleanse, and Bin can always move, even with a TP disadvantage, because he has the unstoppable onslaught. I want to see BLG contest for this objective. You have so many powerful buttons coming into this fight that I have to imagine that it is very hard for you to lose this fight.
Yeah, as long as you're point in place, you set up that front line. Again, that's what we talked so much about for BLG around these fights. Will be that deploy up towards the top side for JDG's Pays, as he's trying to keep a little bit of pressure up there, and the rest of JDG are up here too, so we got about 4 members up here. TP not available for either top laner, definitely coming up sooner for Bin, but it seems like JDG are actually willing to contest this potentially.
Gotta wait. Scout's gonna have to push on through mid, doesn't have Q3, he's gonna be late. This is probably just gonna be 2 Grubs for BLG at the very least, and see if JDG tries to squeeze them on the exit.
Oh, they absolutely just take all 3 as, okay, step up here. That's all of them going down, and unfortunately, Shun just gets locked down. Scout just decides he wants to try to go forward. Shun held that Glacial Prison, didn't want to go with the trigger pull, and that'll be 3 Grubs going the way to BLG.
This Morgana is going to become a monster. Already 20 CS, that's 5 camps over her opponent. Beitron is putting on the carry pants, and remember, we were talking about Beitron as if he was maybe the worst part of BLG going into the year. We were like, okay, Split 2, we have Beitron for some reason.
Is this who saves the team? That's the question.
Is this who saves the team? They make top 2 in that year, or in that split. They go to MSI, and for all of his misgivings, I think Beitron had to do a very unceremonious and often thankless job of trying to get this team to work together. Obviously, things still haven't been great. We're here in Game 4 here of BLG, and I just see Beitron is performing.
Yeah, and that's the craziest part is you get subbed in game 2. It didn't go well. Stuck around, right? And we're able to find that as now the all-in. Scout wants his own solo bolo against Knight. He's trying to predict the damage here as Knight's going to burn his flash. The sapling was coming right behind him. But JDG try to make a play on top side. BLG still holding strong.
A flash on Knight is not super impactful, but maybe this kill on the Xiaoshu gets them the turret as well.
Could be very impactful. I'd say at this point, if they do get this side lane kill on the Xiaoshu, they're going to pop everything here. Even the Mega Inferno bomb over the top with the alley-oop for Elk.
Let's get a plate here for Bin. 3 grubs. Beitron is doing, honestly, God's work here at this point. The Ziggs as well, just being able to give them that reach across the map. 2-0 start, and it was a little questionable here for Elk. JDG, they're starting to feel lost. We're starting to see whether or not they can actually win with Xiaoshu in a worse position. This Aatrox can be very dangerous, but there's a lot of damage and a lot of ways for them to stop him on BLG's composition.
That's the hardest thing is I don't see a real easy entrance into these fights as they go on, and we do have first items coming up across the board. First and foremost, 2 of them completed for BLG, where we have the Leandries for Beitron, and we also have that Ludens there for Elk for the extra poke damage.
How do you play for the next few minutes as JDG?
Right?
Because Pays is going to finish what looks to be a Yomu's, and usually these lethality items are gated around having more upfront power, but usually cheaper. You're not even level 6 yet on Jwo. Like, we got to get the ball moving here if you're JDG. You do not want to get into a long game versus Tristana and Ziggs, and now a Morgana jungle.
The artillery will be there, as that's never something you want to see as time goes on itself. And BLG, they don't seem like they want to spend too much time on this version of Summoner's Rift, as they're going to continue to put pressure on around the map. They're going to target Xiaoshu, who's going to get the TP play out of Jwo with that spell book. He will arrive, kind of pushing off BLG. He doesn't have much health, and he's not even level 6 yet. So I don't know how really strong this defense is going to be against the Tristana and Ziggs, the destruction combo here. Should be able to use the satchel charge here soon to take it down, and that's going to be the turret gone. That's feats completed for BLG, and almost killing JDG on the exit.
Keep going. They're not matching here from JDG. Xiaoshu has no TP. Scout is trying to take this. This is going to be 2 turrets, and this is the kind of play you want to see. Tristana, Ziggs, 3 grubs, finish out these structures, and they have a dragon they can take afterwards.
Oh, on? Okay. Well, he did have to burn the flash there. They will get a second one with the satchel charge, so Ziggs doing his job at this point. Elk 2-0 with a massive lead on the Ziggs. JDG just trying to scoop up as much as they can in the jungle as BLG take the Krugs. P1's having an incredible performance on this Morgana so far. He's barely not able to make it out. This is their own teammate. Chill. P1 says no, and that's going to be the kill tonight.
I just don't understand
Scout.
it. Maybe this is just
desperate.
to stop them. Scout.
Desperate. Oh my God, what am I watching? That is desperation to a T, and there's no T in desperation.
Please,
and they do end up getting the kill back, at least onto On, but that's all they got.
And then Jwo steals the kill from Pays. Bin he picked up the wave in mid versus Pays, so Pays couldn't push the wave. Then he moves in topside. No one's matching him. All in all, BLG have exploded this gold lead from about 1,000, 1,500 to 4,000, and it's going to feel even worse than that, Mizel. Because Bin's been getting solo experience, and JDG got absolutely nothing done during this play.
I'm the Hopium Emporium kind of guy, right? But is there any way we can petition to just go to game 5? I just want to hear Silver Scrapes, and we all know that that's where this is going. But already a massive lead for BLG so early into the game. 5,000 gold up, less than 14 minutes, and turret plates haven't even fallen yet. And we are going to see now them try to move some of that pressure around the map. They've already redeployed Elk towards this mid lane, try to take down potentially one more plate. Looks like it's not going to be the case. We are signaling a little bit of push on top side by JDG. There is a dragon on the other side of the map that BLG could take.
What are these lane allocations? What, like, BLG are just winning the map because JDG don't know where they want to go. Knight's going to get these 2 waves. We are sharing 3 waves on mid with 3 people. What is going on? BLG have gotten so much gold and experience for themselves in the last few moments. Not just those 2 turrets on bottom side. No dragon being taken either, so Bin can just stay here. If anything, he shuffles mid, takes control, allows for his team to take this objective. Lennon, I have to say, I think that JDG, we talked about it in game number 1, that their map play wasn't very clean, but that they're just outplaying their opponents. We're now starting to see that come to fruition.
Oh my.
What the?
Oh, the auto attack goes through after the twisted advance. And Elk will take the kill in the end. Yeah, just yeah, whatever you want to write there, go ahead. As that might be the signal. It's almost 15 minutes, Elk. They're very close. But it is going to be the Dragon going to BLG. That'll be second Dragon going their way. No bounties to claim for JDG, not even close to contesting this one. And it is just a slippery, slippery slope that BLG are forcing JDG to run down.
Now, Maokai can be a very oppressive champion in competitive. I mean, his entire kit, I think, is built for this level of play and how people tend to move around the map. But because of Aftershock no longer being the preferred rune, he has a lot less tankiness than, you know, things like the Leona. And that's why we've seen Maokai and Nautilus kind of fall out of favor in support. A lot of stats taken out of Maokai last year especially. But now look at this. JDG, we are 4 people on mid for no reason. Bin took a top lane tier 1. Tristana is still on the side lane. Sure, man. Cool. Nice game.
Rift Herald is going to be started up by Scout here. Bin's going to be over here. They're going to TP in as well. Scout's already about half health. He's getting chunked by the Rift Herald. And now BLG are in full force here. They immediately punish the TP from Xiaosu, and they're going to punish it hard. Xiaosu's going to get bopped into the fight. He's still alive, though. He's pretty tanky. Tuo tries to find an engage. Scout goes in. Go over the top. He goes with the Fade Seal. He's trying to kill Knight, but it's not enough damage. Knight survive, and BLG turn, and they absolutely decimate JDG. Pays will finally find a kill, and it's on tonight. That's all good and well, but it's BLG with a monumental lead in this game.
Let's get ourselves the Herald. Let's just call this one a wrap. Let's get, like you were saying, Mazel, bring me the Chinese silver scrapes. Let's just get this one over with. A very dominant games, 3 and 4 here for BLG. Maybe playing with house money, maybe still trying to calibrate going into playoffs, but we're going to see these two teams send us to 5 as we get into this replay. No defense here from the team. There's no ability for this. The Maokai ult only lands on the 2 members, but with the verdant barrier that Elk has and the black shield from Beitron, it is impossible for JDG to step up. This Morgana champion is getting a lot of value, and just the individuals from BLG, I think, executing really, really well here in this game.
Dude, and Beitron now, I mean, this is nice. A little fancy kill from Pays, but I mean, the first game he came in, he was playing Facilitator, and it looked awful. It looked terrible. I mean, he's played Nocturne and now Morgana, and he's just having so much fun, it feels like, on the rip, but it's also looking damn good, and I think we're seeing that return to form that Beitron brought a lot of positivity and hope to BLG when he came onto the roster after we started seeing him perform, and then some of the moments that we didn't see him.
Maybe it truly was just drafted. Maybe it was just the drafts were too dog water. We were calling for the heads of BLG coaching staff to get us some playable drafts. Let's get some games to play. But now it seems like we're doing a little bit better. Obviously, this Morgana coming on through in the last part of the draft, really rounding out this composition, and just talk about how flexible this team can be when they are playing at their peak, right? For BLG, we're having Elk play a Ziggs 5-0 and 3. We're having Tristana for Knight. It feels like, what can Knight not really play aside from maybe a Seer?
Yeah, and Elk is putting on a wonder star performance on the 6 right now. He is just doing so much work in these fights. He needs to put on so much pressure here as another turret should fall. The satchel charge will be there. Tuo just says no. He's going to try to hold the line, but the turret fell anyways. BLG rebuffed the engage from JDG. That's going to be a little bit of mobility from JDG used to try to collapse on the bot side of this fight. Knight's coming over, though, and now JDG, they're starting to get a little bit split. Mega Inferno Bomb almost kills Pays. They try to take down Bin on the other side with Scout. They return onto On, and they do end up finding the pick.
It's a single pick. It is going to be traded for multiple turrets here. Pace had no flash during that fight. There's going to be an Otacon spawning on the bottom side of the map. How, Lennon, as JDG, do you walk into Ziggs, Tristana, and Morgana? I don't see it.
You walk out the door and turn around.
Yeah, this needs to be some kind of flank coming on through. We're actually getting the now buffed Horizon focus as well here for this Morgana, so a lot of damage coming in from the jungle. And this Yone pick has done nothing.
That's the unfortunate thing. I mean, I know Scout got, I think, 1 kill last game, but his deaths are starting to rack up in the last 2 games we've seen. As you look at the player goals, fully one-sided for the side of BLG. Don't have this Dragon Prio really set up for either team about 20 seconds out, but BLG with their lead, they can absolutely close the door on this one, get Soul Point and give themselves so much decision-making power. If they win the fight as well, Atacon could be on the map.
Can JDG actually properly set up for this? You have Maokai ult coming up in like 15, 20 seconds here. You have blue buff being spread around. I think Zhuo's in danger.
You get the flash out there. Solar Flare went a little bit wide. If you didn't flash, it would have been perfect. Shun stepping up to be this front line. Again, BLG, what they want is they just want to put on, they want to put Bin in front of these carries, and they just want to open up the artillery. As they do end up throwing that Mega Inferno bomb, there goes Scout with a potential engage. Not going to find it, though. The Chains of Corruption had been used, and that's a lot of utility out of JDG's side. Here comes the Unstoppable Onslaught. Dwo was waiting for a perfect angle for the Nature's Grasp, but they aren't taking down Bin. He's still so damn tanky, about half health up, and Atacon is starting to do some work for the team. Knights stepping away, though. That will be Elk getting on the Essex side of this fight, as now it will be Ron in trouble. Oh my god, Bin! He just flashes forward, decimating smash into a kill, but now sacrifices life. Will go zombie mode as Scout now goes into the back line. That's going to be an escape from him with the soul unbound, but Bin is still chunking the back. Pace finds another kill in the end, and BLG, they've just lost a huge chunk of the advantage they had.
That was an incredibly sloppy fight and an extended one where Atacon is standing there, 11th man on the field. So many things going right for JDG to keep them in this game, but it is a 6,000 gold deficit that they have to chew through. We're going to get that teleport coming on through from Elk and from On using that spell book. And this should be BLG feeling rather confident to go right back onto this Atacon. Knight's going to spawn in 10 and he'll have TP.
Yeah, still about 6,000 gold up. BLG in no bad form here. They will take down this dragon. It's an Infernal Soul. It's a pretty big marking point for them. JDG know that. They're going to try to move over. Shun is coming down, but he's going to start the Krug, so they're just going to give this one over. The Soul Point to JDG as they start up. There's BLG as they start up the Atacon here, and JDG need an answer.
They have no buttons. There's no Fate Unsealed. There's no Maokai ultimate, at least for 5 seconds here. It's 10 now. I mean, they're backing up. BLG are showing a lot of respect to their opponents, where I think if they had proper timers, if they knew when and how their opponents were going to be able to fight, they should feel confident to draw their opponents towards them.
Atacon's just chasing them. Oh my god. So
why is it
there as he does reset? Dude, the leash range on Atacon needs to be looked at, as he is going to start back up the fight against JDG this time. Another opponent enters the ring as JDG, a hesitant setup. His Paze is instantly going to cleanse out of that Solar Flare and back away from the Mega Inferno Bomb. Atacon is about half health now. BLG trying to find their way in.
Can they get in, though? Elk is on the other side here. No ultimate. Can Beichuan steal? He's doing a lot of damage.
Oh, it's a 50-50. Nature's Grasp has come back up. They're going to wait. The Atacon is resetting. It's leash range. It's gone.
No.
It's going to get 4,000 health back now as a Scout looking for an angle on the Bin. This is a chaotic fight. Decimating Smash going in. Shun sitting in the pit. It's him versus Beichuan. It's going to go to Shun. He takes away the Atacon, but now BLG trying to take the fight after. Big damage coming through from the double artillery of BLG as Elk and Knight, they are stepping up. That's a double kill for Knight himself. And what did Atacon cost JDG? Maybe everything.
There are so many minion waves being dropped across the map for this Atacon. Paze, oh my god, if he got that kill on On, it would have felt great, but it is Atacon secured there by JDG. I just don't think it means enough here, Lennon, because you still have to be able to fight through this team on the gold differential that has been built off the back of this. Now, you're still gonna have to fight the Infernal Soul every 5 minutes, and in 3 minutes time, we take a look back at this. Beichuan, I think, won this Black Shield onto Sion. It blocks out the enchanted, or the ultimate from Paze. It stops a lot of the other crowd control, but Beichuan missing out on this smite. Huge mistake. Oh, 1,300 right there, right into 130. So close, but they're too low. Atacon's already shredded them.
That's the hardest part about this exit, as well as a little bit of that payback coming through. But BLG definitely wanted to capitalize on this situation. They did do so. Now they just stole away seemingly all of the top side from JDG. And the lead still hovering for themselves as they completely focus on this mid lane push. There is another objective in about 2 minutes, 20 seconds for that Dragon. Would be Soul for BLG on Infernal Soul, but there's also this Baron coming up in 30.
What I want to highlight now is before this fight, what we saw was Yone was just Blade of the Rune King and Berserker Greaves. He died the first time around Otacon, and he got himself a Noon Quiver. They win the fight around Otacon, and he gets a pickaxe. Like, the difference in mid lane right now is so pivotal, and Scout and Knight feels like it could have been a matchup in like an alternate era that they are battling for top 2 here in the league throughout the years, but it really has felt like in more recent times, while Scout has been able to be a big carry for his team, 25 has not been the year of the Scout.
Yeah, I mean, he's been down almost a full item this entire time against Knight, and last game didn't look much better either. Knight pulling out the Tristana with this little bit of a wacky comp from BLG. They are making a statement in this game. Still about 1 minute and 20 seconds out from that Dragon. I think JDG are a little bit worried about the burn on the Baron itself, but how does JDG reset for this fight? I mean, this is absolutely the nail in the coffin if they lose this.
It is all about when the damage is done and how. Pays needs to find timers with these 3 items for the Varus. His poke has to be better than Elk's, and he has to be able to land it more consistently than his opponents. That's what happens when you're in these kind of wars, when you're in these arm races between who can get poked down, who can land more abilities, and you have a Ziggs versus Varus matchup.
Verdant Barrier is doing so much work right now for Elk too, because unfortunately Pays just can't get damage down. And look back to the decision of this kind of lethality setup for Pays, not really paying off in these moments, not having that big ticket damage just like Elk is. On the other side, sitting at 5-0 and 6, by the way. The hyper carry is truly online now, almost 3 items in themselves. I love that BLG are just posturing. They're forcing JDG to do something about this setup, and Beichuan will get chunked here. Dragon getting closer and closer to spawning out.
You say that Beichuan gets chunked, he goes over to Baron, he presses W, and he's full HP again. I love Tormented Soil there. We are getting a Nayram for no reason, but it's in the LPL. I don't know what to say.
LPL Ram.
We're getting 5 people. Knight is hitting Dragon right now by himself. This will be the Soul. JDG were not in position for this.
Oh, whoa, just getting popped, and there goes the Mega Inferno Bomb to pop Scout. Just about half health on him. Dragon gone. JDG, no hope in this game, as that's an Infernal Soul over to this artillery comp. And Knight, he's waiting. He wants it. He sees Dwell. He says, you have nothing left. You had Flash, but it didn't matter. And he takes down yet another kill in this BLG-centric game.
They're just going to go for this Baron. There's no reason for them to not to. And when they have the Baron, then they can move into these lanes, specifically this mid lane. JDG have been very sloppy with how they've been walking around the map. They have not been tending to their side lanes because Scout is so weak, because Xiaoshu is not a factor in this game. Free Baron, free Soul, free game number 4, and send us to 5 for BLG.
I need it. I need Silver Scrapes in my veins. The first game, the first series, and the first everything, I feel like, for these teams in this tournament. We still have double lives. We still have that lower bracket, but we wanted to see what version of these teams we were going to get. And we were questioning ourselves in those first 2 games. We're like, is this really the BLG that just showed up for the Road to Silver Dragon Cup? And turns out they were just maybe a little bit late to the party. I mean, these 2 last games have been dominant.
Fashionably late. They were like, okay, we'll get there in time. I mean, Shadow, you can have game 1. Beichuan, it's been a while, brother. It's been like 3 months since you've played, like 2.5 months more likely. Just get in there, get your Trundle game out of the way. Let's get the ball rolling for us. Level 16 Morgana here, dude. Highest level in the game. Beichuan, this jungle matchup is really impossible for Sejuani to play, and we talked about who's going to break the shield, because you can't get the knockups for Scout if you have a black shield. You can't get any of the stuns for someone like Dwoda for it to happen, and they don't have any real frontline outside of this. Aatrox has a ton of HP, and Maokai, who has a Mikhail's.
There's some wild stuff going on right now. Chains of Corruption gets blocked by the black shield. We saw ultis going everywhere. We see Elk flashing away from Scout, using the satchel charge. as well to get away from him. And I love that JDG are trying things, but they are hitting the wall right now.
Oh boy, that was both the Mikhails from On and also the Black Shield from H1. Oh no, Knight
Dude,
trying
they're
to look
just
for
playing
something.
with them. I thought Elk has the rocket jump at this point. He is just using the satchel charge beautifully. And BLG, they're just pulling on the strings of JDG right now.
They need another turret. They need another wave in mid. Elk is going to recall. He's going to teleport back in. He'll probably have finished his Rabadons. Jesus Christ.
Oh, yeah,
we are
baby.
watching 3-item Ziggs with, this is what, 125 plus Rabadons plus Ludens. Like, he's close to 600 AP. He's going to one-shot this turret with an auto attack.
Yeah, I mean, he will do that, and he almost just one-shot pays with his ultimate. Now we see On just all in, straight onto Scout. And unfortunately, Scout will literally have 1 kill in the last 2 games and a heap of deaths on top of that. Knight has truly had the better end of it, and BLG have had the better end of these last 2 games. I knew it was destiny. We knew it was destiny coming into it. Now BLG just need to put the finishing touches on this decimation of JDG. Elk throws another couple bombs as well. He loses all of his health. Pace can't even hit a piercing arrow, and now On is the target here, but Shun is going to try to get the resets now going for Southsu. A beautiful delayed satchel bomb coming through. They do end up getting Elk after it anyways, but Knight has been tearing them apart the entire time. It's going to be a couple kills going their way, and game number 4 going BLG's way as we crest over to game 5. Silver Scrapes is in the distance, and I'm here for it.
What, like 1 in 13 is what Scout has been in the last 2 games?
It's disgusting.
Tough.
Disgusting.
We saw the first 2 games. They were filled with mistakes from JDG, but it felt like, okay, they could get over it. Scout, man, most impactful player in this series by far, for sure. Whether it's positive or negative, we'll have to still wait and see, but we're going all the way to 5, and JDG will have their chance at 3 blue side games now. Important start for them, whether or not they can turn the tide here and potentially find themselves continuing on in the upper bracket.
The question is, do they go to red side? Like, red side's where they won. They won 2 games starting off the series.
I don't know,
and you gotta think the pools are insane. Like, the pools are going to get dwindled down so much for this game 5. We've seen so many powerful picks already taken off the table, and so many of the rest banned away every single game.
We are for sure getting something very weird in mid lane, because out of all of the champions that we've seen BLG play, they've played every single one except 2. Victor and Cassiopeia now.
Yep.
So we'll see what Knight is going to be playing. Yeah, I guess. I mean, we didn't even think the Tristana was going to come through, and that ended up happening in this draft. So I like that we're getting some experimentation. Remember, this is our first couple games on patch 25.17. Also, we have another best of 5 directly after this. So with the amount of games played within the next 36 hours, we're going to have a lot to study on, and these teams are going to have a lot of information and things that they're going to be thinking about going further for talking about draft.
And that's why we put so much emphasis on this first series for all of our teams, because not only are we getting some teams that haven't played in a little bit, we're getting some teams from the play-ins, obviously, that have played more recently, but you have 2 lives. We want to see what you got in this first step and see if you can kind of actually have that level up, show form, at least to kind of make other teams maybe second guess, maybe second look at you, or see what version of these teams we're going to get. And with the rockiness that we saw, the up and down nature of a lot of that regular season for a lot of our teams, TBH, it was a chance for proving themselves. And this series has been nothing short of a roller coaster. I mean, it has been the highest of highs and the lowest of lows for both sides. And honestly, I wouldn't want to start the playoffs any other way.
We're having fun. This is the first series of playoffs. 18 best of 5s.
So can we please get a good game?
Oh my god. 18 best of 5s between today and the 21st of September. So lock in, everybody. We're going to have a lot of games to be able to play through all of these days in a row, especially for a lot of these teams. I don't know, man. I'm thinking about MVP. I feel like most of it is probably going to be Knight again. If not,
100%.
Maybe you give it over to Beitron, because I do think that this Morgana is kind of sick nasty.
It was. But I don't know. Yeah. I could see it. I could see it go to Beitron. I think Knight gets it, though. I think the Tristana mid. I think it's hilarious that, you know, again, I think this whole story of Beitron comes in, plays facilitator, gets his butt beat and then just goes to Nocturne Morgana and ends up finding game-winning advantages. Just absolutely incredible. And damn that damage from Elk over there on the Ziggs. And first time this split, but hey, it looked damn good.
We got a lot of firsts here. I mean, first time Tristana this split, first time Morgana that we've seen, at least in 1100 days in the jungle. So very, very interesting stuff here going into Game 5. Like you said, the pools will start to get pinched in kind of what happens to AD carry. It's probably going to be more the same. I'm surprised we've gotten through this series with Lucian still up and available, with things like even the Ezreal still ready. I know that Zeri's been a champion that a lot of our marksman players have been kind of biting at the bit, getting ready to pull off in these Game 5s. And so far, I mean, how many... So if we include play-ins, we had 5 games versus FPX and IP, and that was it. That was the only 5-game series.
True.
This is our second one going in for grand
True.
finals, Split 3.
Oh, God. Well, here's to more. I want more. I want more Silver Scrapes. Please. It's just the start, but I hope there's a lot more. We have a lot of best of 5s for it to be possible. But what do you chalk up the first games to? Like, do you just walk past it and say nothing happened? Like, I feel like I'm stuck. Like, I'm stuck in the past right now because I want to know what the hell happened for those first 2 games.
They're important, yes. Obviously, we wouldn't be here if those first 2 games don't happen. I know, very, very great analysis. But I think you could still see cracks in JDG's game plan.
Yeah.
Like, there were multiple moments where I think JDG didn't necessarily play the map the best. I know I noted that in game number 1 and game number 2. This Otacon was one of the worst things, I think, as a color caster I could have seen in a long time. We just sat at this Otacon for like 5 minutes. We gave up so many waves, and as JDG, as the team is losing, you're like, damn, I don't really want to give it this Otacon. Well, now you've given up like 3 or 4 waves plus on the opposite sides of the map. We didn't push any of our waves. We lost the dragon beforehand as well, because remember, this starts with them, with BLG taking the dragon. So these first couple games, I feel like we're just JDG maybe taking advantage of a slightly asleep BLG. I don't know. This feels like the JDG I watched in their series versus LGD, which were essentially 2 games away from almost being LGD being able to win.
Yeah, it was absolutely insane. But hey, they handled it there. Maybe they can handle it now. I do really, really question what side they're going to choose and what kind of draft they're going to go for, because I was calling it out. I thought this draft was actually pretty stock standard, pretty strong for JDG, but it requires execution, and that was in favor of BLG all away as Knight just absolutely rips through them as the Tristana. I'm still hesitant to decide exactly who gets that MVP, but we'll be giving it away here soon.
It's Knight.
What if Elk gets it,
Knight,
though?
bro.
What if he did 37,000 damage?
Looking at damage is fake, okay? Damage is
Is
fake.
it?
Give it to the player who literally solo killed their opponent in lane.
For 2 games in a row.
Yeah, just give the award to him, man. Just, I don't know. Like, Knight is a generational player. You're only going to see these kinds of talents like maybe once in a lifetime for a lot of players. And Scout, we're counting down the days.
The generational games too, you know.
Sure, we're counting down the days, man. We're looking back. We're like, oh man, Scout used to be so good. All right, we're giving it to Elk. That's fine though. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. He did a lot in this game as well.
He did.
Not my pick, but that's okay.
But that's okay. And you know what? We can sometimes differ. A lot of damage ends up meaning that you get the MVP, I guess, in the end. But it's a BLG who is rocking it right now, Alk. They have gone 2 games in a row of absolutely destroying JDG. JDG have side select for this next one. We'll see which one they get, but they've got to find a leg up somewhere. It all comes down to this. 1 game left between BLG and JDG to move on in the upper bracket. We'll see you after this break. You thought we were coming back to LPL English, but we're really coming back to Candyland. I'm Azel. I'm joined by Alk, and we have Kai behind the scenes. And what a journey it's been for both these teams as we take a look back at the journeys we've seen from them up to this point. And maybe, you know, last-second changes coming through in the playoffs with good old Beichuan coming in and helping carry the last 2 games. Maybe it's the ringer that BLG needed.
No, man, I can't believe it. Say it ain't so. I thought Shadow was performing excellently. He was one of the few reasons they were even vaguely competitive in that IG series to end the season. You can see that Beichuan, he's technically close to this. He's on that new jungler next to MSI, but he's he's a few spaces away. He's going to need a few dice rolls to get over here, and very important for him to be able to close out this series with this team.
Yeah, and I think it's a tall task to finish it out, right? Like, I still think that a lot of respect needs to be paid from BLG to JDG. Yes, it's been a very tough couple games for JDG, but they were also in a place of power going into it, and it would be a reverse sweep for BLG, which, to start off our playoffs, insane. To have a reverse sweep as our first series in the true playoff.
No way, man. I think it would be ultimately super tragic for JDG, even if they didn't have very many hopes of potentially winning this series from an outsider perspective, but I mean, a Silver Scrapes reverse sweep from BLG. At least they're playing for the fans. I know someone else on Twitter was like, hey, the first 2 games we're actually just playing for viewership. We're trying to get that viewership up. Wait for Nongshim and DK to finish so everyone comes over here. I get it. I see it.
I can see the vision. I can see it too. Also appreciate Kai going in depth into the drawing of
yeah.
Beichuan here. I appreciate it. It actually kind of, you know, has a little bit of you know, recollection to it. But it is an important conversation because I think obviously there's 2 lives, but what sweeter way to start playoffs than to win? And JDG were so close, but you have to aim for the neck. You have to aim for the head. You have to finish it, and they haven't been able to. All that momentum they had from not only the play-ins coming into the series, but the 2 games they absolutely destroyed BLG, all that momentum's gone. It's poof.
Oh, yeah. And it's a tough ask because JDG have not really been pushed in this same way. We have seen them go to 5 in previous sets, but they lose the best of 5 versus Weibo. They end top 8. They lose a best of 5 versus, I'm pretty sure it was Top Esports in the bottom half of bracket of Split 1, and they end 3rd, and that was their best finish so far this year. So imagine they start off again, go to 5 games, they lose in the upper bracket. Whoever their first round opponent is, who we're assuming is going to be EDG, are they going to lose? Like,
it could be as we take a look at those predictions now. I know I said flip-flopping, but Kai said that all that drawing never made it onto the live broadcast, so I never flip-flopped. I've been sticking 3-2 BLG this entire time. I never, ever flip-flopped. Nothing ever happened there. And we are on the cusp of it going either way. Either we have one of the newest members to the team and getting a big prediction right, or we have a big majority of the pack finding that correct win with BLG taking a 3-2.
Eris never sent those 50 bones. I messaged him on Discord. I messaged him on Twitter. So talk a big game going into Twitch chat, but because you didn't send those $50 to LPL English on coffee, your team is at risk of potentially, we get a really cool walk-in.
Yeah, is it so bad that I still, like 5.5 years later, I still geek out about the LPL so much every time I see fun things in the arenas, the silver scrapes, the lights. I think that's all so cool. I love the passion that we see from a lot of the individuals in the community, the LPL, especially in China. It's awesome.
Oh yeah, I love the fact that we also just have so many different arenas, and I think specifically this year that we're using more of them. Like we used for play-ins, we go to LNG and we go to Suzhou. We go over there. Now we're at NIP's arena. Imagine maybe later in playoffs we're going to be moving around as well, going either to Xi'an or going back to Beijing. So a lot of different kind of being able to move, and I love the fact that we have so many different arenas.
Yeah, they are beautiful, aren't they? But now what is beautiful is what happens in this next game. One game to define if you're already in the lower bracket after round number 1. If you have to fight your way for every other series, or if you get to ride high and stay in that upper bracket, the run that's inevitably coming for that championship. And both teams have, had moments of looking like themselves, but we're getting to a point where this game 5, the drafts are going to get a little wonky. We got to see who gets those power picks let through and if JDG are going to be on that blue side or red side.
I'm just watching Kai absolutely fumble with this lower third right in the corner here. I'm not going to be able to read it. Nice. Where is it? Shenzhen?
Shenzhen.
I already knew this, bro. We talked about this on the show. Why is he trying to test my Chinese, bro? Like, I don't get it.
Got him.
Spent all of MSI trying to learn a little bit. But, yeah, what you're saying with draft is really, really important. Assuming JDG are going to be on blue side here, third blue side game in a row, and a lot of champions have already been taken out. We have had some really interesting picks come on through that I think keep the pool a little bit more open. Obviously, the Morgana, the Ziggs, and the Tristana coming on through. Whatever, man. Whatever. I also didn't mention the regular one that we have in Shanghai, but, you know,
True.
That's fine.
But it's fine. It's fine. Now we get into draft, though. JDG did choose that blue side. We do have a differentiation. Karma, the final ban for JDG in this first phase, the final first phase of this series. We'll see what BLG want to ban on the other side of it. Pantheon is a big one. I would not give a Pantheon over in a game 5.
Do they think it's worth it, though? Not a lot of ways for him to play. Obviously broke up that Talia combo a couple of games ago. Let's see what BLG's priorities are going to be.
There's a reason why it's like 100% fan presence across the world. It's crazy.
This champion has fallen off. I think there's a lot more agency. Blind Yorick.
Okay.
There's no Renekton. There's no K'Sante to take for Xiaoxu. So let's just get him a champion that we've seen so far this split. It is going to be the Yorick, but there's no Scion for him to take. For Bin to take. So what else are we going to have coming out? This could be maybe a Jace angle. Could be that Poppy that has made it on through the bans.
This is the first Yorick, at least for Xiaoxu, this split, which is just first pick in a game like this for your newest player, it feels like. And besides Woe coming in, obviously. It's incredible. But the power picks coming through already. The Poppy is going to be there. I'm glad they banned out that Karma. We'll see what this bot lane 2v2 ends up being like. And if BLG want to put a little prio down there.
A matchup that we have not been able to really touch on is the jungle. Beitron versus Shun. First 2 games, obviously Shun gapped both of BLG's junglers going into the series, but back end now, we have Poppy, a flex for this team, but also a champion that Beitron was extremely comfortable on coming into BLG, and Shun having to muscle up, has to be a carry, I think, in this last game, if JDG want to be able to find success here tonight.
And I'll own up to it. I was the big Shun pusher, and the last 2 games, I don't think it was his fault. That's all we're gonna say. I know we talked a little bit about it beforehand, but see if Scout can pick up the performance a little bit. The Blitzcrank, which was banned away last game by BLG, will be let through this time in the first phase and locked in for Whoa.
If that's one way that we're going to get around this Poppy, maybe this Caitlyn, then I'll take it. We're going to have some fun here. Pays, what is your options? Are we actually going to be locking AD on this timer, or are we going to be looking to maybe grab Scout's jungle matchup, or Scout's mid lane matchup here before his opponent snaps up a champion? It's going to be the Ezreal, so going for kind of more poke, honestly, wanting to be able to outrange the Caitlyn. The Blitzcrank, I think, works a little bit against that, but we're showing our hand here. We're not showing that Poppy is going into bot lane. We're getting maybe Caitlyn Elise.
Be interesting to see which version we get of BLG's draft. That flexibility being very powerful. The Elise comes through, so we are really throwing it for a loop. Still some flexibility there, I guess, but I could see that Elise Caitlyn being such a strong 2v2 in that bot lane.
The Spiderlings block the Blitzcrank hook. You're going to win the 2v2 in terms of damage. I need to see Zhuo either be a human in this game and kind of walking around the map, getting things done. Otherwise, this Blitzcrank is going to be left up high and dry. We get a second phase of draft. BLG, are they going to continue in this kind of identity of wanting to blow up 1 or 2 members immediate from the outset? Or are we going to be looking towards maybe some facilitating champions, either from the mid or the top lane?
I would say I would really like to see Shun's Nidalee, but I think the Poppy kind of makes that nil. So I don't necessarily know if I want to see that any longer, but we'll see what their focus is at least, and it's going to be towards Knight, who has been having a really big latter half of the series so far. His big carry picks are going to be taken away in the Victor.
Wow.
Get that Nidalee ban there. Just a little bit of respect to the man himself.
All right, so Ari, Silas, these are the last 2 champions that we have seen Scout play this year, or at least this split. Obviously, Azir's also been banned. There we go. Okay, so is this going to be an Ari here for Knight? Are we just going to be able to blind this, go really for that all-in with Poppy and Ahri as the 1-2 combo.
Has to be, right? And
Looks
I think
good.
they can absolutely snowball this game number 5. It could get to a point where JDG just don't have a lot of say in how they get engaged on, and this would really be a key ticket to being that kind of force in that factor. Do want to see, though, if BLG want to tie things up, what they're going to give that counter pick to. Looks like Bin is going to be willing to take out that Mordekaiser into this Yorick and give counter pick tonight.
Okay. Wanting to see a little bit more of the draft. What is this jungle going to be here for soon? Because I feel JDG's composition with the 3 champions that they've shown has a lot of branches that could go off into. We could go for a standard teamfight composition that's wanting to go front to back, depending on what they go with. But we could also look at a composition that really wants to try to isolate individual members. Nefiri was something that's on my mind. Gives him the follow through. But does he have enough damage here, Lennon? That's the big question for me. Holy crap, we're getting Twisted Fate for Scout. This is going to be tough.
Dude, I know we've seen Twisted Fate actually make it through a lot of drafts here as of late across the competitive regions, but I just think this champion is so fake, man. Like, it is so fake. It finds nothing a lot of the time, and now you have the Mel. If we know anything from recent NACL lore, this Mel can provide so much spacing and have so much strength as you move forward. I'm really heavily leaning on BLG's composition just for the ease of execution.
Yeah, it is significantly easier for them to play. I'm just checking something real quick. First competitive game of Mel for Knight. I'm waiting to see how he plays this, because he has the handle of the assassins. He has the handles of the marksman. We've seen his mage play across the board be fine, but obviously first time for this champion. And this JDG comp entirely is pick oriented now. We're talking about, hey, if you're a mobile, well, guess what? Now there's going to be a Blitzcrank, a gold card, and potentially a Yorick. But I think the rebuttal from Knight makes this way more difficult. You can now hook Blitzcrank.
Yeah, dude, that's what I was waiting for you to, like, the
We
craziest
get gold
part
card
here is
TF!
if you time it right, you can block all of it. That's the funniest part about it. And you can literally just throw everything back at the enemy team. And I think it's such a crucial pick, but it's also just, if you look at like the cinematic part of it, it's also, you know, JDG trying to throw everything at Knight in this case. Knight has had incredible games so far, and Knight is looking to reflect that right back at them. And this Mel pick can be so pivotal, especially because a lot of time we've been seeing those E maxes, and that provides so much spacing around all these team fights. So it's a game 5 I can't wait to get into. Can JDG get themselves back into the game, or this is reverse sweep really going to happen?
Very execution heavy. They need to play these fights perfectly from JDG. Otherwise, this goes nowhere and they lose this series.
Let's see if we get that level 1. Dio's Roar, game 5 of the first series of playoffs.
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎了。
Ships in the night. We're going to walk around. Bin is going to finish this recall. This is probably the most unfortunate timing here. Oh, they must have saw the Mystic shot. They saw it. They saw it.
Oh my god, he gets away at the last second. It was a beautiful play from JDG that they couldn't capitalize on. They end up losing his flash, but that is it.
The Blitzcrank hook also, I don't know who it landed on. I think it was onto a single Spiderling there. That is an important part. That could have been the kill. That could have been at least another summoner spell from someone else. But flash away from On. Nothing else expended here in this game. And JDG are going to be able to, at least for now, start off with some lane priority. And we get to see, finally, breaking of the support keystones and Electrocute coming in for On.
It would have been funny if he went Spellbook, but yeah, I do like the Electrocute here for him, giving him a little bit more of that damage-centric profile. Now, we will be taking a side-eye look at that 2v2 and bot side, especially with how volatile it can be with Elk and On with the comp they have. But these junglers starting on opposite sides yet again, extremely impactful how quickly they get involved.
We're just fighting here. I mean, On, you have way more spells, way more damage with Electrocute, so it makes sense. And throughout this series, we have seen that Knight has gotten the better of Scout throughout most of the games, at least in one aspect or another. But you look at this game, you're basically requiring Scout to play a very fine line in this one. So how he plays this early matchup, and if there's any intervention around mid, because you're going to have an Elise and a Poppy sitting around your lane as TF. If you don't have Flash, you're in a hell of a lot of trouble here.
Yeah, you definitely are. A lot of snowballing potential between these two sides, as actually we
Scout
see
3
Shun
camping?
potentially going for a 3-camp gank.
Mostly,
Could be a little cheeky.
I think this is maybe Shun recognizing that I'm just going to get a single base, so he'll get his longsword, he'll go back on top side. Nice pick on the elk.
A little bit
Too
of
much.
damage. Unfortunately, he gets rooted up, cocoon, stunned, trapped, and everything. BLG trade back beautifully.
All right, so Shun was just there to sit on bottom side because if Beitron does go for 3 camps as Poppy, would make sense for him to do that. Also, maybe risking that there was a vertical map split coming on through because they don't know where Beitron ended up starting. But for now, it is just going to be Shun with a minor advantage in terms of items. Don't think it's going to mean that much as still early skirmishing. I do favor Poppy even with this phase rush.
It will be the trade of scuttles eventually as well. Nothing else coming of that early trade there, but the TP from Scout will be used in that mid lane, trying to catch back out. Knight will still have his, and get that back going forward. And now we do have the kind of soft lane states for both these junglers, and I gotta ask, you know, the Poppy has so much utility, so much influence around the map. The ball is in Shun's court. Like, if he is not carrying on the Nefiri, then why did we even pick him?
And that's not like a style that we've really seen from JDG. We've seen a lot of Shun playing Nefiri. Actually ended up getting himself an MVP last time we saw it versus Weibo. But he's getting completely denied out of his jungle. Look at Elise and Caitlyn. They're on their way.
You have to try to move over to this. The hook going a little bit wide there, as On will be the first one to move over. Scout's going to try to come the long way, but it's way too late to fight this. Shun actually gets that one, but then gets denied. This was why I was scared about the Nefiri into the Poppy. He just locks you down. The flash is coming through. Not enough to get the repel. On wanted to finish him off. A lot of damage, a lot of pressure from BLG.
2 summoner spells, and if they lose out on the camp, then it doesn't matter right now, because what's the real important... Oh, no!
Oh, the hook! BLG was worried about the Blitzcrank. They're getting paid for it right now.
If Scout had landed the gold card before or during the hook, during the air, that would have turned into a big kill. I think Beitron just kills this guy.
Oh, Shun. Oh, my God.
Oh, that's tough. That's tough. He was trying to invade for Raptors, loses out, and now BLG, they continue to get gold. It's experience into Knight's back pocket now. And Blitzcrank's not working. All right,
I said it wasn't his fault for the other ones. This one's on him.
That one was definitely his fault. This is a
one's on
direct cause of him trying to go in for that.
Unfortunate. All right, well, we'll see if they can recoup anything. Dragon has spawned, but if anything of these last 2 games give us an idea, and it is going to be that dragons are not really the prio, unless the map state signifies that. As Elk on just putting so much pressure in this bot side, as is the would-be case with the Elise and the Caitlyn. As the repel coming out and On with the mechanics here. Really stepping up to Dwo.
All right, 20 seconds. We're going to have Spellbook unlocked for everybody who has it. So Scout, even though he's missing his flash and teleport, will have his ultimate and will have access to things like Ghost, Heal, Exhaust if he really needs them. I think a cleanse this game actually becomes really, really valuable for Scout as the game goes forward. But probably just going to be looking for either this wave or the next to make sure that he can get a pretty healthy enough back. And once he has, you know, a decent timer here, let's see how Scout gets active on the map. You have this Twisted Fate. You can visit these other lanes, but which one and how you go about it is so important.
Very curious at what Pays was doing as he, I think it started like walking up towards top. Ended up being a little bit later than he maybe wanted to get back towards bot, but TP ended up getting used by Xiaoshu to the top lane, and we won't see a lane swap coming through. I feel like for the first time in this series. Nice hook dodge. Dude, On is feeling himself on this Elise right now.
All I'm saying, man, if you can't love me on my Bard, you can't love me on the Elise, okay?
I was here for the 09 power spike. They just never made it.
That's true. That's true. Scout's getting locked. He actually goes for Ignite this time. Interesting choice here. He has to back again in the mid wave. So he is losing so much to this melt. Like, I don't think Knight is, Knight is a great player. We've done a lot to talk about him on the hold.
Oh, a little bit of gameplay on the bot side, and unfortunately, Dwo does not have a life to give as he is out of it. And now BLG, we're actually looking for that keeper's verdict on the back end, just in case JDG wanted to follow through. But that's going to be 2 kills now in favor of BLG, and it's starting to feel a little bit like last game out.
Scout's inactive. Nefiri can't find anything. Juo is just getting picked off. He's supposed to be the pick, right? Like, we're supposed to play, like, gold card, some more gold cards, maybe even a Blitzcrank hook every now and then, but the damage isn't quite there, and now we're seeing that BLG just have kind of run of the map. They're going to send Scout bottom lane, so he can maybe show up for these grubs that spawn in 10, so he's just going to catch the wave. I don't know. I think JDG really do not want to have to give over these grubs, but you have a Yorick top lane. They need to move him over.
See what kind of map rotation they want to put down here to get the 2v2 kicking off in the mid lane. Kind of hit the rocket grab, won't land another one. Shun gonna go into the river here to potentially start up these grubby tubbies. And he's gonna get the first one at least.
You know what I just noticed? Look at Bin's inventory here, man.
Yeah,
this guy
bro,
has it back.
He's saving. He's saving.
He's going for the
chilling.
Rafa back here. Like,
He is
no
gonna get the
items.
Rafa back. Let's see what he gets. He has TP too, so he can use it.
Yeah, they can maybe go for a bottom lane dive if they want, but most likely, yeah, he wants to keep going. He's under no threat. He's like, why do I need to recall? I can just permanently have uptime on my teleport. If we're looking for a dive on bottom side, I can make it happen. Let's get some plates, boys.
He is literally chilling as some more plates actually going the way of Elk on bot side now. On spotted out in the jungle of JDG. Just feels like JDG have no responses anywhere.
They can't make anything. Juo's not here first. It's on immediately into the jungle, spotted out by Juo, but it doesn't matter. They got another plate here for the Caitlyn. Twisted Fate is getting screwed. I feel bad for Scout, but also he picked this matchup.
Oh, they're just going to try to all in on tonight. They're going to try to get a combo there. Scout finds it. Shun gets the kill and gets away with the keeper's verdict. Now Scout going to step up. Uses the blue card as get a little mana back there on the
Just
back
show me
end.
Caitlyn. Just show me Caitlyn right now. Observers,
How many
please,
plates?
man. Another plate bottom lane has been taken. Pays, they got 3 grubs, but Caitlyn's the one that's winning on the gold trade here.
The 3 grubs might come back though in the future to be a benefit for them as they move forward though, but at least they get themselves on the board, and this 2,000 gold lead whittled down to about 1,000. And redeploy back on the map. I need to see Juo get involved. Him and Shun need to connect and get some of these kills as we take a look back.
So we do this, and what I want to kind of say is, yes, oh, that's what we're using that for? Scout immediately.
He was like,
coming
oh,
straight
I'm
mid lane. Boom! Send me into the mid lane. But what I want to note here is, while this play is going on, look at the bottom lane waves, because Caitlyn has now gotten this last wave. They stopped. The reason why he's even in base in the first place is because On and Beitron were sitting in the bot side jungle. So that's like, what, 3.5 waves now missing here for Scout? There's a lot of gold, and you can cheat gold on Twisted Fate. You can use the pass, but it's not a lot.
Yeah, it's not going to be an end-all, be-all winning condition for you. And we're getting closer and closer to first items here. Alk, does that benefit either time? I know we have a little bit of a lead for BLG, so maybe that benefits a little bit more, obviously.
Maybe.
But in that way, I want to take a look at this JDG pick comp and see where they become really their strongest selves.
So JDG are in a weird spot because of the champions that they have, and we're looking at the builds. Double Ruby Crystal and Scout's inventory to me screams that we're going for Rod of Ages, so we're going to opt to go for more scaling. We now see the completed Spear of Shojin. There is a lot of power if JDG can also grab this Triforce, but with the timings and how their champions are going to want to interact with each other, I would actually say that these first items coming on through for BLG is really, really powerful. So getting closer. I mean, Sundered Sky completed here for Beitron. Collector now here for Elk. I feel really strongly that they can use this priority, move into the bottom side, and grab themselves a dragon in 30 seconds.
Yeah, the Collector spike for Caitlyn early is so ridiculously strong. It would also be BLG's second dragon. They get a kill on top, but that could just be another step forward. But at least here, they will be trying to keep this objective. Man, it's just so hard to get away from it, man. That's a basic ability, by the way. Juo just had to burn his flash. Going to be dying a little bit more time, but now all of BLG have point and presence around this dragon thing.
Shouldn't try to get up a few more camps, but Beitron's going to hit level 9 finishing this dragon. No way for JDG to play. Scout's opted to get, he hasn't even changed his summoner spell. He still has Ignite from that 6 minutes timer. He is losing out on efficiency for his spellbook. And I think another reason why we've had so much criticism for this legendary player.
Oh, speaking of some criticism, he has the flasher. He's about to get triple tapped there. Does end up burning that summoner. Bit of TP in the bot lane as well from Two after using his summoner's spellbook here and trying to get a little bit of defensive stature on this bot side.
They need to protect this wave and the next one because they want to wait until turret plates go down, at least get out one more.
Play. What does he do? He's just getting ran down by Beituan. And I might have been all the givings to Shun early, but now he is getting gapped by the jungler of BLG. And Two is going to pay for Shun's sins and go down. And unfortunately, that will just mean we do get the escape coming through.
Oh no, run him out of his jungle. No red buff.
Oh yeah, leave the no dogs here. No dogs allowed, as BLG will be taking the red, will be taking the bot side. And I don't think there's been a single close game, I feel like, in this entire series.
Dude, Scout, so look at the minimap. Scout teleported from here with his ultimate to here. Just absolutely useless. This Twisted Fate is getting nothing done, and this was
we need to get the flight radar. What's the guy that like tracked all of Taylor Swift's like plane rides?
God. Oh
we
god.
Just do that for Scout.
Maybe they got to get some air mileage on him. I mean, he's been traveling around. We were like, oh, he's got a huge lawsuit, and then all of a sudden he just pops up in Japan. So I don't know, but maybe this is JDG. Like Shun's like, dude, my mid laner 3 games in a row now. Yeah, Come on.
It's tough. I mean, he did make that really awful mistake early, but I gotta ask, man. I know I saw it recently. We're a little biased of Samykin in the NACL playing Mel. Mel, in and of itself, is so hard to counterplay because of what she does, the space she provides, but also some of the hidden damage that she does have. But in these kinds of situations, like, BLG is kind of digging into the pockets. I know it's game 5, but it's only the first series that they have, and maybe starting to start a trend, at least in mid lane meta and some of the things that they've been willing to go for. I mean, this is a BLG that I really can get behind after waking up from those first 2 games.
Samykin could walk so that Knight could run. Who knew? Looks like one of the BLG players is going to take this time to pause and go to the bathroom, as I saw one of them walk off stage. So we're probably in here for at least a little bit of time. We'll let you know, everybody at home, what exactly the nature of this pause is, but not a good game from JDG so far. A tough one, honestly, when you look at they were supposed to try to do some early plays, but Mel and Elise as an opener versus a Blitzcrank is just incredibly difficult to play against.
I see you've grown some years.
You too, brother.
I'm gonna be a lion. The main. It's actually a really good guy. Shout out to Kai, giving us a little bit of extra looking good sauce on our cameras, you know. But
turns out,
okay, communication.
is
Kai in the room with us?
The illustrator.
Okay.
Can draw. I'm pretty sure.
Nice. True.
Can the guy that's on prod tell us why we are paused? Preferably with text. Caster, start the game.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've been pressing my button this entire time, but I'm a lion, so I don't know how they work. But I gotta ask a little bit more in terms of like refocusing on this series a little bit. Is like the fall off from JDG has been monumental, but we said the entire time there were cracks all along. Like those first couple games, they were wonky. Like there were some decisions made in those games that should probably not have been made, but we were
BLG were playing terribly. To be fair, like much worse than what we saw from them in this series. We were giving them grace.
This was like this was the first series. You know, maybe a little bit of rust, especially for BLG, not so much for JDG, and maybe feeling the effects of some of that momentum now. But I mean, JDG needs something to stand on here, and there's not much ground left. I mean, it's starting to crumble, and that might just mean that they find themselves with only one life left in the playoffs.
Did we really just pause for Elk to go to the bathroom? I assume that there is some
really bad, bro. Tummy troubles.
Yeah, I know that there was a couple of clips during MSI of especially some of the BLG players in particular really suffering from illness. So I hope that's not the case, especially looking at some of the player desks in between walk-ins.
I'm just saying, little hidden lore if you didn't watch the Race to World first. Team Liquid, they took a break, 2 pulls before they killed the boss, and it was for somebody to go to the bathroom and do number 2, and they were world champions after that.
Okay,
so maybe
well, you're allowed to do
moment.
that for a raid. I feel like pausing a League of Legends game to
Tactical pause. Tactical pause, Alex.
All right, let's go we got to get the scout image then, bro. Nice tactical pause. All right, let's be careful with that with scout in the game here.
All right. Let's get back into this one. A little bit of what's happened so far, and actually a little bit of a replay.
Oh, that's messed
on
up.
That disastrous mid lane play. Didn't
Boom.
actually end up in anything but the flash, but that's a little bit of a taste of the medicine Knight's going to be delivering.
And this is the problem with this draft is like, how does Blitzcrank get to play this game? Blitzcrank ultimately feels like, okay, maybe we're blowing up Poppy. Because Poppy's not a champion that usually gets a lot of tank resistance this year. So we'll have to see if JDG can execute. It's been a hard early game. It's been hard games, and honestly, getting reverse swept here feels like a backbreaker for them. Something that we saw from them in last split playoffs is going to 5 and losing to Weibo, eventually getting knocked out in 7th or 8th. It would be a tragedy if we saw this lineup yet again end up in that position.
And it's a team that had lost a lot of faith in them from the community, from fans even, on trying to figure out how to make this team work. A lot of the changes, obviously the support change that came through, and trying to figure out how that all worked out. And to come into these players that had those first 2 games, like, oh my God, do I need to start believing in this JDG team again? Even with these big names, we are still seeing some of that faltering here. But as we said before, you got to strike when the iron is hot, got to strike when the playoffs are nigh. And we have arrived. Shun will outplay. A little bit of a cocoon play in the topside jungle, but still going to be BLG with some pressure up there.
Trying to fish for something.
Dude, On is
Why
so
are we
good at that.
We cannot be aiming at the Elise, guys. Please. The Elise
He's
not
got
only
it
can dodge
every
with the
time.
repel, but he also has spiderlings. Like, this is just a 0-win game, 0-sum game for him. So we're seeing that BLG can keep their range, use this standoff with the rest of their team. And honestly, now if Shun gets close, you're just getting Mordekaiser ulted.
Yeah. I mean, he's going to dodge out, actually. That was really nicely done. But the flash play, no Death Realm is there, and he's working him now. Shun is stuck in the pit with Bin, and his team is getting dashed without him. He's going to try to go in, get the reset, but On goes for another repel. It gets away. No way. On just survived. A double kill comes through for Elk, and BLG can do no wrong.
They're going to grab the... God, this is just feats of strength here for BLG. An incredibly strong start to this game. Maybe a fast play here.
Elk. Oh, Elk went with the tilt over Peacemaker and just gave his life away. Beituan trying to come over, but Pays will flash for it, gets the kill in the end. And a little bit of something back for JDG. As tries to get the kill on a Beituan, won't end up getting it.
Let's see it. Let's go, man. This is good. Pays knows, and Pays as the singular carry for this team that we have had very little criticism for in Split 3, trying to step up. What was I think the terminology that I used coming into the series was trying to do too much with too little. As you can see there, and I think you can see it in that last game, he is really trying his damnedest not to lose this series here. This is how that hook ends up landing. I think ultimately still not enough here for JDG. I mean, Mordekaiser getting to kidnap one important member throughout this fight. I think Beituan gets to do something very similar. And such a close margin here is the gold card coming in late from Scout that barely lets On live.
That On live there is just insane. And he has been so good at the repel time. He's not only dodging the Blitzcrank grabs, but so much damage, so much engage. And something I'm realizing from watching these fights is JDG should have no real way to take these fights, because they're down. Shun is so low, and he is really the only person that can step forward. Duo is looking to pick people a lot of times, so Shun has to be the one to step up, because Xiaoxu is just in the side lane forever.
And it does not get much better here. Oh, Knight trying to use a rebuttal. He's going to be safe. Oh,
Shun goes in, gets the reset, gets the one and the healing back. That was a misplay from Knight. Now JDG going to move back over. Beituan was trying to help out with this dragon. Down half health, it will real reset as now we get the movement into this.
Oh no.
Bin's coming over. He's got the Death Realm.
They're not even starting this. Yeah, Bin can just walk straight in. Oh, Scout. What the?
Scout? Scout just went for the mega play on the Elk, but they didn't even get him. Now Shun has to pop his invulnerable as he's now getting very much harassed. Beitwan tries to go for Pays. The double knock up there with the keeper's verdict, and now BLG, they're just going to run away with the non-tanky members. Scout's getting handled by Elk. Elk needs one more hit. He can't find Scout in the end. Now Ben trying to handle the rest of this one. He's going to try to get one more, but he can't do it. And JDG, they end up finding at least a little bit of promise in this game. Still about a 1.5k deficit, and Xiaoshu blocks for Scout.
Okay, Dragon's going to go over to BLG. Knight has now died twice here in kind of meaningless ways for his team. Oh my. We are getting a full-on test of mechanics from every single player. Teleport coming in from Scout. He's going to fix this top wave. We get a replay back at this. A Herald that does nothing here for BLG. And a lapse in judgment here turns into a massive amount of space. And honestly, time in this game for Jindong Gaming.
Get the reset. That's so big here for Shun. And move back down. I mean, this became a very wonky fight. It looks like in the picture-in-picture, we're starting up for another one. Oh, they just all in.
Show me the get into the play.
Yeah,
Come
shall
on.
we go? I think we should go. As now JDG looking more so for the rest of this fight. Arm's getting pretty chunked here. Maiden's gonna walk on by. On doesn't have much of a health bar to speak of. We are posturing around this dragon. Would be third dragon for BLG, and they started up.
Shun is trying to get back his HP by doing the Raptor camp. He's going to go for red buff or maybe just link around and slink into the back end of the pit. No, he doesn't have enough time.
It's getting low, but the yellow card from Scout is going to hold them off. Beitwan going for the 50, and he gets it. Beitwan makes the difference for yet another moment. He gets soul point for BLG, and the Death Realm has been used on Scout. Ben, I don't think, can finish Scout off before he comes out. Now he's in the midst of the team. Pays free firing on the side. Pays has not been focused, but they get the one kill going. Elk now realizes what's happening. His Keeper's Verdict coming ready for Beitwan. He's not going to get hooked in the end. He's not going to pop the Keeper's Verdict either. Both teams walking away with one dead.
Wow, one to kill to each, and it is BLG and Beitwan in particular coming up clutch. I think that Shun has actually improved his smites, especially as we got towards the end of the season. Gonna be a block here from Xiaoshu to keep his AD carry alive, but in the critical moments, it was the Otacon steal in game number 4, but now soul point here for BLG, and with Beitwan back in the lineup, looking to take them to finish this series.
You're wondering when we were going to see his face again, when he was going to come make the impact that he made the first time he came into the roster itself. It seems like it's playoff time. What is up with BLG and swapping their junglers just in time for playoffs? I don't know, but maybe it's just going to work for them. They are on the edge of a reverse sweep here, but this might be the most contested game we've had so far in this series. But it is still very close to bursting open in favor of BLG. If they can get one more dragon, this Ocean Soul is huge.
I think now that with the situation that this kind of map is in, it's only 1,000 gold lead here, especially because of the other lanes in particular from JDG doing very well for themselves. I was bagging on Scout early in this game. He's at least been able to keep relevancy with Knight, and his ultimate is always going to allow him to make really quick plays on the rest of the map here. So he gets a turret. Otacon hasn't been started by BLG. They have a Mordekaiser. They need to be able to take this away from their opponents.
They're going to try to do so. They have 2 out in spikes. They're going to have enough damage to try to burst
no
this
rebuttal.
one down. JDG are moving over. Pays almost half health now, though. There is the Twisted Fate trying to come in to this side as soon. Coming on the backside, he's just going to get Death Realmed if he walks up, and Otacon is going to go over, and Elk just sits Pays down. With the help of Knight, the combo comes alive.
Wow, Knight uses the rebuttal, throws back the True Shot Barrage at Pays, and nearly half healths him. Then Elk gets to finish the job. Really clutch stuff coming on through. That's the Otacon, and Lennon, we are now looking 2.5 minutes from both Baron and Soul for BLG. And this game, it has been a little bit back and forth, but I have to say handily, BLG have been the better team here in the back half of this split, or this series, I should say. Look at this. He starts off, walks in.
God,
he
dude.
pushes it back.
Does damage and then gets pushed back? That's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's because Knight did it too late, unironically. But Scout never comes.
Oh, no.
Oh, and he walks into it. Oh, man, that's tough. A headshot, a flash here from from Elk to finish this off. And that could spell the end of the game. A single mistake from Pays might have just cost JDG the series.
And for a guy who we haven't really put a big focus on because it hasn't been his fault a lot of the time that they're losing these last couple games, Elk is stepping up at this moment. And that's what's always so terrifying about this BLG team. They are legends in the LPL. They are some of the best to do it. Even if their jungle is a rotating carousel, the rest of these members, if they are on one, if they all of a sudden just get that twinkle in their eye, the anime protagonist takes over and they become some of the best the LPL has to offer.
I just think this competition for BLG is almost fortress-like, almost impenetrable. We've seen mistakes. Not to say that that isn't possible, but I think that Mel and Mordekaiser are just too broken with what their kits provide. I just think, like, Lennon, even if they lose this next fight around the dragon, all Bin needs to do is walk up to Shun, hit him with the Death Realm, and that's 99% guaranteed Ocean Soul for this BLG comp. And they have no damage from JDG that actually gets them through that kind of comp.
Shun is literally, can't
dead.
do anything. Duo just died for him again. He literally fought Beichuan for like 4 or 5 seconds there, did literally nothing. Scout's going to take a side lane turret now, so a little bit of recompense for JDG.
I know why the observers went there. He used his ultimate to give them vision. They've got nothing. Soul spawns in 20. We're about to see BLG go into the upper bracket. I refuse to believe that JDG will be able to come back from an Ocean Soul in a spot where they don't really have consistent DPS.
And Scout's gotten 1 kill in the last 3 games. Like this is a tough performance from JDG's mid laner, and he's always been the question mark this split. Something we never thought we would say for this legend in the mid lane of Scout. BLG just has their number, and they're dialing on the payphone right now. Shun and JDG stepping up. They know this is a bend or break moment. Dragon Soul on the edge for BLG.
Can they get into a spot? They need to help Knight get through.
Oh, the rehook, the rebuttal. It's not enough. Knight's going to fall. He did end up getting 5-man root. The dragon is the focus now for BLG.
On's almost dead. Shun could look for this. He has no way over the wall. He has to try to use his ultimate, maybe flash. Both teams are really hesitant over this. They need, if you are BLG, you're trying to pull this dragon to your side of the river, get all those traps down. And I need to watch where Bin is right now.
Oh, the hook onto Bin! He's gonna get him. He goes into the death realm. He buys so much time. Oh my god,
they got it!
He's trying to kill Dwello. The dragon goes over to BLG. They get the soul. They're turning on to Shun. Shun's getting taken down now. They're gonna start working back. They have the Atacon. The damage is done. Bin ends up finding Dwo as well. It is the 3. Oh, he's going to get a lot of damage. Not going to kill Pays, though. It is ending up being a 2-for-1 in favor of BLG, but they got the soul. They got everything they came for.
Oh, my God, Lennon. Even with Knight making a misplay, BLG still grabbed the soul. Ocean Soul is going to be so deadly versus JDG. I hope we get a replay of that, but I don't think we're going to have time. We're going to move straight into the Baron. Bin can teleport if he really needs to. It'll be a turret gained for Xiaoxiu at the very end of it all. But now you're 2, maybe 3 items on a single person versus an incredibly tough nut to crack on BLG.
Oh, this is so tough. And he's going to get rebuttaled right back. Does a lot of damage to Dwo. And that's going to be the Baron going to BLG. They're going to TP in the back, though, as Scout just gets caught out. He's going to get flashed on by Bin. He's going to try to buy some time. The Baron goes over to BLG. BLG are a bit split now, but they aren't split in who they want to kill. It's Xiaoxiu, who just gets obliterated by Knight and Elk and the rest of the crew. As Shun, it's friends, but it's not Prow. It is enemies for sure in this series. Against his old team, against his old friends, he cannot stand tall, and BLG will destroy JDG in this Game 5.
It doesn't even matter. Like, Scout's life does not matter in this game right now. He's going to gold card again. They're going to try and chase him out. For what reason? I don't really know, because you're wasting this Baron timer that we could be using pushing bottom lane. Mid-wave, they're currently assaulting the mid-tier 2.
Oh,
that's a rebuttal to pull Dwo. And
dude.
let's just put the cherry on the top here. Let's finish this game here for BLG, and let's send them to the upper bracket.
Oh, the ace in the hole. Pays is down. President down. That's an ace, an unofficial one going through as Shun just spawning now. An incredible come up from BLG in this series. Games 3, 4, 5. Domination coming from them, and a reverse sweep you can dream of to start the playoff run.
Very important. And what a dominant way in the back half of this, especially with Beitron coming in. What look does BLG have for the rest of the playoffs? And what does this playoff bracket now hold for us with JDG in the bottom half?
Game 5 Bell for Knight, the first competitive Bell for him coming through, and it's a team-wide effort. JDG have nothing in the tank, and BLG, they'll rise to the occasion, a reverse sweep to start this tournament off, and a Game 5 win for BLG.
If you are a JDG fan, Scouts KDA in the last 3 games is 1-15-12. I don't know. Like, the Talia game, rough. Happens, you're playing into Nocturne Ori. I think that's a really tough 2v1 to play or 2v2 to play in a lot of instances. That Yone game, you got countered in lane and you got bodied. Game 5 now, like, you had this Twisted Fate and you looked kind of lost. Not even kind of, you looked lost on the map. Like,
yeah, 100%.
I'm struggling
It's
to
a
find
shame.
ways to help JDG fans cope. Because it has been Pays all season long. It has been Pays every single series, but he is getting no help. His mid laner is absent. His support is not great. And top lane has very minimal impact. We saw neutralize as the series went on further versus Bin.
That's the part. I mean, Xiaosu just had an incredible setup early on into this series, was dominating Bin. As we get the Miracle prediction is correct. As
that's technically right.
Are correct here. Yeah, they did get a 3-0 in the end, but it just was after the first 2 games. But the real correct ones are us in the clump that did vote 3-2 for BLG. We expected it to go the distance. We just didn't expect it in the way that it was. And it was 4 games of just kind of one-sided affairs. Game number 5 was definitely a little bit closer for a while, but it ballooned open, and I think this is a BLG that the rest of the bracket needs to be terrified of.
Yes and no. I think the fact that they even went to 5 games versus JDG is more of an indictment on BLG. Yes, JDG looked bad, and that was one of the things that we were talking about at the very top of show, which was what form were we going to get from these 2 teams? Was it going to be a JDG that looked like the first half of Split 3 or the back half of Split 3? It looks like more so the latter than the former. And JDG looking more like themselves, hopeful at the start. They gave us the entirety of 2025 in a best of 5. We start off strong, we get to 3rd place.
Why you gotta bring that up, man?
And then we just lose for no reason.
Yeah. And I obviously there's some adversity for both teams, some changes. I mean, Tuo has been there for a while, but we saw obviously Beitron come in game number 2. That game didn't look good, but he got his feet under him and started looking good in the rest of the series. I mean, they just gave themselves easy tickets forward, right? Starting with that Nocturne Ori combo where it really teed off. And Knight stepped up. Knight absolutely stepped up. I think that was a big question mark. We said, you know, when this team doesn't have step up from their solo laners, it looks like a completely different squad. They don't have a lot of strength. They can't play with their jungle. And, you know, they started off with trying to give Knight some more resources, and it ended up working out. I mean, even in their loss in game 2, he was like 4-0 on the rise to start it off.
You know, I had to go back in this. Do you remember the last time that Bin played Mord?
No, not off the top of my head.
I'll give you a hint. You were casting.
Oh,
this.
Well, that's any time of the last 5 years. So, last summer.
You're right. It was last summer
Oh.
placements. He playing against WE. He was playing against a Skarner. And then before that, he hadn't played Mordekaiser since 2020 Demacia Cup or 2020 Summer Playoffs for LPL.
They pulled out the bag here for Game 5 for BLG. That's all
Yeah.
I'm saying. Like, the Mel first time competitive, like...
I think they learned a lot from their last series versus IG. Like, first they pull out the Mordekaiser, which is something that obviously the Shy then brought out. Also had the Hex played in this game. We didn't talk about it too much just because we were watching JDG just get completely ran over for 15 plus minutes after a certain point.
Oh my god.
Jesus Christ, that is a graph. That is a very funny looking graph at the very least.
That's like 2 minutes, like 2.6 minutes that lead just ballooned.
Yep, that was probably the single fight that we saw JDG actually play decent, and then everything else just went wayward. Yeah, I'm going to be honest, Lennon, this was supposed to be a night of learning. This was supposed to be a night of hopefully progression. And I feel very much the same as I did 4 hours ago.
I do too. Yes.
I feel like JDG are a team that I cannot trust. And I'm looking at the schedule. I am looking at the wrong schedule, actually. I'm going to move over to this one because I have the graphic. They're going to play EDG in 4 days in the bottom half of the bracket. Now, it's not guaranteed. If EDG make an upset, then egg on my face. But assumably, they're going to be going down there. I am worried that they're going to lose to a Group Nirvana team. And if they lose to EDG, EDG will outrank them in regional points, which means JDG will not be able to make Worlds, which is very, very worrisome now.
And after a very long year, that would be of utmost disappointment. This new start, the supposedly new start for some of the bigger names in the LPL, you know, bringing Pays over, having the transfers coming for Chun from Scout, and I think a lot of the in-betweens that we've seen from this roster. It would not be a beautiful end to the story here in a very long year for them, but BLG, I can't help but feel like I need to see another series from them. See if they can clean up. I know that's why we said we don't feel any different than when we came into this one, where, you know, a majority of us thought that BLG were a bit favored, even if it was going to be a bit sloppy. But now they have the momentum moving forward. So how powerful can that be for this roster?
And guess what their next matchup is? they're playing most likely against IG, bro.
Yep.
I think they're going lower bracket fast. In 2 days. That'll be in 2 days. That lower bracket will play on the 9th, or that upper bracket will play on the 9th. So a lot of games in a row for some of these teams, and
we don't have a break till finals. I'm pretty sure. I think
there is
like a small break before finals.
Yeah, so we go from the 7th all the way up until the 16th. The 16th, and then we play on the 20th for lower finals, and then finals is the very next day on the 21st. That's a tough schedule, especially if you're a lower bracket team. I guess that is your reward for going through the upper bracket. Big way, Easy Hoon.
Big way.
Put those celebrations away, brother. We gotta fix some things. Job's not done.
Yeah.
But
who gets MVP? I think it might be Elk.
Elk. Like he played this Caitlyn game almost to perfection. I can't really think of too many flaws.
H1 did do some nasty stuff on that.
I also agree. I think unfortunately for H1, he did not have a one-shot the enemy AD carry moment around the Dragon/Otacon, and then didn't outplay like multiple like weird situations from enemy teams. So otherwise, I do want to say the good things that we can take away from this series for BLG is I think that with the fact that we are going to have more fearless series, and some of the meta changes, although it seems early on that 25-17 hasn't shaken out as much as maybe we wanted to. Maybe we'll get that further down the line in this tournament. But Beitron has given them some avenues of like different champions. And maybe Shadow does as well. Beitron's actually going to end up earning himself the first MVP and his first one of the entire split.
Baby.
Honestly beautiful like cherry to put our bow to put on top of this series. Beitron subs in games 2 and gets himself the first MVP of the split.
I'm sorry, homie Shadow, you just lost your job, bud. As Beitron comes in, ends up finding success, and unfortunately that honeymoon phase of Shadow when he came in, found undefeated streak, an impressive one for BLG, is now over. It is the era of Beitron once again for BLG, and a dominant series from them with the final 3 games going their way whole-handedly. That is going to be it from us, Alk, at least in this first series for me and you. Do you have any other thoughts before we get to that next series?
No, I'm really happy that we got to do another cast, and we got to start off the playoffs with a full 5-game series. Really exciting stuff. And it's only 3 local time.
Only
like
3.
I get to watch IG hopefully blast EDG and maybe get to hear Rafa cry on show.
I'm sorry, Kai, behind the scenes, but this next series is going to 5. That's it from us, though. Huge shout out to Kai, who's going to be sticking through it and continue to produce, and to Rafa and Bloxer coming in to cover that next series. But Alk, it's been an absolute pleasure. BLG 3-2 over JDG. It was a thrilling one. It was a little bit of a one-sided one in the end, but BLG stick strong. We'll see who the next one in the upper bracket is to continue after this break.
What's up, gamers? We got our second best of 5 coming your way in just a few moments, but we have to do a little caster swapperoo. It's your boy Rafa and Blocks are coming in for that hot swap. Shoutouts to Mazel and Alk for doing such a great job for us on the back end and making sure that they delivered a banger of a cast or a banger of a series between JDG and BLG. Honestly, Blockster, there was a feeling in the back of our heads that that series was going to go the distance. We didn't know why, but we just felt it in our bones.
Yeah, going into that Game 3 draft, you know, I'm getting ready. Maybe we're about to be on, you know, maybe this is going to be the last game and it's going to be our series. And then that draft happens. I'm like, okay, BLG, I like it. I like what you're doing. And then they start winning that game and I chilled. I relaxed. I was like, right, this game is just going to keep on going. I felt it in my bones that we were going to end up with those 5 games. I didn't know that the full reverse sweep was going to come through, though. And BLG, really impressive for them to mentally be able to sit through those first 2 games that were pretty bad and then just completely take over.
And great for Beichuan to bounce back and come to the team's rescue when they needed it most. It now results in BLG advancing in the upper bracket, 3-2 victory over JDG, where JDG now down to their last life in the lower bracket. But we have to continue kicking off the show because we still have one more best of 5 coming your way. And as shown earlier in the schedule, it is going to be IG taking on EDG. Let's take a look at the rosters for today's second best of 5. IG on the blue side, kicking things off here. It's the Shy, Wei, Rookie, Gala, and Mako. And last time you saw these boys on this beautiful LPL English screen, you saw them kicking BLG's butts in a 2-0 victory. And the fashion that they did it in, Blockster, pure cinema.
It was really, really impressive. It was one of those rescheduled games that we had because of weather events earlier on in the split, so we got to finish off with IG BLG. It was an important matchup as well. It determined who was going to end up in that second seed. Very important going on into these playoffs, and it was just so nice from IG. They were completely able to take over. Game 1 was a little bit close. You know, BLG, they were able to fight back a little bit, but Game 2, just utter domination.
And for IG in particular, I think the biggest standout this series was Wei, playing against the team that had brought him on last summer as a substitute and alternate option for Shun, since BLG needed some revitalization in the roster and finding ways to get themselves locked in for the remainder of the regular season and then going into playoffs. And then Wei became the permanent starter for BLG for the majority of Split 1 and Split 2 this year. But then Beichuan comes onto the lineup and Wei is gone because BLG were underperforming. Remember, they got knocked out early in Split 1 playoffs and they wanted to change. Beichuan to them was the answer since they lost to him against Thundertalk in Split 1. But then Wei gets his revenge here, Blockster. He's able to show BLG, guys, I wasn't the problem. You need to look inwards and reflect.
Yeah, and I mean, his early pathing throughout the second game was incredibly impressive. The Vi's been on a little bit of a fall-off recently. We haven't been seeing these junglers go towards it anywhere near as much as we had during early Split 1 and Split 2, but he pulls this champion out in this critical Game 2, and just gets all over the map, is able to completely take over for IG and just really push his team on forwards, and it was really impressive to see. And if they want to be able to dismantle EDG here today and then carrying on versus these other teams here in the playoffs, Wei's going to have to be a big part of it, because it's been a bit of an interesting year so far for IG, hasn't it? It hasn't necessarily been the easiest. Their early split specifically was not looking so good.
And for what it's worth, Wei still doesn't play perfectly when it comes to mechanics. But Wei is persistent and continues to be what IG have needed ever since his joining onto the team for this third split of the season. And even though JDG was able to find decent success for IG in the past, and a lot of people might argue that JDG might be more mechanically reliable than Wei, I think this roster has come together as one of the best macro teams, one of the smartest teams that we have had in the LPL in quite some time. And that has proved to be a constant thorn in BLG's side, because if they can't just out-brawn IG, then BLG just don't know what to do.
Yeah, it's been really tough for a lot of their opponents to actually put IG to bed. They have gotten themselves into some pretty monumental disadvantages and just fought their way back, being able to pull their way on forwards. If they can get into the mid game even, just even in gold, they win almost every single time. Sometimes they do put themselves behind far enough that they're not able to overcome it, and a part of that has come from the fact that I think Rookie's been having a bit of a rough time for himself in the mid lane. He's been getting solo killed more than we've really ever seen from him. But even then, still, this team, the way that they play macro, the way they play late game team fights, it's just so solid that they can pull themselves back from almost any deficit.
Well, let's take a look at their opponents. On the red side here, it is EDG, one of our breakout Nirvana teams coming in split 3 hot with their breakout support in Palkia, the rookie support sensation that has looked up to this organization ever since he was a kid growing up and saw his first ever competitive game series from EDG, winning MSI in 2015. He has been inspired ever since. He has been on a journey to play pro specifically for this organization, and EDG even going the distance, upsetting Team WE in the play-in stage.
It was just really, really well done from Palkia. Pretty much throughout the entirety of the split, I've been mega impressed with him all the way through. It looked like EDG were actually going to be able to come out on top of Group Nirvana completely undefeated. They obviously stumbled a couple of times. They lost to LGD. They ended up losing to NIP. But still, it was just one of the best single splits that we've seen from EDG in recent memory. And it was great to see a lot of it coming through the support role. You can see in a ton of these highlights, right? Palkia is all over them. The Nico has been particularly impressive, but honestly, any of the engaged supports that you can find, he's been able to find these great flank angles, he's been able to just get on ahead, and it's been making up for situations in which maybe the rest of EDG aren't ahead. He finds those angles and gets them back into games.
And Palkia isn't perfect. This is his first competitive split in the tier 1 space. Granted, the coolest story about him, aside from the fact that he's been looking up to playing for this org for a very, very long time, he joins the org on the tier 2 team, and 30 days, with not even 30 days, he gets promoted to the main team for the LPL in Split 3. This man has just been on a journey, and being able to constantly improve his skills and consistently impress and looking up and trying to outperform his opponents in his own role. Now, obviously in Group Nirvana, the competition was not necessarily the strongest. But we thought that going into WE, stylistically, that was going to be a huge challenge for EDG. Monkey into Xiaohao, Vampire into Palkia, and they're able to get it done, Bloxer. So now we find themselves staring up against IG on the other side. Now this is where things are going to get a little tricky, Bloxer, because a lot of the EDG strength come from the stability in their solo laners, so that gives foundation to jungler Xiaohao to set up early games, and that's why we have to look at the mid lane. And it's so important here because both Angel and Rookie have proven to be such vital individuals for their squads.
And it's been very different splits overall for these two. Angel has topped out our regular season in terms of KDA. He was really high up in damage per minute, gold per minute. I mean, he was kicking butts throughout the entirety of Group Nirvana. He looked like, honestly, the best bit of Group Nirvana in almost every single lane, which was really impressive, right? You've got Doingby down in Group Nirvana as well. But like you said, the level of competition is going to be a little bit lower. Over on the side of Rookie, he was getting solo killed quite a lot. He was having some map mistakes. The laning phase was not looking anywhere near as good as the Rookie of past. But still, he was able to just pull out a couple of these just base champions for him, right? I thought his Orianna, his Azir were just very solid, constantly able to find big ultis, and was just able to still give enough to his team that it meant he wasn't necessarily that guy in every single situation, but he wasn't dragging the team down the whole time.
And Rookie would always pay his worth in gold by the time we got past the 20-minute mark, because he, alongside the rest of the team, are able to just manufacture those completely almost BS-like comebacks with massive gold deficits because they just understand how to play the map. But one more matchup that we have to look at, we already talked about Palkia a little bit. We have to now take this opportunity to just celebrate the fact he's getting to play against his idol, Mako. This is the support player that was on that legendary EDG roster in 2015 MSI when they dethroned T1 as international champions. And just the overall legacy that org had been kind of running with for the past couple of years after their breakout year in 2013. going to Game 5 against Faker. If anyone remembers the Pawn Morgana into Faker's LeBlanc, Mako was on that roster, and he has been with EDG ever since until that 2021 year when they finally took home a world championship for the LPL and the first ever for EDG in general. Now we get to see them play against each other. This is just awesome to see.
Yeah, it's so exciting to get to watch these two face off against each other, especially because of how impressive Palkia has been able to play throughout the entirety of this split. Like you said, he's not perfect, he's still raw, you can feel that he's a rookie, you can feel that he's still jetting his footing here in the LPL, but he's shown these just bright flashes, brighter flashes than almost any other support that we've seen, not on one of the top 4 teams in the LPL, and because this is such an important matchup for EDG going forwards, if they still want to make Worlds, and we'll talk about that a little bit more later, you kind of have to win out here to really secure it, especially with JDG losing, or you have to show enough here that we can then favor you potentially in that JDG matchup going on forwards. A double exit, you know, straight out of group, out of the top of the bracket, straight out of the bottom of the bracket isn't going to be good enough, and the fact it's such an important matchup and you're facing off against your idol, I mean, it's a lot of pressure onto a very young pair of shoulders, but I don't know, so far it hasn't seemed to crumble him.
I mean, when we looked back at this roster at the beginning of Split 3, we first heard about Palkia coming in, and we were like, oh, okay, well, very, very new rookie support coming in. We'll see if that changes anything. And within the first 2-3 series, I was hooked onto this team. And I tried to spread a little bit of EDG propaganda. I made a very bold claim that EDG were going to make a run to Worlds.
Yeah.
And a lot of people were thinking that it was very foolish and very silly, but over time, EDG continued to impress. They stumbled a couple times in Group Nirvana, dropping a series both to Ninjas in Pajamas as well as LGD in the second round robin. But overall, they have made it to playoffs. They are almost there in terms of completing the steps necessary. It is still a long road ahead, but so many things are looking up. So Bloxer, I think it is only fitting when we look at the predictions for this matchup that I have to go with what is true to me and say that IG are going to smash EDG 3-0. Unfortunately, this is not the battle that they're going to win.
What is this? Why am I over on the right-hand side of the screen right now, believing in EDG? I've been listening to your propaganda. I've been listening to the EDG's going to Worlds, baby. And I was believing it. I was feeling it in my bones. And I was ready to be sat over on the right-hand side of the screen alongside you, Rafa. And you've abandoned me. You've abandoned me not only to the IG side, but you don't even think they're going to take a single game. What is this?
If it was any other team, Bloxer, I would have been right there alongside you, but IG have an aura that right now is just too terrifying to match right now. The way I saw them completely dumpster BLG and run them around the map, despite the deficits they've had, or when they ran the map against Top Esports or whatever Group Ascent team, it seemed like every single series that IG played after the FPX one where they lost 2-0 randomly, IG have just had the most superior understanding of how to play these late game macro situations, so that even if their hands don't always save them or bail them out of situations, their intelligence does. Their understanding of where to prioritize objectives and what to trade for and where to go afterwards.
Yeah. I'm mad at you for this, and I think that everybody else should be too, but I do get it, right? As IG, you end out your split with a 6-game win streak. They come back from the most ridiculous gold deficit I've ever seen versus Weibo and still end up winning the game. They exercise the demon of FPX and 2-0 them after that, like you said, weird loss to them earlier on in the split, and then dismantle BLG at the end. Everything is pointing towards this being a pretty comfortable 3-0 for IG, and I do feel like that's probably the outcome we're gonna see. Do I really believe that EDG are going to 3-0? Maybe not. But there's a chance for them to pick up a game here. I think EDG have shown us some of these really bright sparks, and I think that they do match up decently well into IG, as well as any team can, right? When a team is just so good at individual lane macro, and then that full map macro as well, it's hard to play it out. That makes it very tricky to be able to overcome, especially when you don't just hands check your opponents. But in terms of the places where I think you've maybe got a little bit going for you as EDG. I think mid lane's potentially very interesting. Bot lane could be pretty interesting as well. You know, they're not completely out of the series before it even starts.
And listen, the strengths that EDG have are completely valid. There's a lot of stability in EDG solo laners, which gave them the foundation for Xiaohao to be the best performing jungler in Group Nirvana.
Yeah.
I don't take that away from them. Palkia looking for these crazy volatile engages and just being a way to revitalize the team. And how many times we have seen EDG come out and say, yeah, like Palkia has given us kind of a new life and has made us excited to play the game again. I love that for them. And I promise against any other team, I feel like that strength is totally valid against Group Ascend teams. But IG, they don't care about your early game advantages. They don't care about your mid game advantages. When it comes to the macro that this team has, I have yet to see another team match them in those clutch decision making where every second matters in terms of what you're deciding to do as a team and where to go. And it just seems like anytime there's these really tense objective scenarios where Soul Point's on the line, Baron's on the line, Otacon's on the line, IG just figure out how to navigate those scenarios and they commit and they win out every single damn time.
I feel like in order to beat IG, you have to do one of two things. You either have to play a level of LCK perfection that LPL teams very rarely attain, or you just have to straight up hands check them. You've just got to be better in the lanes and get so far ahead that there's absolutely nothing that they can do. And really, the only consistent way to be able to do it is both. You've got to be better in the lanes so that you get that early advantage, and then play out the rest of your macro almost perfectly to not give them that little look back in, because the second that you do give them that little look back in, I'm not so sure that you're really going to be able to get away with it multiple times, right? Every time a team throws, somebody else has to catch, and I don't think any team's better at finding those tiny advantages and exploiting them as IG. It'll make it very interesting, I think, if we see IG at Worlds, because I think some of these other international teams, the top-tier international teams, probably can do it. They can hands check. They can have that level of macro that's going to make it difficult. Here in the LPL, IG, they are looking very, very strong, and yeah, it is going to be very tricky for EDG to be able to do anything. I would like to say, I swear you've also got a bet on about IG and not making it to finals, right? Don't you also want them to not make finals?
So, listen, Bloxer, I have accepted my fate. After I made the bet, I thought to myself, I might have taken a very, very stupid bet here against Alec, because after, this was before the IG Top Esports series, if I'm not mistaken. And then watching the way they dismantle Top Esports, I realized, oh my god, what have I done? And
made an oopsie.
I am now content with the fact that I'm probably going to have to do a karaoke version of K-Drill's The Shy is Back. So
I'm so excited.
I don't know if everyone else should be. I'll make sure I'm not butchering it, but I strongly favor IG not only going to the finals, but to be a favorite for the split. And the evolution of that arc at the beginning of Split 3, where we saw them make top 3 in playoffs in Split 2, we thought, okay, this team might be a dark horse, but they're using Wei now instead of JDG, so who knows? Wei didn't look that great on BLG. And then over time, everyone is going through individual glow-ups. Mako's playing like one of the best supports in the LPL. Gala is contesting Jackie Love for one of the best AD carries in his role. Jackie Love, shout-outs to him. If you guys didn't see, MVPs and All-Pro votes were released by the official LPL broadcast. Jackie Love got regular season MVP. Very deserved. GOAT. Yeah. Good stuff. Gala, still one of the highest pentakill earners and still is able to find these moments where he just goes completely ballistic. IG, as a team, just looks in an unreal form right now, and I'm just scared for any team that goes up against them.
Hey, but look right here. Rookie of the Split. Rookie of the Split in the LPL. Surely, Rookie of the Split can take over everything you've just said, right? All of those things that are making it an IG-favored matchup. This guy, I don't know that I believe it either. I want to, though. I really want to. I want at least one, right? Alc and Mazel, they get to do 5 games. They get a banger reverse sweep. They get an awesome rendition of Silver Scrapes. And what, we just think we're going to get a quick 3-0, IG are going to be looking forwards. If you look past EDG, that is another way in which you can mess this one up. I don't think that IG will. I think IG have been very deliberate in all of their matchups. Only that loss to FPX felt like one where they kind of just overlooked an opponent and ended up paying the price for it. But if you do, just look at EDG and go, it doesn't matter. We're looking at BLG in the next round. You know, there's a chance. It's not completely over.
Yeah. Listen, I totally understand that there's all these accolades and things worth celebrating and giving praise over to EDG for. But the fact that IG happened to be their opponent does feel very unfortunate. We did go back and watch the games from EDG playing against IG in the play-in stage of Split 2 playoffs. It was a 3-0 by IG. And the way that those games played out, EDG sometimes found some decent early game advantages. They were able to create some plays where you could have been able to create a snowball out of it. IG then later on just beat them when it came to the macro. And that was before IG really came into form. That was almost the origin story, the inklings of, oh, hey, this is what IG can do when they're in a deficit. This is how they outsmart their opponents and they find a way to get back into the game. This is before Wei comes onto the roster. This is with JJ still on the lineup. I really, really would love to see EDG take one single game, because that would be hype, and it would even add further to the fact that EDG have a legitimate shot to beat other teams to get to Worlds. But IG, man, that ore is too hard to crack.
I do think you are probably right. Potentially, what you can look at this as is it's an audition for EDG for the next round, right? You want to do as much as you can right here to beat out onto IG, but the next round is the actual critical one. If you beat JDG, they can't qualify to Worlds. They're done. You have managed to knock them out, and you've now got a chance to actually make it to those split finals, and then in those summer finals, potentially you're going to be able to win out and get yourself to Worlds, right? There's still a possibility that IG, they make it to finals, and EDG goes to Worlds, and it's all about showing that you are strong enough to be able to do it against some of these Group Ascend teams that weren't sat right at the bottom, right? Yes, you're able to beat WE, and I like WE. I think WE has a ton of really fun pieces. I love Monkey. I think Monkey's really fun, and the fact you're able to beat them in a 3-1 as well, and it wasn't particularly close, shows me that you can compete against those bottom tier Group Ascend teams, but it's these middle of the pack and then top end Group Ascend teams that are going to be the real challenge, and IG, they ended second for good reason. I think if they'd have gotten off to a slightly quicker start, they could have very easily been the top dog in the Group Ascend.
That LGD series was so unfortunate for the side of EDG. When they played against Ninjas in Pajamas the second time, I knew in my heart that there was a chance that they would lose that series, and I was content with that one. Them losing the LGD series,
that was crazy.
I thought to myself, oh man, oh no, we can't drop a series to these guys. No. Not like this. But the fact that EDG bounced back against Team WE, it just goes to show that EDG, for the most part, their strengths are in just setting up these stable, consistent early game for Xiaohao, and Xiaohao has proven to be such a reliable and stable jungler for this team. When I look at him, I don't necessarily see like a huge like carry jungle mechanical.
Not really.
In extreme god, like when you think of like Tarzan and Kanavi at their peak, Monkey when WE was really coming into their stride towards Split 2 playoffs, but Xiaohao doesn't need to be that for this team. The team just operates totally fine on playing a standard game. IG are not going to let them get away with it that easily, though. Even if we see, when we go into these games, guys, I'm just prefacing you. If EDG come into 15 minutes with like a 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 gold lead,
it's not enough.
It's not enough.
It's not enough.
IG came back from a 10,000 gold deficit against Weibo Gaming.
That's one of the stupidest series I've ever watched. I mean, I'm just I'm watching, but like it's second monitor viewing, you know, I'm not super analyzing what's going on, it's early. And then every time I glance over, I'm like, right, they're down by 5k, 7k, 10k, okay, cool, whatever, this one's over. I get up, go make some food, just scrolling through Twitter. I see a gold graph, I'm like, hang on a second. Why does the gold graph show a Weibo win and say IG win? And I go back and watch this series, I'm like, what? What? Hello? That's illegal. Illegal. Actual illegal stuff on our screens right there. But that just shows you what IG can do. They are never down and out. You cannot count this team out until you have physically exploded the Nexus in front of them. Even if you're cracking open the base, you're 10,000 gold up, it doesn't matter. They will find one mistake you've made, and they will exploit it all the way into your base.
EDG do have some power of friendship behind them between Xiaohao and ZDZ. This duo has nearly been inseparable for the past 3-4 years. There was one year where they didn't get to play on the same roster, but they have remained very close friends ever since the first time they played with each other. And Xiaohao and ZDZ as a jungle top duo, definitely one of the strongest that we've had come out of Group Nirvana. It has definitely been a reason why they were able to make the big jump into playoffs going in to this end of Split 3 here. As much as I would love to give a lot of credit to the ZDZ, and he definitely played a hell of a split, he's now going up against the Shy, who has had a remarkable year ever since Split 2. And now, we have gone through everything, all the story points, IG and EDG. We got the Rookie of the Split award out of the way. It's now time to head into draft, and we are flying through the bans here, Bloxer. Jarvan, Wukong, Poppy, all taken away from that jungle pool. Varus is the priority ADC. Rumble taken away from the top lane. Now thinking, are you going to eliminate the Taliyah? Are you going to eliminate the Aurora? What's cooking in the pot here for EDG?
Yeah, what do you want to take off of the board? It's going to be the Inara that they think that they don't want to deal with, so that leaves a bunch of very strong junglers still available to IG to first pick, but actually no, just going to go towards that Azir first pick, not something we've been seeing recently. Now, the Pantheon, the Xin Zhao if you want it, either of those can just be picked up right at the very start if you want them.
EDG, what is your response here? We've seen a lot of Azir first picks. Wait a minute. Hang on, Bloxer. This is an Azir first pick by IG. I just did a double take. They have stayed away from the Azir the entirety of Split 3.
And they're not first picking it.
And now they're first picking it. What has changed? Have IG been cooking the Azir in scrims again? Do they now feel confident that Rookie can pilot this champion again? Because there was a reason why IG were staying away from it for the majority of regular season. In fact,
played
it
it
wasn't
once.
picked a space. Yeah.
The Rookie played it a single time during Split 3. They did win on it, but once. Which, considering the Azir priority that we saw across the entire rest of the tournament, really odd. And now extra odd to see them pull this one out right here. But the Azir, it just fits into so many different compositions. Picking it this early as well though, right? You do know that there are counters to it. If you have an opponent that feels comfortable picking up the Ziggs, that can always be something a little bit miserable to try to play into. Instead, it's just going to be the Taliyah matchup, pretty standard there. IG currently showing a little bit of aggression right here. Going to pick themselves up the Kai'Sa early on as well. Usually like to pair that with something else very aggressive in the support and in the jungle. Something you can go dive into the backline alongside. The Nico, something that we've been seeing more and more, and it's something that's so good on Palkia that I love Mako taking this away. It's good for him, and it takes away the best champion from EDG support.
Yeah, IG already have a solid 1-2 combo with the dive setup, but they haven't shown their jungle and top lane just yet. And things that can really enable this Kai'Sa to feel like she's not going to be the only person diving into the backline. There's a plethora of options here. Now, Wukong and Jarvan were already eliminated from the pool, but Xin Zhao is still available, Vi is still available, EDG go for the Corki guarantee lock-in for On here. Trundle has already been secured for Xiaohao, so a lot of the skirmishers are not going to feel as great trying to tango with Trundle in the one-on-one, but we have seen many junglers been able to just not necessarily path around it, but just play around it. You don't interact with the Trundle specifically. You just try and make sure that you are enabling the rest of your team to succeed.
Exactly. If you try to actually go tussle straight up with that Trundle, it's just going to rip your heads off. But it also is going to be very interesting when it comes to the push as well. The Trundle can just smash straight through those towers very quickly, and it can just unlock you to get a ton more turret plates early on. You get yourself a kill in a lane, then you take a couple of plates down. It can just expand that gold lead out a little bit more. And it also is going to make IG think about what top laner you want to take. If you wanted something big and tanky for the Shy, well then that makes the Trundle even better going on. So it might push the Shy more towards his slightly more aggressive pickups, which is something we've been seeing, I'd say, a little bit less this split. He has certainly had extra aggressive pickups he's played. He even played himself the Aurora game a little while ago, which was pretty fun to watch. So he's not opposed to it, but it does maybe push him more in that direction.
EDG now eliminate both jungle options that would have been nice as early game skirmishers, as well as enablers of this Kai'Sa and overall diving identity from IG, with the Pantheon and the Vi band off the table. IG take away Palkia's Alistar, as that would have been just a solid engage support option, because right now EDG are lacking a lot of it. Nautilus is going to be the other one that I would have suggested. Trundle and Taliyah, not necessarily the most fabled and fear-striking combo in jungle mid, because there's no direct way that you set up that seismic shove guaranteed, unless the pillar slow can...
Pillar's so good, yeah.
A pillar slow is going to be really nice, but it's not a guarantee on the seismic shove connecting. Now, Rel will give you that go button that EDG desperately need, leaving ZDZ to have counterpick option in the top lane. This Sylas could be jungle here, Bloxer.
Yeah, we have seen the Sylas move around a little bit more. There's a bunch more champions that we've ended up with in the jungle. Instead, we're going to go on towards this Neferi, something that's seriously fallen off in terms of priority. And we got to see it in the previous series between BLG and JDG, where it just didn't look good, right? The Neferi wasn't able to get ahead, wasn't really able to just get rolling, and it is going to be that Aurora pickup up into the top lane. We said it was possible. It was something that we have seen the Shy pick up before, but he hasn't been super all over it, right? It's not been something he's been spamming constantly, and doing it blind especially is really wild.
To me, this is the Shy saying, you've got nothing for this Aurora top lane pick. I'm going to be able to beat whatever you got into it. Because we know that the Shy kind of originated this Aurora top lane as an answer into the Rumble. And that started making waves globally in all the other regions. So now the fact that the Shy feels comfortable enough to just take it into what is now a York answer from EDG, IG have no real tanks here, Bloxer. There is no real front line. IG are just trusting in their ability to... does this look like a hands check composition to you, Bloxer?
Yeah, it does.
It kind of does, doesn't it?
Yeah. I mean, IG, 2 picks in, saw that Trundle and went, hell no. That Subjugate is not going to be useful versus us. Absolutely not. We are not giving you a single tank to be able to pull away from. Instead, we're just going to go all in and make it really tricky to play out these games. And I do like this composition into what EDG have, because when you're sat on the Taliyah and the Corki, you'd love a more standard front-to-back situation so that you can land a ton of those rockets and a ton of those rocks. Instead, in this situation where the backline's going to be in your backline all of a sudden, you're not able to play these out anywhere near as effectively. It's going to make it a heck of a lot harder for EDG to make this work. And because they don't have themselves a true engaged tank right here, right? They've got a couple of pieces that are kind of tanky, but nobody that can just sit in the front line, be a Scion, for example, and just absorb all of that pressure. I think it's going to be very tricky for EDG to be able to play this one out. The Yorick specifically is what's giving me a lot of pause. It's not good into the Aurora. The Aurora is still going to have its number during the early laning phase. And then, are you going to be able to go and split push effectively? Or are you going to be pulled into these team fights where you're not going to be able to do anywhere near as much as an Aurora probably can?
Yeah, I almost feel like the York is not necessarily set up for success in a side lane, at least without jungle interference from Xiaohao. But I feel like they are just trying to find a way to get value in these team fights. Dark Procession might be able to find some things on some of these champions that burn their mobility tools early, but we're going to have to see how the story unfolds here in our second best of 5 in the playoff bracket. Let's hit the ring for IG and EDG. Game 1 is Rookie already forced to flash here in Game 1.
That was good. Those were some very, very loud gyros. I mean, we've had a couple of, quieter ones throughout the rest of this split, but That was lovely to hear, and already the flash coming off of Rookie, that's pretty big, right? The seismic shove is super annoying to try to dodge away from, and the fact that Angel's now going to have that little bit of advantage early, I'll be really interested to see what EDG do with that. Do they decide to re-gank early on? I would very much like to see it, right? Don't just wait the 5 minutes out, allow Rookie to get that flashback and not punish him, because Rookie is a punishable member early on. This has been one of the main weaknesses we've seen from IG.
The picture-in-picture block, sir. It all comes from Palkia. Yeah. Set up early crash down.
Oh,
and now
okay.
he just flashes in late. I mean, we know that this is not a strange thing from Palkia ever since we first saw his breakout debut game in Split 3. Just flashing level 1, getting aggressive just for lane priority. It results in Mako losing 50% of his HP.
Yeah, but Palkia also does lose a good chunk off of his health bar as well. You do always have to be a little bit cautious, right? The Nico Kaiser has more than enough damage if one of these Strangle Thorns lands to just turn around, burst you on down. So, gotta play with a little bit of respect right here. And you can see that lane priority is still gonna go over to IG.
Xiaohao's invading early too. I mean, this is... For anyone...
You've got him.
If this is your first time watching EDG... This is an EDG classic right now. Especially, they're playing all their greatest hits from the early series in Split 3. Xiaohao goes for an early invade, especially on the Trundle. Palkia is blowing his flash and ignite level 1 just to assert lane dominance and make things very volatile. Wei is gonna find that both his Gromp and his blue buff are now suddenly missing. He's gonna be a sad puppy. And Xiaohao, we'll see how much of an advantage he can actually find with this. Xiaohao actually burned his flash as well. I'm curious if he did it just to get over a certain ward on the topside river. Yep. Boom. He burns flash just over the Baron pit.
I love this.
You know what, Bloxer? This is what I'll say. Because of the composition that IG drafted, I think this is the one time EDG could win a game.
Yeah.
But if IG win with this, it's just a 3-0 for the night. We're going to...
Yeah, it is quite possible. And EDG, they know this. They know they have to get aggressive. Wei stepping up for the invade. He doesn't actually know the Palkia is sat in that bush right now.
Uh-oh. Crash down from Palkia, looks for the Q-stun onto Wei, and they find Mako instead. First blood goes over to your rookie of the split. But the blue buff still secured by Wei in the end, and he's able to get away from the hands of EDG.
Yeah, you still get that prize. You're going to be able to pick up that Scuttle Crab as well. So overall, it's not going to be the end of the world because Palkia picks up that kill. I do love the way that he's able to get into that bush, though. And it's just Wei making what is usually the right decision, right? You don't want to get the wall down into that bush. You want to get it over the wall of the blue buff to give you that extra bit of vision. Make sure you know exactly where all of the EDG members are. But unfortunately for him, Palkia being able to sneak into that bush already and gets off a really nice little gank right there. The kill goes over to him, so not the end of the world. Still, it's that proactivity we wanted to see from EDG.
Listen, I didn't know what IG were gonna draft this game. I'm not flip-flopping. I'm just saying, based on what we saw from here, this is the one opportunity where
you're never
EDG
gonna hear the end of this, man.
Because IG are not necessarily drafting to the strengths of what they have done for majority of the Rumble stage.
You're never going to hear the end of this. Although, ZDZ going to get ganked.
I've accepted it. ZDZ now in trouble. Flashes away from the Darkened Dagger. Gets hit by the second one, but is not going to lose as nearly as much HP. And now Palkia here for the re-engage. Crash down, misses, but he lands the stun anyway on the way afterwards. The pillar, unfortunately not enough to put Wei in a lockdown state for EDG to capitalize on. And it's a pause. No.
Pause tech. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Let's, hope that this one's going to be nice and brief. The previous one that we saw in the previous series was very quick. So. Oh no.
Is it
no.
The Shy setup?
Double best of 5. Pauses in each series. This is esports, baby. This is exactly what you wanted. No, still, this is a decent pause situation because we've had a pretty interesting early game. I love the proactivity we're seeing out of EDG. I think it's unfortunate for them that it hasn't really resulted in massive advantages, right? In this play that we just saw up in the top lane, they kind of blow everything they have, all of the crash down, the pillar, everything onto the Neferi, who gets to just hop up into that Eviscerate and walk on out, right? Neferi is a super mobile champion, but they just didn't quite have the range to get onto some of these less mobile, squishier champs. It's just unfortunate, right? If these plays had have worked out slightly more in EDG's favor, they could already be up by 3 kills pretty easily.
against most other teams, and the reason why it worked so well against Group Nirvana teams is because when you look at the rosters that were on Group Nirvana, it's either a mixed bag of rookies or newer players coming in and trying to figure out their team identity and what they're necessarily strong at and still trying to play together as competitive fives in a tier 1 setting. And EDG are just constantly throwing them for a loop, doing things like getting super aggressive level 1, invading jungle as a level 2 Trundle, and it just, those kind of oddballs or curveball scenarios really throw less experienced teams for a loop.
Yeah.
Against
Absolutely.
IG know how to rebound against that. They know how to not get sucked into the funnel of chaos and just wait for their turn.
Yeah, it's such a tricky situation where you want to see all of this aggression and all of this play, and it was fun to see during Group Nirvana. It kind of felt like in Group Nirvana, all you really needed to do to win games was play a standard, easy enough game of League of Legends, and a lot of the Group Nirvana teams just couldn't hang with that. They had far too many macro mistakes, far too many laning phase mistakes that you were able to just take over them. But it was fine in the end. EDG didn't just sit back though. They kept being aggressive. They kept trying to make these games as fun as possible, and they ended up winning big because of it. As you said, versus IG is going to be a little bit more of a tall order, but you can't let up the gas. The worst thing that EDG can do here is roll over and die and just allow the game to happen around them, because IG in that situation will win every single game in 25 minutes.
It seems like the tech pause has gone away for now. Hopefully, it's come back. Fingers crossed. As we resume standard gameplay, where both of the bot lanes have taken to the top side of the map, most likely in preparation for the grubs that we'll see in the next couple of minutes. Neither team has gone for the first dragon of the game, which is an Infernal one. Trundle does have an easier time of soloing out the dragon earlier on. Nefiri, not so much. She would like to prefer some time farming up. As we have seen in the previous series, Nefiri is not like the Nefiri of old in Split 2. You really want the first and second items online. Xiaohao making a move onto the Shy bot lane, but he has access to his ultimate, so he should not be in any trouble whatsoever. He's positioning the ultimate to rejoin with Wei and connect. Now that the Nefiri is here, the counter gank potential is so massive, but Wei doesn't get any meaningful damage, gets chomped to bits by Xiaohao and is forced to flee the scene, and he's getting down by the minions here of Yorick, but not quite enough that he feels the need to flash early on here, maintains that summoner spell, but still, it looked pretty darn dicey here on the bot side.
Yeah, I mean, I think if ZDZ has himself a little bit more mana, is able to throw himself out another E, get some more of those ghouls going, that kill likely goes down, or at least the flash gets blown out of Wei. Instead, you do just manage to limp away, but again, it's EDG trying to be proactive. It doesn't quite work out for them, but they're still able to get themselves some decent damage down, draw a little bit of attention over as well. It was a situation in which it felt like Xiaohao really wanted to go towards that Drake, but didn't have mid lane or bot lane priority and had to fight for it somewhere. You are now going to see these bot lanes still staying up towards the top side of the map, so this Drake may still just live for a little bit longer.
EDG want to get a couple more levels under their belt here. Xiaohao really wants to prioritize hitting level 6. The Subjugate will be a powerful tool, even though we had stated that IG had avoided giving any meaningful tanks or front lines that can give a lot of good stats for Xiaohao to sap. Subjugate is still a powerful tool in just making one particular champion extra squishy and easier to assassinate. Now IG trying to see if they can catch out Xiaohao on the top side of the map.
Shouldn't be able to steal away these Krugs from him, but he is going to lose out onto this red buff. I don't know that you particularly want to face check this brush right now. No, I think Xiaohao is going to recognize that stepping into that bush likely not going to be a good idea, but that does give plenty of priority around these grubs over to IG.
On Impalkia, we're going to have too difficult of a time trying to step up and contest the wave against Gal and Mako. That is the bane of playing a melee support into a ranged one. And Wei is already burning through these grubs here. Xiaohao nowhere near, just going to now take the consolation prize in the first dragon of the game here.
To be fair, not going to be the end of the world because the Infernal Drake is pretty strong to get as an individual. Still, you are going to be the Trundle Yorick composition. You would have loved to have had all three of those grubs. Would have meant these towers would have melted in the face of EDG. IG picking this one up is just going to feel good for them. denying that one away, as well as what they can now do to these towers. Still 1-for-1 trading. EDG, they're keeping themselves within touching distance throughout the first 10 minutes of this game, but as we keep saying, touching distance usually isn't enough to beat IG.
On just took a base. Palkia, the only one under this top tier 1 turret, but that is a pretty hard to kill champion in the rel by yourself, or at least even with 3 people here. Mako is level 6 with the Pop Blossom, so Wei is thinking about springing the trap here. Mako would have to lead and can always just go into the candy minion form. Palkia goes straight onto Mako, tries to force his hand with damage, but it is the flash burned, and Wei still gets out alive thanks to the call of the pack.
Oh, I love the idea right there from Palkia. Just try to get that trade kill back. Unfortunately, Neferi is just one of the champions of all time, jumping up into that untargetability and survives through the final shot of the tower. The response from EDG looks like it's going to be a dive on towards the bottom side of the map, potentially, but, I mean, this isn't a particularly gigantic wave, and it's always tricky to try to dive onto an Aurora with that ulti up. Instead, that play just going to fizzle out, so it's a good play from IG, and they managed to get themselves a small advantage here, up by about 1,000 gold.
Like we said before, Bloxer, if EDG, even if they were able to find a decent early game advantage, it is so hard to crack a team like IG, who have proven their mental resilience against some of the best teams that we've had in Group Ascend. IG now doing their best and showing that EDG are going to have to work a lot harder to try and crack this team open. The Shy just burned his ultimate. Does ZDZ have an opportunity to at least burn a flash from the Aurora here? Quite a slippery champion, the Dark Procession. That just gets answered by a W. Nice champ, Riot. Thank you very much for the Bunny Witch.
Yep. Just going to be able to hop and skip away from that one. I mean, the second that you end up losing that E, that's a ton of your damage just not really going to be going on down through for ZDZ. Still, it means that the Shy is kind of caught under this tower, picking up these waves, pretty low on mana as well. He's not going to be a massive threat to you, so not the end of the world here for EDG, but they are just going to have to keep this pressure up. They cannot afford to just let this game slip away from them right now. We've got still 3 minutes until the next Drake is going to be spawning. We've got a while until Herald is up. So just all about what you can get from these individual lanes. For right now, ZDZ is going to grab himself a couple of tower plates, so that is a decent gold injection into the EDG top laner.
Will help at least diminish the gold deficit that EDG are currently experiencing, but we're going to have to see some explosive plays. We need large swings of gold just to make it so that EDG have that massive advantage that they can start forcing IG to try and at least play to the tempo of their own macro game. Still in this state of heavy concern for the EDG boys.
It's never going to go away. Even up 10k, EDG, it's never going to go away. IG just always feel like they're looming. Yeah, and I mean, look at the items right now. That's first items completed onto the majority of the IG carries, whereas EDG, they've not been able to get a single first item completed, and that's just going to make these next couple of plays so rough. For EDG, you've got to scrape together your gold right now, hope that you can get back to base in time before these objectives come up, and have those first items completed, because if you don't, these first fights are just going to go wrong so easily.
TP used by Palkia thanks to his unsealed spellbook. Gets some priority onto the mid lane. They still have Dragon, not for another minute and 20 seconds here. Decent poke from EDG. Trying to force out Rookie here on the bottom side. Wall comes in. Mako with the Pop Blossom finds one here.
He's dead.
He's the first one to fall, but Wei sends it with the ultimate.
Palkia.
Not enough damage onto Palkia, so Wei doesn't get the reset. He's forced to flash away. Xiaohao does not get the last bit of damage he needs to take down the dog. And it looks like Gala was forced to flash as well on the left side there. IG don't find any kills in the fight. EDG are able to find a decent advantage here. Angel trying to pursue Wei under the tower.
Yeah, they're on the hump right now. EDG do not want to let up. They know there's a couple of low health members. If this base gets stopped, I mean, this is going to be a risky situation.
Wei now in a world of trouble. Call of the pack. Is it back up from cooldown here? 200 HP, not in time. Angel secures feats of strength for EDG. Or I should say feats of warfare. My mistake there, but still gets a double kill on the back of it. And the only casualty is ZDZ's Yorick.
Not the end of the world. That's such a huge fight right there from EDG. And it all comes off the back of Mako being way over aggressive. Jumps into the backline, thinks he's found that Pop Blossom angle, but okay.
Fog of War finds Mako just getting a little too over aggressive, trying to poke his head in Fog of War. Palkia is able to set that up. Another kill for EDG.
Damn. EDG, they find their way into this game with a good couple of kills. Still, look at the gold right now, especially after this tower goes down. It's not like these kills have turned into any kind of gold advantage, but it does give me a little bit more faith going on forwards that, you know, they can find these fights. Still, it was a knife's edge right there, and all of the kills end up going down onto Angel. He's been the main man for EDG in a lot of situations. He's been absolutely huge for them. High kills, low deaths in almost every single situation. Here on the Talia, he's going to have to come up huge if EDG have any hope of winning this game.
This is a player that at the height of his career found himself in the World Finals on Suning Gaming against Damwon in 2020. Angel has seen a remarkable revitalization this split thanks to Palkia and the rest of this roster coming together for Split 3. And the dive that you see here, I mean, it's just EDG understanding their limits here. Rookie and Wei so low on health bars. ZDZ being the only casualty here is kind of a bummer for EDG, but in the end, still a way forward.
It's something. It's something. That's all they need to do. They need to keep the pressure up. They have to keep playing aggressive and finding their angles in. We saw that was also going to be that Drake going on over to IG. And now more damage here onto the towers. This has been a heavy tower-based game so far. This one might go down. The Shy, nope, just going to pop that ulti to be able to clear through the wave. Angel.
Angel will recognize that he was going to lose the 1v1, so just goes for the TP, ensures that he does not drop his deathless game to the Shy.
Just immediately going to be able to get himself back away from that one. Still, you are losing out onto a TP there for really no big advantage. You don't even pick up that tower up in the top lane. And because you lose all of that pressure you had in the top side of the map, that's going to open up the play for IG, and they're going to be able to grab themselves this Rift Herald. And this is what we were talking about in the pregame, right, Rafa? This is how IG beat you. Every time you make a small mistake, you lose so much on the map for it.
That's why even with EDG getting all those kills and picking up Feet of Warfare, we just don't have the confidence to say it's enough. Now the Shy's getting collapsed here by Palkia.
Oh, nice!
Catching the Shy out of the flash. The seismic shove does find it. That's a pretty big kill, and it's a nice flashing one for EDG. But what can they get off of it here in the back half?
Prediction right there from Palkia. It's going to be the kill. It's going to be this top lane tower as well. And every single time IG makes something happen, EDG, they are playing with enough aggression, they're playing smart, and they are finding their ways into this game. They're now ahead in gold, right? The early game has not fallen away from EDG in a way maybe a lot of people would have been expecting. Still, we wanted to see them really far ahead, and that's not something they've quite been able to secure yet. IG, multiple members roaming down towards the bottom side of the map right now. There's no objective down here other than the tower, so it's just going to be about getting this pressure through and potentially looking for a dive, although I think that's going to be dissuaded.
We return to a neutral state here, Bloxer, as Xiaohao and Palkia take their time to clear out the vision here on the bottom side of the map. Otacon is not for another 3 minutes. Same with the third dragon of the game. EDG just trying to keep constant control of this area, because if they're able to find continuous picks, it leads to being able to push that vision line further. Palkia with the Hex Flash. Not gonna find anyone here from the side of IG. It's just constant poking and prodding and testing to see if EDG can catch IG slipping.
All they need to do is keep finding these little picks before they get themselves into these team fights, because once we get into these straight up 5v5 situations, that's where IG should be coming online, right? You've got yourself a couple of massive ultis between the Aurora, the Azir, and that Nico. Big multi-man ultis that can come on through. Palkia, he might be a bit caught here. Does he have a way over the wall?
He's able to get the W-empowered auto onto Wei, interrupting the first ulti, but he still was surrounded by everyone else from IG, and Wei has another ulti for that reset. Just going to pressure Angel away from the safety of that bottom tier 1 turret, and that should set up a rookie to take it without any contest.
Hey Rafa, what do you reckon EDG's favorite item is?
I don't know. It might be something that's yellow.
Possibly. It might also be something that's blue. There's a lot of Merc treads, there's a lot of Trinity forces happening right here. All the builds that are very similar, but you can afford to go towards this, right? As we've been highlighting, IG, they've not got themselves a true tank, so you can just start ripping the heads off of these squishier members if you're ever caught out with them. It's just basing on a ward. It's unfortunate. Palkia doesn't check. He checks the second he gets jumped, which is a little bit too late, my friend. And there was no way for him to be able to jump back over the wall with the crash down or anything. So it's just going to be a quick pick kill here for IG. It sets them up with a little bit of extra vision down towards the bottom side of the map, but really, they've actually got a lot of their vision concentrated up on the top side right now, which is interesting, right? Atakan is going to be spawning down on the bottom side, so you don't really need it for that. And the Drake also spawning in just 50 seconds time.
2 items now for Angel as well. EDG are almost at their strongest point for a majority of these champions here, on just a few hundred gold away, I imagine, for being able to complete that Monamune. Still stacking up the tier, so it won't be a complete Mora mana if he were to get the gold right now off of this back. Looks like he's going to cancel it for now. Xiaohao trying to find a reset before the Dragon and the Otacon spawn, and this is the time where IG can move back in, reclaim vision around these choke points, around these entrances.
That's going to be a second item here completed by Arn. He's going to grab himself a little bit more damage, which is going to be nice. 2 items completed onto quite a lot of the IG carries as well. So these team composition are really coming online. For IG, this is exactly where you want to be scrapping. Your Kai'Sa is now incredibly strong. Herald does go down in the mid lane, although with the pillar, it gets delayed on the charge. Will at least still go through, so that's a decent chunk of damage onto that mid lane tower. And it is going to mean that EDG are walking into this Drake pit late.
Nicely done. No contest on the Dragon. Enough time is bought by the Rift Herald ploy from IG, but they secure themselves their second Dragon of the game. And they still have control of this bottom side of the map, and they're going to force EDG to play into their tempo by leashing up the Otacon. EDG now have to answer. The Shy is teleporting in from the other side of the map. EDG, how do they engage? Watch eyes onto Palkia. He's already chunked nearly to 50% HP. It's 4K on the Otacon. Rookie on the side finds ZDZ on the right flank. Who's going to pay attention to the Otacon? Mako tries to stall for time. ZDZ is the first one to drop to Gala. Palkia goes in with the Magnustorm, finds 2, gets blown up, but a nice seismic shove, and On follows up with the damage, but can they carry through? EDG, Xiaohao is dropping low on his health bar as Wei is threatening them with this Nefiri. The Pillar is going to call his call back as he gets low, but flashes away in time. The Shy and Gala still remain strong, but the Shy is getting dropped dangerously low. Angel looks for another rock. It's flashed by the Shy. Gala goes in.
Gala!
Pillar instinct pops the barrier. The flash. He's going crazy. Looks for one more auto attack to the Shy. How can he pop the pass? If he does, he's kiting. He's firing. It's not enough to stand call against Angel as he survives, but neither team can secure the Otacon.
Everybody drops so low, so many kills going down as well, and Gala tries to call game right then. Doesn't quite work out for him in the end. Angel is able to keep himself deathless in this game, and I hope you're able to catch your breath, because I think we're going to do it all again in a couple of minutes' times. Key to watch right here is just what Angel is able to do. It's the only reason they're able to really keep this game ongoing. Both supports get themselves a little bit too aggressive on the engages. Oh no, Palkia's dead.
In the picture-in-picture, Palkia was trying to face-check and see what was happening with the Otacon, but he dies. The replay is going to continue, as it looks like LPL observers feel confident that no other play is going to arise, so...
I don't trust it. I'm constantly looking down into that bottom corner. Yeah, I mean, look at Gala right here. He sees 3 pretty low health members, is like, right, now is my time. Just eviscerates his opposing number down in the bottom lane, and he's so close to making this work, right? Like you said, the reset just coming on through, a little bit extra. Yeah, he gets one more plasma stack off right there onto Angel. He gets himself that kill, and it's just huge for IG. Instead, it's only a bunch of kills going over onto Gala, and the Drake, and the Atacon, and a big chunk onto the mid lane tower. I think as IG, you're okay.
Bloxer, remember when we looked at the draft at the start of this game and came to the conclusion, this is a hands check composition from IG. This was the big test. I would not be surprised if IG came into this series and said, guys, for game 1, let's just see how good we are mechanically. Let's just see how we can compete with these guys. And the fact that they went even, I think, is already putting a pretty good symbol of what we are going to expect from this series. If EDG cannot hands check this team, there really isn't a huge pressure point that EDG can put on this team, especially when it comes to the late game.
Still, keeping yourself even here is just going to be a good look from EDG for a potential lower bracket run if they do fall here today, right? You've still just got to put your best foot forward. You can see Angel so far has been really nice, right? Obviously, Gala has been styling on kids. He's been looking great. But Angel, big part of the gameplay right here. He's got himself that Seraph's Rayleigh, so he's not necessarily doing the most damage, but he is just so annoying to deal with for the IG members. The second you get tagged by a single one of those rocks, or he just puts down the stones on the floor, all of a sudden, what can you do? It's really hard to weave your way through these fights.
Angel remains the strongest point that EDG can try and rally behind. 5, 0, and 4 on the Talia. Like you said, this build is not necessarily optimized for damage. It's optimized for control in this mid game. The Rylai's allows you to at least set the pace of the fight and makes it so that IG cannot just blitz through the front door with essentially 5 major damage dealers on every individual.
Absolutely. This mid lane tower very, very low. Don't know if anybody's quite going to be able to step up to finish it off. 1 or 2 auto attacks right here will be enough to crack it. Still, EDG are going to have this to hide underneath. 30 seconds now until the next Drake is going to spawn. Soul point until if IG can pick it up for themselves. Even Dragons if EDG can grab it. So this is going to be a critical one to go for. And right now, ZDZ just going to be shoving through the top side of the map. He's going to be matched by the Shy. Both of them have teleport. So we could see some pretty crazy flanks coming through here as well.
IG are successful in taking out the table. Palkia, flashback to Storm. They catch one. It's Way that goes down, but it's traded immediately by Palkia. But that's
still
a nice
jungler.
One for EDG to go for. ZDZ tries to look for the
ZDZ,
flank,
what?
but he can't connect with the rest of the team. EDG is just saying, good luck, ZDZ. We're going to take the dragon as sacrifice.
They don't even get it.
They don't have a jungler. They can't contest. Wait, they didn't even get the dragon
They didn't
yet?
go for it. They didn't go for it.
What?
They completely ignored going towards it right there, and now they've got themselves in a 3v4 situation. You get the jungler, and you don't get the Drake. That is really bad. That's the kind of mistake that you cannot make versus IG.
I'm at a loss for words. Part of me believes that, yes, this was kind of the expected outcome when you think about how good IG are determining the macro and being able to force you to play to their own tempo. But this just, what happened? I have to see.
This TP. This TP kind of ruins everything. Still, ZDG survives for a while, right? Look at where the remaining members are for EDG on the map. They just never look at it. They don't even think about it. Maybe if they go and start it straight up without a jungler, you're able to pick up the kill. I think they were worried that ZDZ was going to die even faster than he did, and the turnaround would have come through. And yeah, maybe you get the Drake, but you end up losing multiple members and making a bad situation worse. Still, you've now given Mountain Soul Point over to IG. They're a very squishy composition. Giving them an extra shield on top of everything is just going to make killing these squishies that much harder, something I'm not sure EDG are going to be able to do.
If you were to flip the teams in that scenario, you know 100% IG immediately just blitz and take that dragon without any question. Now, as punishment, IG get the 3rd dragon for themselves. They are on Soul Point. They get to force EDG to always check them and contest them when it comes to that 4th dragon of the game for IG to claim. And IG now, even without a massive gold advantage, they are the ones in the driver's seats. They are the ones controlling EDG to play their own game.
And they've got themselves that Sun Disc up in the mid lane right here, making it so tricky for EDG to really be able to step up. Still, EDG, they are going to be trying to force their way on forwards. They've got nobody really that wants to be face-checking too much. Here, gonna head on over the wall. In he goes.
Storm only hits one. Realistically, he gets blown up. Yeah, they trade out on Mako, but look at the positioning for EDG. They cannot walk up. They can't contest. IG have complete control of this top red quadrant. IG, will they pull the trigger on this Baron? Will they try to fish for more ultimate abilities and resources from EDG? It's Angel sending it with the Weaver's Wall, trying to find a seismic shove. Way does not get caught. And the rest of EDG have to back off for now. The Dark Procession doesn't find anyone to lock down here. You can see it. They are scrambling for an answer bloxer, and they just come up with nothing.
Yeah, no way to really be able to get that final kill or two down. The seismic shove just goes a little bit wide right there from Angel, and then the pillar doesn't quite split people off in the way that you would have wanted. And IG, they're going to recognize that. They're going to head on straight towards this Baron. Still low health bars, and Xiaohao is in the area. There is a potential for a turnaround right here. IG, they recognize that. They're going to back off.
Pillar does not put Wei in a compromised position here. EDG storm into the topside river, but there is vision from the Scuttlecrab, and now EDG are feeling the pressure. They're the ones trying to potentially pull the trigger on this Baron, but Xiaohao immediately backs off, and they know better to try and contest IG in a scenario like this one. They're just going to play off of the mid wave. They can't even take out the tier 1 turret blocks. Wow, this just feels impossible.
Still, every time that you see Palkia go on in, he ends up trading 1-for-1, right? This has been kills onto Mako almost every single time, and that is critical, right? Can you imagine these team fights where Mako doesn't die at the start and is able to get a pop blossom off into the backline? That completely changes the landscape. We're not looking at an even gold game and an even kill game. We're instead looking at a massive IG advantage. So it may look like it's not working out for EDG, and it's certainly not working out perfectly for them. It's not giving them these advantages that they want, but they are at least managing to hang even with one of the best teams that we had in Group Ascend.
It's definitely very cool. And I know that seems like a very underwhelming choice of words to use, but that's all that I can honestly say about the performance that we're getting from EDG against IG. We know that this was a very slanted, lopsided matchup, and the advantage does not come from gold deficits or gold advantages. It comes from the macro. And EDG, can they find a way to overcome IG in these scenarios? The Shy opens up with Between Worlds, major damage.
But he's stunned.
Xiaohao, he's just dancing around them. He might get burned down here, but his sacrifice is worth it in the end. As Xiaohao looks for the Baron Seal, but does not find it. Now Wei able to now turn the tides of battle with the Hounds of Pursuit. Tries to look for ZDC, just forces him back. EDG cannot step up. Flash back and sword for Palkia, but Rookie answers with a flash of his own. Sidesteps it and repositions, and now IG own this river. They own EDG. The Mako Pop Blossom forces EDG back into their side of the jungle, and EDG are forced to retreat at this site. IG are going to push into the mid-tier 2.
EDG, it's so close to working out for them. It looks like the Shy's gone a little bit too far forwards, and he does die, but it buys the space and time to stop the steal from really being able to come on through. Xiaohao does make it into the pit, but a second too late, and this is not just going to be the Baron going over to IG, but they're going to grab themselves this Mountain Soul as well. EDG, they fought valiantly throughout the majority of this game, but it now feels like IG's time to shine.
Mountain Souls finally secured for IG. Even if they don't have a real tank or a frontline bloxer, they now have a Mountain Shield that just cuts down any possibility for a full burst wipe from the side of EDG.
How close was this? Xiaohao makes it into the pit. If he was half a second earlier into that pit, he probably can steal that away. It definitely dropped below the 1,200 mark. And then it's this moment that really ruins everything. Palkia gets in and Rookie just flashes away. It's unfortunate, but the second he jumps in, the rest of his team turn to follow. They get drawn a little bit too far forwards, and the turnaround does happen. Mako doesn't land anything, so at least Angel gets away with his deathless game so far. But it doesn't really turn anything too much. And now, finally, that gold gap has ballooned out. It's now going to be sat at about 3,000. It's a decent advantage, not too much at 30 minutes into this game. But looking at where that gold is, 4 items completed and a BF sword in inventory for Gala. He is so strong.
Like you said, Bloxer, this is where IG shine. Even when the gold advantage is not that massive, it's enough for them to just put a stranglehold on the map state. EDG scrambling to answer the siege onto this top tier 2, able to delete a majority of the wave here, but with that Baron buff onto the cannon minion, it's enough for them to maintain pressure, and Rookie is pushing into the mid lane, forcing EDG to split up members.
Still, ZDG is going to be able to pick himself up that tier 2 down in the bottom lane. It's going to be a little bit of gold back over to EDG. It's just about what the remaining members can do to hold, because right now you're beginning to lose quite a lot. Angel, though, he's got a decent opportunity here for an ulti to split the members of IG up if he wants it.
Angel has yet to die this game and is still trying to maximize his impact without giving over a depth to IG. But I feel like at some point, it almost will have to come down to Angel giving his life for a massive sacrifice play if EDG want to get a window back to make the most unlikely scenario happen.
These waves just so tricky to deal with. Yes, the Baron buff has now fallen off, so it's a little bit easier, but still, this mid lane inhibitor is going to fall Rookie, just going to be able to take this one down. And we also saw that bot lane push stopped in its tracks by the Shy. So EDG, they are confined back to their base at this point.
No more Baron buff from the side of IG. EDG now trying to defend the majority of this top side. Decent poke from Wave with the Darkened Daggers here. Wave is just about to be deleted by EDG. They hold off the base siege for now. Health bars are being tested here on the side of EDG. The Shy slowly pushing up on the bot side. Palkia sends it with a Magnastorm. It's Mako for another pick again, but a one-for-one support trade once again. And IG, the story remains the same. They are still in control of this game. The Shy is now teleported to the top side to reinforce the siege. EDG dropping health bars low. Angel, if he falls, it's the Sonya's Hourglass to keep himself alive for now. The Sarah Shield, it's not enough. And Angel's first and only death will just be enough for IG to close out this game as they ace the remaining members. It's only ZDZ left, but just like that, IG are able to carry through and take out game one.
It's a massive performance right here from IG. It's close for the first 30 minutes, but Gala gets way too strong. It's just ripping people's heads off. And like you said, Angel, he dies once, and it's enough for the game to be ended out. I'm impressed. I'm impressed with the way that EDG were able to keep close with IG throughout the majority of that game. But IG, they just take a couple moments, a couple mistakes from EDG to blow the game wide open. Specifically, I'm thinking that mid lane play, right? The TP in from ZDZ that goes wrong, where they don't get the Drake on the back end of that fight. And at that point, IG, they smell blood in the water and they just close it out.
What else can we say, Bloxer? We were expressing our deepest concerns and our hesitation to get excited about a scenario here for EDG. The most we exclaimed was after the draft. We saw, damn, this is IG trying to say that we can hands check you guys and we don't need a traditional front line. We don't need any tanks. We don't need any strong form of health bar, CC combo, you know, no Poppy, no Scion, no Nautilus, no tank support, anything. Everyone took essentially a carry champion, a champion that does a crap ton of burst damage, and will very likely fall very fast and is susceptible to getting out micro by EDG. And they couldn't pass it. Yeah, it's unfortunate, right? This is one of those games where, like, maybe if you get yourself a big advantage, you're able to keep ahead. And as much as we are impressed they were able to keep it even, they never found that big advantage, right? The most gold advantage they had was about 1,500, maybe, at a couple different points throughout that game. Never able to get himself so far ahead. Never able to get them into a position where they could really carry. And one thing I'd like to highlight, and I'll be interested to see if this is reflected in the stats as well that we see once we get to see the overall damage. Angel doesn't die until the last moment in that game, but he goes for one of the least damage-based builds I think I've ever seen, right? He's got himself a Zhonya's, a Seraph's, and a Rylai's. That's not a build that's going to be pumping out that damage, and despite the fact he wasn't dying and he was constantly getting those rocks out, he was annoying, he was slowing down the members of IG, but it never felt like he was really able to deal enough damage to make it so that IG had to fully respect him. It's a good point to bring up, because that is always a caveat that players find themselves having to toe the line between. When you have the advantage, it's better to build defensively so that you're able to protect that advantage. But Angel never had a shutdown bounty, or at least not for a majority of the game.
No.
And that is very rare when you are deathless and when you have a large KDA like that. Yeah, bunch of kills, deathless. You should have some type of bounty on your head. But it's just because EDG never really had that strong of it. He got out damaged by Rookie! Rookie had so many deaths that game, but Rookie knows his job. He knows that if he falls, he's only one of 5 damage dealers on the side of IG that can easily clean it up. And you can just see the apprehension and the fear that EDG are playing with, at least through a couple of these members here. Palkia, super volatile, always willing to send it. But when your major carry, the one that is deathless, is doing everything he can to hold on to a deathless record, that's why we said, Blockster, at some point, if you want to make a comeback happen, you have to make a big sacrifice play.
Yeah, I mean, he topped out the KDA charts at the end of the regular split for a reason, right? And it wasn't that he was just constantly sitting back doing nothing, but he does play safe, right? He doesn't want to put himself at risk too much in a lot of the games. I'm not calling him a KDA player. What I would like to say is, I feel like I say vegan build quite a lot. It's usually to do with Ahri, right? We saw a lot of whack Ahri builds that were bad, real bad. But this is the most vegan Talia game I think I've ever watched, right? He just wasn't pumping out the damage. The seismic shoves also didn't land in a bunch of situations. Got a bunch of flashes, that's good, but it wasn't like they were then able to regank and make it happen again and make the fact that you are not dealing much damage not matter, because at least you're constantly CCing people, or at least you're constantly pushing people back and making it happen. I mean, you see it in this situation right here where Gala's able to pick himself up one extra kill because, again, that seismic shove just doesn't land. And this is the thing, right? Versus IG, who have that late game macro so good, you have to be able to outhands them early on. You have to just damage check them at some point. And EDG, they just never were able to fully step up to the plate.
Blockster, I'm not sure what else we can truly say to explain our points further. We kind of hammered it home in the pre-show, and we talked about a lot of the things that IG had in strengths of what makes them such a terrifying team to play against for Group Ascend teams. Teams that are better at willing to throw down the hands checks, especially BLG, probably our best team to do so. And we saw an example of that not only in their series against JDG, but for just a majority of the past 2 years with the majority of their core roster. And it wasn't enough to beat IG. So for EDG, as much as we've been giving up the hope for them, I think the best thing that we can say going forward is EDG, continue to play your best, continue trying to find ways to continue doing the awesome early game plays that you're trying to create a volatile map state for yourself as a test run. If it somehow finds a way to triumph over IG, we will properly celebrate it. But I think this is, for EDG, the best test run you can get against one of the best teams in the LPL, and hope that is a way for you to be ready to play against the other teams that are left in the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, the way that EDG played the first half, well, not even the first half, the first 30 minutes of this game is probably good enough to at least fully take a JDG from games 3, 4, or 5 today to the ropes, right? And that would be their next round opponent if they end up losing here today. So it doesn't make you just completely disregard EDG entirely, but in terms of beating them out today, yeah, you're going to have to beat this man. Gala was on one. He hands checked as we had hoped. We said that they needed to for IG. He decided to throw down the gauntlet in the bottom lane. It doesn't fully work out for him. He doesn't get every single kill, but he gets almost all of them. But it was in the later game teamfights, especially once he'd got himself that 4th item completed, he was ripping people's heads off. I mean, there was nothing that they could do either to touch him or to actually be able to get away from this guy.
That one fight around Otacon, as you called out, that was probably the most electric part of the game, where it felt like maybe this is the time where EDG can answer the question, can we out-hands check IG? And Angel was the last one surviving, at least on his team, but it wasn't a full ace. It wasn't a full advantage that EDG were able to carry away for themselves. But that puts game 1 in the books. IG now lead this series 1-0. We'll see how the series continues to play out right after this break.
Then, Not too long after the end of Spring Split came the announcement that kickstarted the change. JDG was desperately looking for a new support to replace Missing. Rumors had it that EDG were going to sell them Wink, who was arguably their best performing player in 2025 up to that point. EDG was clearly frustrated by their inability to take advantage of the talent they'd been growing in the LDL. For the 2025 season, they didn't even field an LDL roster. Still, it was rumored that they'd be promoting a support trainee, one who'd never even seen the stage of Tier 2 play. Fans were hopeful that this could be another Vampire, but hopefully one this time that actually finds success on EDG. This player was Palkia. The stars aligned for EDG when they were given a great opportunity to test out Palkia in Tier 2 play. RNG and OMG had both just been booted out of the LDL following the relegation of LPL's bottom 2 teams. Because both organizations already fielded LDL teams, they were unable to send 2 teams to Asia Masters. This is the Tier 2 tournament that features teams from all across East and Southeast Asia. EDG jumped at the chance to test out some of their trainees. The roster they put together featured 4 players who had never even seen a single game of Tier 2 play. The one who did was their 2024 Summer Split LDL mid laner, Mimosa. Despite this ragtag group of players, they managed to achieve some pretty good results. In the 4 games where Palkia and Mimosa played, they went 2-2 with those players being by far their best players. Palkia's Renata game versus Weibo Gaming
back, y'all. We're getting ready for game number 2 between IG and EDG. And if you missed out on the first game of the series, well, just to put it bluntly, it seemed like it was a slow and eventual stranglehold from IG, even if EDG were finding decent early game plays and surprise looks that seemed very signature what EDG were doing to get major advantages in Group Nirvana. Against IG, you're going to have to do a lot more to break this team.
Yeah, I mean, IG, they're currently going to be looking at not just making it to the finals, as your bet with Alk is, but actually winning the whole thing at this point, right? I think they're put themselves in a very good spot. If they win here, they're going to have a matchup versus BLG, then they're going to be looking on forwards in those upper bracket finals for potentially making it all the way here, getting themselves that world slot secured as well. A team that we would have expected to see an international already at some point this year. We haven't seen them yet, right? They are still hunting for that first international here. And this is a very, very scary team. Still, EDG, they didn't get blown out of the water. They didn't fall really far behind early on. There was a lot of proactivity, and I think I was very impressed with that. And I just want to see a little bit more. Specifically, I want to see Angel commit with the rest of the team, because everybody else was flying on in, and he was deathless, and he was getting a lot of kills, but we saw it in the end. He did not actually do a lot of damage. He really just needs to full commit with the rest of the team if they've got any hope of beating IG.
And I wouldn't be surprised if this being the first game against IG, especially with the form that they've been playing in this Split 3 Rumble stage, that can be very daunting to play up against. I appreciated that Palkia was just sending it with no fear whatsoever as early as level 1. Before level 1, when you think about before the minion waves came in, he set up Rookie's Flash to be burned early, but was that an advantage that they revisited early on? Not really. They didn't get a chance to punish that. There was no way to really snowball off of that. And for EDG, I really want to see this team, like you said, not only for Angel to be just as fearless as his breakout rookie support, but also I think the team just needs to take a lot more riskier attempts against a team like IG. I think this is a team that you can't just sit back and let the game play out, because then IG are just going to get to that point of the game where they will outsmart you and win the game from there.
Yeah, and I think the other thing I had a little bit of an issue with that we won't see in this next game because of Fearless was the Yorick up in the top lane. ZDZ, I think when I was doing my all-pro voting for the group Nirvana, it was a lot of back and forth between EDG having the best mid laner, I thought, but then, you know, in a support, I've definitely thought, you know, EDG best, and then NIP had better in a couple situations. Solo Kill definitely looked like the best top laner in the entirety of group Nirvana. He was awesome throughout the entirety of the split. And ZDZ, on this Yorick, just never really got ahead. Now, he's not super known for getting massive leads in his individual laning. That's not really what he was about for the majority of the time. But I still think on the Yorick, you don't give your team that much. And yeah, he was able to get a couple of kills down in the side lanes. He was part of the reason why we saw that gold gap never really get huge for IG until the very end. But he wasn't giving his team these big advantages that I think you really need from your top lane in the team fight specifically.
Yeah. And when we looked back at what made EDG so fearsome as a team throughout their time in Group Nirvana, a lot of the advantages just came from having stable, consistent laning phases that then set up Xiaohao to be able to dictate how the early map state looks for EDG. The problem is that one of the main plays that they probably wanted to set up for was the Grubs take, but they lost full control of the top side. And so they had to go for a late dragon as a consolation prize. You noted it early on in that state of the game. Oh man, it would have been awesome if they had Grubs for a Trundle York composition so that you could at least go for some split push pressure. That never really became a threat to IG. Even later in the game when it was kind of one of their only last resorts, did the Shy ever feel concerned about ZDZ pushing on the bottom side of the map? No. He was busting heads in the team fights.
Yeah, exactly. It just didn't really feel like he was able to give too much over to his team, and it was partly because of, like you said, some of these earlier mistakes, but also partly just, I'm not a massive fan of that Yorick champion. You know, if you're Bin, fine. You know, there's a couple people who I can abide by it, right? But just be Bin isn't necessarily a viable strategy for the majority of the top laners across, well, the entire world. So for ZZ, I'd like to see him play something a little bit more proactive. His favorite champion to pull out with things like the Ambessa, the Cassante, the Aatrox as well. These champions champions both give you a lot during the team fights, but also can go toe-to-toe up in that top lane. I think that could be potentially the option. I think what both of us are looking for out of EDG is just more commitment to the early game. More commitment to, hey, we are going to find these early advantages, we're going to exploit the fact that IG are pretty passive in the early game, and we're going to get this early lead.
Yeah, push IG to the brink. Try and see if you can find yourself with the massive 5,000, 6,000 gold advantage. Not saying that then you have IG cooked because they've been able to come back from worse, but just like if you want to challenge yourself and set yourself up for the rest of the playoff bracket, that's what you need to do as EDG. You can't play scared here against IG. You should be the team that is taking way more risks, especially as the underdog going into this squad.
Absolutely. So as we kick off this draft here in the second game, so far, a lot of the same kind of bans going down. A lot of the early game priority towards these junglers is coming through as well. And we are still going to see the Rumble and the Gwen taken off the board. I did wonder if we were going to see those rise in priority in the picks because they weren't going to get banned as much. They haven't necessarily been as strong recently. They've actually had a nerf on this most recent patch. But nope, both of these teams still very much going to be respecting it. See what the final ban is going to be. Last time around, IG decided to first pick themselves mid lane. I don't see EDG doing the same thing.
The fact that they've banned both of these big top lane picks points the priority somewhere else here on the map. We know that Aurora cannot be selected again, no Talia, no Azir. A lot of jungle bans are not fully... I mean, Vi is technically available, but I'm not a big fan of Vi first pick. Xin Zhao, that was the other jungler that was escaping my mind. And with that being selected here for Xiao Hao, there's not many options that at least IG can feel comfortable in saying that, yeah, we can go toe-to-toe with Xin early on.
Yeah, I mean, you've lost a ton of those early game focused junglers right here. There's almost none of them left at this point, so for Wei, you're going to have to move on towards something a little bit different. He's been really enjoying going towards those heavy skirmishes. Maybe the Skarn is something you potentially look at if you feel like you need it. Otherwise, you've got the Maokai as well in your back pocket. The Yunara was something that we saw banned previously, and IG going to slam it early.
Yeah, Vi is still technically available, but IG... I mean, they can just burn that option right now just to make sure that they still have some level 6 potential set up with that cease and desist to guarantee a lockdown on one priority target. Here, you can scrap with the Xin. We just know how powerful a Xin Zhao can be in a lot of these scenarios where he just seemingly never dies, just thanks to the power of that sustain paired along with the Sundered Sky Rush. So that is going to be IG's call here. Yunara giving up, though, to Gala. The man that found the first global pentakill for this champion, I'm already nervous, Bloxer.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that you slammed this one in this early as well is very interesting. Angel going to pick himself up this Orianna, so you've got decent ball delivery alongside that Xin Zhao. And yeah, I was going to say, right, when we've been looking at these bot lane champions, the Varus hasn't been first picked, but it's not B1 every single time anymore. That's fun for the diversity of drafts, but EDG grabbing this one, they've got a ton of very impressive champions for themselves early on. And the Varus here into the Yunara, you can poke her out pretty easily during the early stages. Late game, though, the Yunara is all over these team fights, right? You press that R button and you can just run through almost all of these EDG champions. It's only going to be Xiao Hao with that Crescent Guard up that's going to find it a little bit easier to deal with Gala.
And with this anti-lock in for IG, this is now looking more like a standard IG draft that we have seen a majority of the Rumble stage here in Split 3. You have two very, very easy to execute champions for Wei and Rookie, point and click stun and CC between the cease and desist from Vi, as well as just throwing a Q. You don't even have to try and land the Tibbers or the Flash Tibbers ulti setup, right? You just lead with Q. That guarantees the stun chain. It puts a lot more pressure on to other IG members to follow up for the damage, but that has been something that they feel so comfortable doing time and time again with Gala and the Shy as the benefactors of the setup.
Absolutely, and that means that you just get to look at a couple of these EDG members that are quite squishy and go, yeah, you goodbye. You do not get to play this fight. It does mean that you're a little bit more about those picks during the earlier stages, and then before these team fights, if you can find a pick and then go for the rest of the fight, that should make things a little bit easier. In straight up front to back situations where you actually are buying a little bit of a space here for the Orianna, for the Varus, depending on what Varus this is, I think at the moment I'd prefer poke. I don't think you really want to be getting close enough for on hit at the moment, but it'll depend on what the tanky champions IG potentially grab for themselves are. Then EDG, they should be okay, but they aren't super early game focused at this point, right? This is not me looking at EDG and going, oh yeah, they're going to smash during the early stages. We'll see what they get to do up in the top lane, because we are seeing the Ambessa taken off the board by EDG, which is interesting.
Ooh, the support pool does leave open this Alistar. It just gets slammed by Mako. Probably one of his best champions, if not the best champion for Mako, as he has been able to just pull off so many damn good plays this split already. The Baron steal with the Unsealed Spellbook, a all-time great just from this split alone. EDG now thinking about how they can resolve the rest of their draft. They already have at least decent options going forward with the Chain of Corruptions and the Shockwave and Xin. Having the Braum gives you some disengage and kiteback options, and you can now at least pair it with the Scion as your primary setup, so that EDG have flexibility in the direction they want to go in these team fights.
I mean, currently IG, they don't have the worst time because of the Yunara getting through tanks, but still it's not great, right? They don't have multiple tank shredders at the moment. You don't have the option to pick yourself up the Gwen up into the top lane either, so you're not going to have too much tank shredding up there, you have to imagine. We'll see what the Shy decides to take right here into the Scion. He's been pretty happy to take almost every single poking matchup into it. He's been happy to pick himself up. Also just, hey, I'll absorb the pressure too and go towards something a bit tankier. Right now, hovering towards the Fiora. This would be really odd with the overall composition they've got. Yeah, I think there's something with a little bit of extra sustain would make a lot more sense. Yeah, okay. I was going to say, as soon as you have the Fiora, I'm
waiting.
like, no.
You know, that's the thing with hovers. We don't get baited. We'll say, fun trivia, for those that don't know, the Shy, Fiora, that is his skin champion that he got with IG in 2018. It would have been a treat to see it flexed here on the Rift today, but the Shy just goes for something that works a little bit better. Not only having a decent time laning into the Scion and can farm alongside it, but also, if he's able to find the angle, this Aatrox can be just as terrifying as a front line, just from all the sustain he gets from the World Ender.
Oh yeah. I mean, we got to see it, right? I think it was in the EDG versus WE matchup where ZDZ had himself the Aatrox, and it looks like a kind of lost team fight, and he gets a Q3 off, and he heals for his entire health bar. I mean, just immediately back to full health, and unfortunately for WE, they weren't able to get through that, and that was the end of that one. I think it was actually in the 4th game as well. It was a crazy turnaround, so we know that the Aatrox can be incredibly strong, but looking at these compositions overall, I quite like what EDG have. I think it works in and of itself. You've got decent damage, you've got some ball delivery, you've got great frontline as well. That being said, this is quite the IG composition, right? They could just blow one member up, and then you get to run the rest of the fight.
They don't necessarily have a reset composition or a champion that... Actually, I take that back. That's the Aatrox, baby. You continue to extend the World Ender duration of the team fight, so it just plays into the hands of the strengths of IG. Something that looks a little bit more trademark from what we have seen this 3rd split. Obviously, that game 1 was a big out of left field, but now we get to see something that plays into the strengths of both of these teams. It's time to hit the rift for game 2 between EDG and IG.
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎他。
你单薄的身体是这里唯一的希望。
Love it. Both of the top laners just going to be saying, hey, not really going to be looking for anything too explosive, not like we had in the previous game, where Palkia's able to get that flash away from Rookie, never ended up being punished out on. So, what can EDG do here? They've got themselves the blue side, they've got a composition that we do like for them as well, but it is going to be a little bit tough, and you can already see Rookie just stepping up right here, looking to poke out onto Angel a little bit, potentially.
Threatening with that point-and-click stun if he took the Q level 1, or at least could get in range with the W Incinerate. Get to see the keystones here. It's a Hail of Blades from On. Wait a minute.
Ooh.
Does that Does that change up his build? Because I imagine we were going to be seeing a poke Varus here with the lethality, but...
Yeah, I would have thought we were going more towards poke here, but no. Clearly not. That is very interesting. We will see what he ends up going towards overall. Usually you see, it's a comet, cool, it's going to be poke. You've got any of those yellow runes, really. Awesome. He's just going to go on towards that on hit, but man, with Hail of Blaze, this is interesting.
I'm trying to think if that is what you go for when you go like the Gnasher's Tooth AP variant of Varus, because you set up the white stacks for max stacks and then instantly pop an ability for the
in this game
disgusting max HP percentage damage. We'll see. The items will give us the truth, Bloxer, all in good time. Right now, Mako and Gala don't care what Keystone On is rocking with at the moment, because they have already got push here and hit level 2 first. As we talked about before from the game 1, we want to see EDG operate with a little bit more volatility, a little bit more confidence, and just trying to blow the game wide open early on, because we feel that IG are just better when it comes to macro game decision making. So EDG, can they turn on the jets and just fire IG at full firepower here?
Yeah, I mean, if they can just get themselves a massive advantage right here into IG, we know that IG, they can pull games back, but it does make it a heck of a lot harder if you've got a big wallet diff to deal with. And EDG, they have shown us that they have some proactivity. I want to see even more of it here from Xiao Hao. He's got himself that Xin Zhao, which is one of the best champions that you've got in the game for early ganks if you can get it off. Also has a lot of late game survivability with that ulti as well. And so he is well positioned, at least through the draft, to be able to make a big impact onto this game. He is going for the full clear, top to bottom at the moment, so he's going to end up down here in the next 30-40 seconds or so. Could potentially look for a gank, because IG, they are pushing up through their bottom lane.
Curious why Xiao Hao was a little slow on the clear. The picture-in-picture reveals that he was looking for an early gank onto Rookie.
We're thinking about Hail of Blades, and we should be thinking about what Xiao Hao's doing.
True that. And unfortunately for him, Xiao Hao was not able to find anything worthwhile onto Rookie. Not even a flash burned or a major health advantage here. ZDZ getting chunked out by the Shy's Aatrox on the top side, as Wei is able to get double Scuttle Crab opener here on the buy.
Yeah, he's been able to get himself quite far ahead, and that's the unfortunate thing, right? We want to see tons of proactivity out of Xiao Hao, but if it doesn't work, if you end up not getting that full gank off, well, all of a sudden you've delayed yourself out a little bit, and he's not able to be as proactive as you would have otherwise wanted. And this is great for Wei, because in terms of champions that want to have early proactivity, the Vi is another one of those that really does need to get ahead, especially once you get that level 6, right? It's point and click with the cease and desist. You can at least blow a flash out of someone, but we do often see Vi's just kind of sit back, not get involved, and end up falling behind. And if you do that, you really just don't bring that much to the later game team fights.
And this wave state does not look great for EDG's bot lane here, as it is pushing into Gala, who can easily receive it. Already got a base off, has the Cole stacking up alongside an extra dagger here.
Yeah.
Wonder if IG can set this wave up to punish On and Palkia, burn some summoner spells, or at least put some pressure onto the lane. Wei is already pathing to the bottom side of the map. So is Xiao Hao, as the flash comes out from On to dodge out on the pulverize from Mako. Summoner spell advantage now in favor of IG's Gala.
Nice. The fact that Gala's able to just step up there, and it was very aggressive. Palkia immediately puts that shield up, and the second he does that, the return damage is going to come through. They were banking on Mako being a little bit further away than he was, and it does just draw them a little bit too far forwards. Wei smells blood in the water, potentially looks for a gank bot lane, but it's obviously just going to get spotted out by the ward. And actually, both of these junglers now immediately going to be spotted, so everybody going to be well aware of what is happening. It's going to be important for the bottom lane, but really, I'm looking at the top lane right here. You get to just keep pushing a ZDZ because you're fully aware that you're not going to get ganked by Wei.
ZDZ is able to at least push a majority of his wave and crash it into the Shy's tower. We saw Tibbers being expended by Rookie just for lane priority, as this could now set up IG to look for an early dragon, but they have to contest the push on the bottom side of the map first. And with Xiao Hao guarding and backing up Palkia and on the play here, it'll be a lot more difficult to do for IG, so it just might result in neither team securing the first dragon relatively soon.
It's possible. Then again, you've got a couple of members around it right here for IG. Could potentially look to start this one up with bot lane pressure, with the mid lane pressure already fully on your side. And neither of the top laners have got themselves any teleports to come and join in if you did want to go for the full skirmish. So it looks like it is just going to be nice and easily picked up right here by Wei. And in terms of individual Drakes to get, I think the Hex Check is the best one.
Yeah. Xiaohao did not want to commit and stay on the bottom side for too much longer there. Eventually gives up on the push for that first dragon of the game. IG are going to win out on that. But Xiaohao gets the early jump onto the top side of the map.
Yeah.
Shy.
He knows something's wrong. Don't step up.
Come on, Shy. You know that you're the play. You know that you're the play. Xiaohao reveals himself. The Shy pops the World Ender, sidesteps the onslaught. And he still has a flash. He's able to sidestep one. He doesn't even need the flash.
Nope.
Easily baited in. Pulls Xiaohao to the top side of the map. Wastes his time. Gets an ultimate out of it as well.
Yeah, I mean, the second the ZDG pops that ulti and misses, it's going to be tricky. He also had completely run out of mana as well, so wasn't even going to be able to do anything else throughout the rest of that fight. Just a little bit of a missed time on the gank, potentially. Needed the Shy to step up a little bit further forwards. Instead, it's going to be no play on the top side, and the Drake going over to IG in the bottom lane. And EDG, they're trying to be proactive again, but it hasn't worked out.
And I don't fault them for it, Bloxer, because it's what we're asking for. Unfortunately, it's easier said than done, especially against Invictus Gaming of all teams here. Wei secures the first grub of the game, immediately goes with a smite. The rest of EDG now trying to support Xiaohao on the push into the river. Looks like IG should be safe here and not dropping any deaths unnecessarily. Grubs are now being contested by the rest of EDG, but Mako steps up. Smite comes out from Xiaohao. Now it's 1-1 in terms of grub control. The Shy steps up. Good shockwave, decent damage onto Wei and Mako from Angel, but now they re-engage, looking for Palkia in the middle. ZDC caught in the crossfire as well. Crescent guard from Xiaohao at least splits it up. It's a 1-for-1 trade so far.
Gala.
But look at Gala has found all. They both go down. Cinema. IG still trying to fight their way through the river on the top side. In the end, the Shy and Mako still alive, battling Xiaohao to the very death. World Ender is not needed because he is still ending their worlds all the same. Angel caught by the darkened blade, and Angel is forced to flash away from the infernal chains.
I think that final grub as well also went over to IG, so they're able to pick themselves up that critical stack on towards the feats as well. And once again, I mean, Gala is just playing like a madman right here. Very nearly is able to get that kill. Pretty much 1v1 up against his lane opponent. And just about is able to get through enough of a charged piercing arrow to make it play. And this is a really nice initial bit of engage. You can see Xiaohao's very reticent to go in. He's waiting, not sure if he should. Finally does jump in, but this bottom side play. Oh, one final auto for both of them. Otherwise, that could have completely changed things. If you've still got your ADC up and kicking at this point in the game, whoever's got that ADC available to you probably wins this fight.
Just a multiple skirmish scenario where there's like an isolated fight here, there's an isolated fight over there. In the end, IG barely pulls ahead in gold and in kills. I believe IG do net for themselves the feat of strength, or at least the feat of warfare. No, it's actually EDG.
No, EDG. EDG got the first couple of kills on that. Yeah.
That's right.
So
well, so
it's close.
Feats of strength still could be up for grabs, but EDG definitely have the advantage when it comes to that.
Yeah, I mean, that final grubby going over, making sure that it's not now going to be 1-for-1 in terms of those feats towards objectives. Also, very, very important. Rookie getting collapsed on here. Oh, did he know? Or was that just the random movement of Rookie that dodged him away from that Wind Becomes Lightning?
I have no idea, Bloxer, but if that was just sends, hang on, Chain of Corruptions onto Gala, On trying to see if he has enough damage here. He finally gets the last piercing arrow, and On is victorious over Gala this time around.
There we go, that's what you want to see right here. 1v1s between these bot laners. Nobody's even got their first items completed. And it does look like it is going to be a little bit more towards that lethality poke virus right here for On. Shy jumping up. And this game, it's not disappointing, right? Even if this ends up being a 3-0 for IG as we're expecting, right? This is not a stomp. Every single one of these games, EDG is fighting back. They were able to fight back fully for 30 minutes in the previous game. At least these first 11 and a half here in game number 2 have been pretty close. And in the end, right, it's only about a 300 gold lead for IG. Absolutely nothing.
Yeah. Once again, we come back to hesitation, the apprehension about early game advantages when it's going into an IG squad. Now, EDG, they can still find ways to get a gold advantage over IG. The game has not run away completely from them yet, but we still think about the methods that IG have at their disposal. The point and click, the ease of setup and execution that they can just try and snowball Gala and the Shy with, as IG now corralling around Angel, who does not have a flash. From the previous fight on the top side of the map, Mako leads the charge, cease and desist right on top of it. He threw out the shockwave for a little bit of damage, but Mako just doesn't care because he's got that unbreakable will, and the heal keeps him alive for now. But now EDG looking for the collapse. Mako might just go down here. Rookie flashes away and says sayonara to his support because he knows that that cow is going down.
Yep. ZDZ ults on into the mid lane as well, just to save a couple more plates away from Gala. And EDG, they manage to play back. They get themselves a little bit of extra aggression down onto the bottom lane. And again, going even, 1-for-1s, back and forth every single time. IG, they were able to grab that first Drake. EDG looking to even it up, but teleport's coming on in as well. That looks like it's going to be a teleport in from Rookie. Oh, and the Shy.
I don't think Wei was spotted yet. I mean, now they know where he is at. Palkia forced to flash away, trying to use the sand behind me to just get repositioning back, but the Shy's leading the charge here. The exhaust comes out momentarily, but he still has the World Ender going, and it's extended by all the kills being picked up by Gala. IG eliminate 2 from the Rift, and that Dragon should be easily secured now by Wei.
And this is just unfortunate timing right here from EDG. They make that bottom lane play work, which is good, but the teleport from ZDZ just came back. Angel does not have his available to him, and so you don't get to reposition a bunch of people to this fight. You end up getting completely outflanked, out-rotated by IG, and they're going to take that second Drake of the game and the feat of monster slaying as their prize.
And now it just comes down to who gets first brick to secure the feats of strength. Take a look back at the replay.
Oh boy, yeah, I mean, you gotta land all of that, right? We didn't see that. We were busy looking down at the bottom side of where Wei was playing, but a little bit of a through the upright situation, just straight away from Rookie, and he's able to turn back around, deal his damage. The Shy also just running through people, constantly landing those Qs, making it so it's very tricky to be able to play these out right here as EDG. They find themselves down by just over 1,000 gold, nearing on 2,000. It's still not something they can't get back to. They can't completely count themselves out of this game.
Yeah.
But again, small mistake from EDG, big gain for IG.
The advantage is starting to climb now to 2,000. And as we have noted in any series that IG has played in Group Ascent during the Rumble stage, when IG are even, you're already worried. When they're ahead, oh no.
Yep.
Start slamming the emergency button. And for EDG, even though this composition has some decent scaling aspects, you have a front line that's going to get stronger and stronger in this Scion. It just comes down to, does EDG have the ability to beat IG in a map state where every macro decision can be game-changing or game-warping, and IG have proven time and time again that they are the masters at it. Now, Rift Herald has been started up by EDG. Mako, the first one into the river from IG, at least on the right side. Wei and Rookie flanking around from the left. The Shy does not have the teleport.
Oh, he's spotted!
Holy moly, Rookie just flashes in on the back line, loses his mind, doesn't get anyone gone, and Wei is forced to flash away because now he's lost out on his Annie. So IG have lost one of their primary setups. Now it's just down to the cease and desist as Gala pops the ultimate, it looks like, but cannot find anything more. EDG just say, thank you, Rookie, very much.
That's a certified Rookie moment from this split. He has had just some questionable decisions back and forth. The Shy gonna pop himself into that World Ender, and actually ZDZ dropping real low. Okay. He's alright. I love it.
Flashes
Is that
the
EDG
EDG
2015 emote?
I believe so.
That's a nice old emote to have right there. Love that.
Listen, that's when Palkia first started watching competitive League of Legends. Red buff, is it secured by Wei? That's gonna... Yeah, feels bad for Xiaohao, not able to secure his own red buff in the Shy. Even though he doesn't kill CDZ, he is able to put enough pressure to take out the bottom tier turret. That secures feats of strength for IG.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. It looked like EG were actually going to be able to grab that for themselves, but just weren't able to get any real damage down onto the towers. Still, IG, they over-aggress around the Herald. They lose out onto it as well, and that is something that you can now potentially play around right here as EDG. Where can you use this Herald, right? It's sat in the back pocket of Xiaohao. Right now, the mid lane and top lane towers have both taken decent chunks of damage, so if you could knock either of those down, open up the map, get a little bit more gold into your back pockets, something you're really going to need, because despite the fact that kills do go over to EDG, 3k now going to be the advantage. 2 Drakes in the back pocket of IG as well. And 1 minute 30 until the next one is going to be spawning, so the setup is going to be critical right here, because EDG, they can't afford to be fighting into darkness.
Oh, Protobell from Rookie.
Oh,
no, he tried
wait!
to flash the shockwave, but he still got clipped by
Rookie,
it.
no!
Is Rookie now dud? Oh no, Angel should be able to look for another combo here, but Rookie gets another stun. Angel's gonna push for it. They both go down. What is happening between the mid laners here? Meanwhile, the fight continues in the mid lane. Gala takes the last turret shot. CDC flashing to close the distance, takes out Gala for himself. Big shutdown going over to Sion, as now the Shy is here for reinforcements, and now ZDZ finds himself forced to use the ultimate just to run away from danger.
Hey, that's fine. You're actually not mad about that one. You save Perukia if he's not in... Okay. Okay, he gets away. I was going to say, you save Palkia. He nearly proved me wrong right there. You've also got the Herald charging on through the top lane. You live right... This is so tricky because IG constantly get themselves bits of gold back. That should have been an overall win there for EDG, but IG, they still turn it into a tower. They still get themselves bits of gold back and forth. We were busy watching the top lane. What happens here? On face checks. Flash. Cleanse. Still dies, right? He still ends up going down. But it does draw Gala in a little bit too far forward. So, you know, at least you're punishing back. This has been the thing. I feel like we've said a lot this game that EDG have punished back onto IG mistakes, which is good, but it doesn't feel like EDG have been able to make proactive plays of their own happen yet. Although, Wei, you are super in no man's land right now, bud.
Definitely feels like IG are the ones making the game very entertaining and volatile, and EDG are just reacting in the best ways possible. That top lane 1v1 between Angel and Rookie was definitely very funny. But now we're going to have to see if EDG can make use of that advantage. No flash on Rookie for this Annie. Trying to step on up. Chain of Corruptions clips Wei.
There they go.
Xiaohao goes immediately for him. Meanwhile, into the backline. On gets popped. Uh-oh. IG can just run through the rest of them. 3-man Shockwave into a multi-man knockup from ZDZ. Does he have enough damage to look for any killing blows on IG? I don't think so. Xiaohao gets dropped. Angel's next, and now ZDZ is just running for his life, and Gala is just on full turbo energy right now with the Yunara. That's the ace for IG at 8:19 minutes.
Yeah, Gala and the Shy are just wrecking house right here. Can you imagine that play from EDG? The shockwave into multi-man unstoppable onslaught into knockup from the Q as well. If On was still available, if you had a damage dealer in the area, could have been the fight to turn things around right there for EDG. But IG, they make the correct play, and it all comes off the back of this brilliant flank right here from Rookie, right? Rookie, he sat on his side of the map, but it just gets into the wrong side of things for EDG. Jumps on forwards, drops Tibbers on their heads, and the Shy recognizes that, leaps straight on in as well. World Ender activated. And it's just so easy, it looks like, for IG to rip on through. EDG, again, they keep it even for a good amount of time in this game, but things are beginning to slip away from them.
And it's around the same time of the game, too, Bloxer, where we look at EDG and IG from game 1, where things were a little funky between both of them in the first 15-20 minutes of the game, but then you get to that third dragon point, you get to that Otacon point, one of those objectives. That's where the game gets blown wide open, and IG have finally pried open the game with a massive 7,000 gold advantage here against EDG. And we talked about the dangers of when IG are the ones that get the gold advantage.
Yeah, I mean, as Weibo can attest to, right? 10k gold advantage versus IG, it ain't enough. That can be something that IG know how to overcome. And so finding yourself at this point, 20 and a bit minutes into this game, with a team composition that really wanted to get rolling in a couple of spots early on, and it just hasn't happened for you, you're now going to be down by, what is that, 7,000 gold at this point in the game. Yeah, it's an incredibly tough mountain for EDG to climb. I'm not saying they can't do it, but it's going to take a couple of miracles, and first of all, a couple of picks to get this gold a little bit more even.
EDG are going to try to at least start burning this Otacon to force IG to answer them. That does pull Gala away from pushing onto the tier 2 turret in the mid lane.
It's
but
so
will
slow.
this be a decision that EDG are grateful for? We'll find out soon, because now the Shy is looking to pincer and close the gap around EDG, providing no room for an escape. EDG have to fight their way out if they want to survive on this front. The Otacon resets temporarily. It is pulled over to Wei, as the rest of IG is just trying to make sure that the objective goes back to full HP, but it stays at around 6,700.
They're so
EDG still
surrounded.
have an opportunity to try and force IG into them in a unideal scenario. Mako gets a big knockup though on a ZDZ. The tank, the main front line for EDG, is already about to die, and now the Shy finds his time to fly into the back line with the World Ender, with the Darker Blade. Wei sends it, shockwave on a couple of members, but it's EDG that are losing health bars. Rookie flashes on the Angel, pops the Tibbers, and Xiaohao dies in vain. The rest of IG just have full control, and they have successfully strangled EDG out of this game too.
They're going to be able to turn back around, grab themselves this Otacon as well. And IG, they are just all over this one. But I gotta be honest, it's bad positioning, and it's worse macro and micro here from EDG. I mean, they're potentially going to try and push back into this one. Teleport coming on in as well. You are going to get Angel in the area, and people are getting low. I mean, we've seen bigger throws around that Otacon.
At first,
Round 2?
if you don't succeed from EDG, you can try again. I
Oh my
appreciate
God.
this look. EDG, you just gotta send it and just pray that something will happen that looks positive for your side. ZDZ already losing nearly 50% of his HP just to see teleported in. That's your main front line, already threatened. And the Shy
junglers both reset.
is back at full HP. Wei's on his way, so is Xiaohao. The Otacon is fully reset, and maybe, Blockster, we have some time to breathe.
I don't know. I feel like these teams are going to want to go scrap again. Like you said, tons of the front line has already taken chunks off of it. But no, IG, they are going to start themselves up the Atacant again, and EDG, they can't afford to lose this one.
Rookie steps up. He might go down
Oh!
here. EDG find their first kill of the fight, but now it's
the
the
Shy.
Shy that can just take over with the World Ender, but the duration is starting to run out. He doesn't get a reset off. The World Ender has ended, but Wei finds on in the backline with the cease and desist, and now he's the one pushing forward and driving the fight for IG, and Gala is just untouched. He can just delete everyone else from EDG. ZDZ ends up falling, and the rest of IG are corralling any stragglers from EDG. Palkia on the wrong side of the map here, and it's just another IG game run here in standard fashion.
EDG, they just keep stepping up. They are absolutely not going to let their foot off of the gas, but unfortunately seem to be putting them straight into the wall of IG. And they are taking their heads off every single time. We'll have a look back. Is this the first engage? No, this is the second engage. Rookie jumps forwards here. Thinks he can maybe one-tap onto Angel, but this is a great shockwave. Lands onto two members. Mako just about survives here, though, and that is going to be critical. As you highlighted, the Shy doesn't actually get too much done right here with his World Ender, but he doesn't die, and he just buys space and time for Mako to get back in, to keep being annoying, to do enough stuns onto ZDZ that he's not able to play the game. Yeah, Mako finally dies to the corpse of ZDZ, but it's enough for IG to win that fight. They don't get Atacon, but while we're in that picture-in-picture, that is Cloud Soul secured for IG.
Now we're almost at a staggering 8,000 to 9,000 gold advantage in favor of IG. This is nearly the point of no return for EDG. Like we said before the game even started, when we looked at the draft, we wanted EDG to try and get a little bit more explosive with their composition. Tried to find some early game angles.
Yeah.
They definitely did try. There was attempts. But IG were able to defuse every one of them. And when it came to the full-on hands checks, IG were confident enough to say, yeah, let's just see what happens. Let's find out.
Yeah.
And they flipped heads every single time.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta keep trying though, right? EDG, they're going to grab themselves mid lane tower and bot lane tower, chase away out of their own jungle as well, and Xiaohao is going to be able to secure his blue buff. This is a decent chunk of gold back into the pockets of the EDG members, but right now, the 6k gold deficit is not the big problem. The big problem is that they lost 2 grubs, 4 drakes, the soul as well, And they've lost themselves the Atakan onto those, what was it, 18? I think it was like 15 petals at the time at which they were able to grab that for themselves. The intangible stats, the non-gold based stats that they've got are just massive. That's the big advantage that IG have right now.
You're also staring down a 3.5 item Unara.
Yeah.
And a 3
Gala
item
Unara.
Aatrox. Yeah. Gala Unara. On top of it all. Oh, EDG,
Look, there's a
how
chance.
to say you feel this is such a tough battle for them. We knew it from the beginning of this series, and we have loved their story coming from Group Nirvana. But now they have to answer the Shy's Aatrox as he and Wei just immediately say, you don't get to play the game for the next 40 seconds.
Yep.
Hope you have fun in the Death Realm.
Yeah, Grey Screen Simulator for him right here, and IG gonna turn around to the big purple worm. It doesn't really feel like there's anything that you can do right here as EDG. Without Arn, that's a ton of your damage just evaporated off of the map. It's just gonna be a bit of a push going on down in the bottom side of the map for ZDZ. See if he can maybe get himself a bit of objective bounty for the squad, but I don't even know if they're gonna be able to fully do that. With a couple members heading over, there's a chance, right? Tier 2 tower should be secured, but still, massive advantage right here for IG. They are just looking to cross those T's, dot those I's, and send us to a game number 3.
JDG gonna do his very best to just take this turret with even his dying breath if he has to give it up, because those are objective bounties he is securing for the sake of EDG. Tries to escape the Shy's grasp with the unstoppable onslaught. Now he's forced to use the teleport, but he gets interrupted. I mean, ZDZ is trying to do everything that he can just to escape. He's forced to flash, and maybe
ring around the rosy.
I mean, ZDZ is just getting pulled around here. Oh, this poor damn Scion.
Hey, ZDZ has been doing his darndest in this game, right? The corpse of ZDZ has actually been doing a ton of work during these team fights. He's been absorbing a bunch of damage. It's just unfortunate that the remaining members of his squad haven't actually been able to do anything. I mean, that's 6 deaths onto Arn right here. He's been dead far more than he's been alive, and it's just not playable. It's in an untenable position.
Now IG don't have to fear a giant tanky Scion as they siege into the base of EDG. Already eliminating the inhibitor in the mid lane, getting ready to work their way with the pushing wave that the Shy has set up onto the bottom side of the map. The rest of EDG have to wait another 10 seconds before ZDZ does spawn so that they can send the Scion to defend the remnants of this base. But Mako's threatening on the top side with this flank, and that bottom inhibitor also falls.
Base just begins to crumble right here for EDG, staring down the barrel of an IG with a massive gold advantage, all of the objectives in their pockets as well, and with these Baron empowered cannon minions just starting to chunk away at these inhibitor towers. This is going to be the last stand. Where can they find one more fight?
Alright, well, the Shy and Rookie just burned both of their ultimates. Maybe EDG will feel confident in just sending it one last time. Xiaohao tries to go in onto Gala. The Glacial Fissure finds a knockup, but Gala is once again just doesn't care. He can just fire with absolute impunity, and the rest of IG completely steamrolling the rest of EDG in their own damn base. The rest of EDG just trying to retreat to the safety of their fountain for a little bit of extra second win, but IG put this game to rest, and IG are now on match point.
The fact that the Shy doesn't even go down right there. He took actual damage from the fountain laser and still was able to survive in that situation. IG, they're showing us that they are not just looking for a decent placing here in the finals. They are looking to get themselves into that final matchup. They are looking towards Worlds as well. This is an IG on an absolute roll.
For any EDG fans in the chat, me and Bloxer did our best to set up realistic expectations. I know that we had a prediction that said that Bloxer was going for EDG 3-0. Obviously, that went out the window after the first game.
Yeah.
And we just want to stress the fact that for EDG, no matter what happens in this game 3, we are hoping that EDG do not feel completely deflated and unmotivated after the result of this series. This was probably the toughest team to face for the style that EDG have, because all of their major advantages IG have been able to deflect by some of the best teams in Group Ascend already time and time again, especially towards the end of the Rumble stage.
It's so tough to beat IG. I mean, they came out of that regular season with a 6-game win streak, including a 2-0 versus BLG for 2nd spot in Group Ascend. We've been saying it a lot, right? If they maybe had a slightly quicker start off after the break, maybe they would have been our top team. Maybe they would have been able to beat TES out for that top spot, and who knows what we would have been talking about then. They look incredibly strong. They are a well-deserving seed 2. You can see here, EDG coming in as the 10th place seed, right? That is the bottom seed that we've got. And still, I have a lot of faith in an EDG at least putting in a great showing in the next round versus it would be JDG if they end up losing here, right? I don't think that they're completely down and out. The EDG going to Worlds is still alive, but I don't think they're going to secure that spot in those finals playoffs here versus IG. This is a little bit too tall of an ask for them because IG, they are just so strong and they are getting towards being quite a complete team. Yes, they've got these crazy comebacks for themselves and they don't really find big early game advantages, but it's that mid to late game macro that is so nice that it feels almost impossible to be able to beat them when it comes to the end of the game.
And there are definitely a couple takeaways from this second game in particular where there are still some hesitations about IG on a grander scale and things that they need to work on as a squad. Rookie, I'm looking at you, buddy.
Rookie, yeah.
Some of those early game moments. This is our 2nd All-Pro mid from Rumble stage. And the reason why he got 2nd All-Pro mid is because of all the decisions and the plays that he makes after the early game, after the early laning phase. But there's still moments where Rookie finds himself mechanically misplaying, flashing and still getting clipped by a shockwave. Happens. You know, but Rookie still makes up for it later on. But against different caliber teams going forward, we don't know if that's going to be something that IG have to worry about for playoffs. Maybe Top Esports show a different form or BLG are able to level up. Very, very, very doubtful since they were brought to full 5 games by JDG. But maybe Top Esports, or if anyone's legend is able to show the form that they were in when they won Split 2 playoffs, then that's what IG have to prep themselves for. And I appreciate that once IG realized that EDG were not really pressing the game forward, it's IG to say, all right, we're just going to start flipping the game. Let's see what happens.
Yeah. Let's just keep playing. Let's just keep on making things difficult, asking difficult questions of EDG and seeing how they respond. And the answer from EDG was constantly, hey, we're going to try for a fight, but they weren't able to full commit to a lot of these. I think, again, another game from Angel where he just wasn't able to deal the damage that he needed. I don't think he was playing quite so far back as he was on the Talia, you know, it wasn't quite as egregious, but still, he's not able to be this big damage threat right here on the Orianna, despite the fact they take this champion for him relatively early on in the draft. They're clearly putting a lot of focus onto what he wants, how he wants his matchups to be, putting him in a comfortable position, and it just isn't working out in the end. Still, I don't know how much I can criticize the members of EDG when you've got yourself a 32k damage game for the Shy on Aatrox and a 30k damage game on Yanara for Gala. I mean, the top and bottom sides of the map are absolutely wrecking house at the moment. It doesn't matter what Rookie's doing. The Shy and Gala are feeling themselves right now, and it is so fun to watch.
There's a reason why the Shy was the unanimous first All-Pro top laner for this split. This guy has been blowing up ever since we saw inklings of it in Split 2, where I know Alk was a big proponent and one of the early The Shy supporters when he first started seeing a lot of the showings of The Shy starting to put forward a strong carry performance. Remember, The Shy was starting to innovate earlier than a lot of our other top laners in the LPL. In Split 2, he brought Nidalee top to the forefront, and overall in this Split 3, he has just been an absolute tear, almost unstoppable by any other top laner from Group Ascend, and he's continued to push himself into the stratosphere when it comes to just putting on carry performance after carry performance. It doesn't matter if you try and punch him down in the laning phase or put a lot of time into ganking him, because he still finds a way to be useful and just as big of a threat as possible. And this was a game where There's no ganks that were successful against this guy, so
Nope.
he didn't lose. He didn't die a single time in laning phase, so that just means the Shy gets all of his farm uncontested, and he becomes this massive threat in these team fights.
Yeah, I mean, he was a monster. And it's not just this game, right? It was a slightly quieter Aurora game, but I think the Shy made the key play that we ended up seeing in that previous game around the Baron. He dies, but he takes so much time that you don't allow Xiao Hao to go into the pit and get that steal away, and the return on the rest of the fight works out really well for IG. I mean, he was just so annoying on that champion, and now on the Aatrox, again, annoying, buying time. You ended up in another situation where you've got your Xin Zhao spending time top lane, looking for ganks, and it's not working out. You're not getting any gold off of this time investment scene, and it is really rough. In terms of game MVP right here, I would give it to the Shy. I would. I think he was incredibly important to this game.
Yep. I think because Gala died in a couple 1v1s against On, it has to be the Shy by default.
Yeah. It was a big boy performance from him, right?
Yeah,
He put his carry pants on.
Yep. The Shy Aatrox, something that most G2 fans do not remember fondly of in in years past.
What do you mean G2 fans? EU fans. LEC fans in general not got fond memories of this guy.
Fair enough, fair enough. Well, that does put a wrap on Game 2. But before we head to Game 3 of this series, we want to remind everyone at home, if you would like to support the LPL English, consider becoming a Coffee member. Coffee is the best way to support the LPL English project, since the vast majority of your contributions will go directly to the show. A lot of the initial payments go into upgrading the broadcast, but a huge bulk of it pays on-air talent and content creators. So subscribe to our Coffee linked in chat to unlock perks like early access to content and the ability to ask interview questions for our unique on-site interviews. All right, EDG, let's see if you've got what it takes to try and push Invictus Gaming to the brink, take a game off of them, or if this is going to be a 3-0 sweep. We'll find out right after this break. Welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for game number 3 between IG and EDG. And you know what? It's time to up the ante here. I've got the desk in standing mode because I'm putting in all my energy, even though I voted and predicted an IG 3-0 against EDG. I want this to be the one game where EDG stop trying to play standard and go back to a lot of the volatility and the creativity that made us so excited about this team in Group Nirvana. We saw a little inkling of it in game 1, and it seemed like they kind of retreated into their shell and tried to play a little bit more standard, a little bit more reserved in game 2. And we just know from every other team that has tried that in Group Ascend, that does not work against IG. Nope. You just gotta throw hands. Yeah. Everything. Literally everything and the kitchen sink that you have right here, throw it at IG. Does it work? Probably not 90% of the time, but they are not infallible, right? We do know that IG can drop games, they can drop series. This was not a team that got their way through the regular season completely undefeated. This is not a team that's been able to have much success for themselves, really, overall throughout the entirety of this year. You just gotta try something, right? I'm looking at kind of what they did for themselves during their matchup versus WE, what kind of compositions they were looking towards then. Honestly, that was a little bit more standard. I think you can beat WE more standard, so fine. Take that, disregard it, do something absolutely crazy. What do you have in your back pocket? I want to see Angel on something he's not allowed to sit back on. We've seen the what? Throw up the mid-champion pool graphic. Let's look at Angel's champion pool that we have seen this split. Give me an assassin. Put Angel on something that makes the game complete.
That one.
Boom! That one!
I'm
pointing at it. Kai, producer, I hope we're on the same wavelength. Circle the one champion that Angel has that Rookie has not played this split.
Yeah.
Put a big red circle, a big yellow circle on that one. I don't know if you can actually draw
right there.
But Akali. Slam the Akali.
Boom.
Do not care about the matchup. Just slam it and try and force IG to start answering your questions. Do not let IG be the team that asks you the questions. Thank you, producer Kai. You're the GOAT. Appreciate you.
That one.
All right, Blockster. That's all I got. That's what.
Yeah.
Just please.
It is. This is the problem, right? With these both champions, Rookie, maybe he'll make mistakes. Maybe he won't play it as well as you would have otherwise wanted. But it doesn't matter, because the rest of the team are really going to be able to take over. They're going to be able to play their game, and Rookie's always still useful once you get to the mid to the late game. It's his early game that's a bit suspect at the moment, but whatever. It doesn't seem to matter that much. Unless you can make it not whatever. Unless you can completely dismantle what he's trying to do. Take over so far that it becomes not just his problem, but you become everybody else on the map's problem. Because so far, Gala has been free hitting. The only times he's really been in a lot of threat is because he's on Kai'Sa and he looks at the backline and goes, I can take them, and dives in onto them with the ulti, right? He's been chilling pretty much otherwise. You need to stop Gala from feeling comfortable, because if he's comfortable, if he's sitting and free hitting, well, there's kind of nothing that you can do to take over these games. IG will win in that situation.
Yep. Alright, EDG. I hope the discussions behind the stage with the coach have come to a conclusion that gives us a different look for EDG. I know it's going to be a little scary stepping out of the comfort zone, but this is where you have the flexibility and the freedom to experiment. You're in the upper bracket. You have a lower life to make the sickest run in the lower bracket, but you have to start challenging and testing yourself here when you have the opportunity to do so. Because if you start trying to do it in the lower bracket, it could be the end of that run. So now EDG, as we start flying through the bans, Pantheon Rumble taken off the table once again, Poppy and Wukong eliminated from the jungle pool.
Okay. They're kind of going on towards a lot of the similar bans that they had last time around. The Gwen was something they took off of the board last time and have left open. And with that Rumble ban, I think that does indicate that ZDG would probably like to go towards that Gwen if he can pick it up for themselves. IG, obviously, they can totally take that one off the board right now as well. And we are still seeing a heavy squeeze right here onto these standard junglers that we are seeing the highest priority on for the majority of these players. At this point, right, the Jarvan is something you can potentially be looking for if that one doesn't get banned away. See if IG want to ban it out, because they have been doing so a lot. Yeah, they do take it off the board. Right, so you would think... No, interesting. You leave the Gwen open and then you don't take it for yourself.
My Akali! Where's Bias?
Yeah.
Okay, well, if Angel's not playing an assassin, someone's got to. Someone's got to play some backline threat.
Perukia, give him the pike, let him rip people's heads off. Like,
oh my goodness.
I like it. That could be fun.
That would be very fun. And maybe that's the better call, just because that is the player that is willing to flip the game and just say, you know what, I'm willing to risk the game right here, right now. IG gonna go with a standard support lock-in with the Rakan that does set up for the Lovers duo, and now any chance for assassin backline threats from EDG, it could easily be done away with the safety of a Featherstorm from this Xayah. So now this means that if EDG want to go for a backline dive threat, you can't just rely on one. You have to overload the backline with multiple threats. But Nautilus and Senna, this just looks like another standard draft from EDG instead.
This is EDG indexing really hard into the later stages of the game, and I can understand why they try to change it up in that way, right? They see early game how it hasn't been working for them, despite the fact they've been throwing themselves at their opponents, trying really hard to get ahead. So instead, fine, we're just going to sit back, try to get on a ton of stacks later on. Still, you're now playing into the Lovers duo bot lane. It's not something Gala's been particularly interested in playing throughout the rest of this split. I think he only played it once or twice during the regular season, but it's a great pick for Mako. He's absolutely excellent on it, and with Rookie now having himself that TF, all of a sudden it's on IG to play the early game and have a little bit more proactivity than they do usually.
Twisted Fate locked in for Rookie just seems like a match made in heaven. You have a point and click CC ability in that gold card, and your major strength as Twisted Fate is just playing the map, using that ultimate to try and roam quickly, collapse quickly onto a side lane, help Gala snowball, help the Shy snowball, hell, even help Wei snowball, because more than likely, we're going to be getting a jungle option that is not just one of the standard skirmishers, because all of them are pretty much gone at this point in the draft.
Yeah, I mean, you have taken off of the board basically everything that I would have looked at as a standard jungle option that we would really expect to be played, and this has been interesting for both of these teams to be leaving the jungler until a lot later on. We're now even seeing a lot more of these aggressive picks taken away, right? The Nocturne now goes off the board. The Neferi is already going to be banned because it got played earlier on. I mean, what are you even looking at potentially grabbing for yourself here? Is something like the Viego going to be the option potentially? I mean, Udyr? Again, Skarner, always floating on the edge, is something that you can play if you really need to.
Wow, EDG even digging deep into the pockets of Wei's champ pool and eliminating something like a Lee Sin. So skirmishers now are really limited to just very, very low tier options. I know I'm going to say... Okay, thank goodness. I don't have to say Rek'Sai as an option, because IG just start now looking at assassins instead. And now Wei has an opportunity to try and flex some carry muscles in the champion that he locks in. He flashed the Viego, but now is going for the Zed. I think this is Wei's first competitive Zed game. We'll have to double check and make sure, but I feel like that is the case.
It's definitely his first this split, like, that is for sure. He has not played this before. EDG now are going to be hovering on towards that Viego. I mean, a reset champion here isn't necessarily going to be terrible, but looking at your ganking options, I don't love them. Instead, they're just going to kick the can down the road a little while longer, get ZDZ. Oh, it's the Silas jungle. It is. Oh. This was something that I was wondering if we were going to get. I thought we were potentially going to get it in the previous game when we saw the Alistar locked in, but they'd already picked themselves both their top lane and their jungler, so it wasn't really the option. Now you do get it, though, and this is very exciting. We'll talk more about it once we jump on into the game. Final pick here for IG. What do you want to give to the Shy? Right now, into the Renekton, you can take plenty of standard stuff, right? You can grab yourself a nice, easy Ambessa. Nah, he wants to go aggressive. He wants to beat him in the laning phase. It's going to be the Shy on his signature Jace pick, and this can be more exciting.
I love that we are getting some very, very spicy picks coming out from both of our junglers here in what could be the last game of the series. IG, remember, they are on match point with 2 games to their name. EDG would have to do the impossible and claw back and make a a reverse sweep happen if they wanted any chance of being triumphant in this series. We have very much vocalized our apprehensions about that being a reality. But for this game, this is where Wei is going to be tested, because a lot of the criticisms in the past for Wei has been sometimes his hands are not able to live up to the champion that he is piloting, which is why he has found a lot of success whenever he's able to play the Poppy or the Vi or the Pantheon. Very straightforward, simple to execute. But now this is an opportunity for Wei to try and flex some of his muscles to see if he has what it takes. This has not been a champion that everyone can pilot here in the LPL. We'll see if Wei can live up to the test.
Yeah, I mean, this one has been... It's baited some people in, right? We've seen a couple of people pick this champion up for themselves, and it just doesn't work, right? But Wei here, in this game, I really love it, because you've got yourself kill threat lane, top lane, bot lane, and in the mid lane. But also, you don't need to go kill threat in onto the mid lane if you don't want to. Rookie can come join you on these fights in the side lanes with that ulti, and you could just spread the love all over the board and make it so that EDG never get a chance to breathe.
Here we go, game 3 between EDG and IG.
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎他们。
Ooh, this is exciting. We wanted hype, right? We wanted something fun to watch. The least interesting thing that could have happened here is IG and EDG pick standard compositions. We keep getting to say that it's even for the first 15 minutes, and then IG make 2 great plays and the game's over. This is at least EDG still throwing down the gauntlet with this Sylas jungle. The Sylas jungle is something I think that's very interesting, right? It gets changed around a little bit, but it hasn't necessarily taken a bunch of specific buffs like a couple of other things have, right? The Kiana jungle that you were so excited to see a couple of weeks ago, right? That was specifically buffed recently. This one has just been kind of floating up in terms of priority, and now actually it's the most played Sylas. You don't see Sylas top or mid lane more than you see Sylas jungle at this point.
Shout out to Riot for giving a buff on Sylas's passive to monsters in terms of the damage. Xiaohao was trying to see if he could catch Wei before he hit level 2 off of those wolves. Palkian on getting aggressive onto Gala and Mako on this bottom tri-bush, but not enough to really force anything major out of both of these two individuals here. Mako does pop the heal. Wei tactfully going for the smaller camps first, where he does have the advantage, at least just being able to pull Xiaohao around. Level 2 to level 1, Xiaohao.
Does he get
He's
it?
trying to see if he can at least get the smite and hit level 2 now. He gets the Kingslayer for the heal, but now he's in a world of trouble. He is forced to leave. Wei will not chase him, but Xiaohao cannot contest further in Wei's own jungle.
No, it's just going to be him limping back out, heading away from this one. Still, Wei is at least going to be a little bit delayed in his clear. Not going to be ideal right here for the Zed jungle. And God, can you imagine explaining this game to somebody a couple of years ago? We got the Sylas Zed jungle. Like, I love it. I absolutely love what we've got for ourselves here. Like you said, Riot has really been trying to diversify what we actually see in the jungle at the moment. And yeah, you can see here, this is a lot of champions that we haven't seen a bunch of from IG. Yes, the Shy, I think of him as quite a Jace player, but this split specifically hasn't really been playing it too much. Mako's kind of the only one on a champion that he's been playing a ton of this split.
And one of the benefits about Zed jungle is that you just clear your camps so incredibly fast, thanks to your passive not having a cooldown on the big monster of each camp. So you just blaze through the big monster so fast. And even though Sylas does have increased damage on the Patricite first from his passive for these monster camps, he does not clear the jungle nearly as fast as this Zed does. So you can see that Wei is already almost done with his full clear, or getting close to his full clear on the top side of the map. You now see Xiaohao just barely hit level 3, finishing some of his camps on the top side. He's not going to even go for the blue buff just yet, because he wants to secure some Scuttle Crabs before Wei can get his hands on.
Yeah, although directing our attention away from these very interesting jungle matchups, you can see Rookie taking a good chunk of damage right here. He's going to have a very important part to play right here for IG. He's the only real AP damage that they're going to be able to play around, so they need him to get far enough ahead. Otherwise, the build path for ZDZ for Parkia is going to be incredibly easy, right? Just as much armor as you can possibly put on yourselves. And then also bot lane. How much just time do you get for yourselves? to stack up onto On, get him as many center souls as possible, because if you just have to play the game as early as possible, keep trying to fight as EDG have in the previous games, well, you're just not going to get this center into a strong position.
Look how smart Wei is. He knows that Xiaohao couldn't have been able to clear all of his jungle camps since he spent so much time trying to stop Wei from farming his own in that blue quadrant invade we saw just a couple minutes ago. Finds out that the red buff is still up for the taking. Wei is able to smite it away and should just be able to get over the wall with the power of that living whoa, Wei, why would you flash that way? What the hell? Mako with the great
No, it's good. It's genius.
Still works out. Oh my god, Wei baited and outsmarted is able to pull Xiaohao over the river wall, and that's first blood for Wei's Zed.
That's gorgeous. You said why, but that was absolutely the correct decision right there. He had the flashback because the second you get hit by that hook, you are done for, and he isn't going to get over the wall with that flash. I hope we get a replay of it. He's too far away from the wall. If he tried to flash straight over it, he would have flashed straight into it, and then he would have been dead. Instead, flashback, then get your E over the wall. Know you've got friends over the wall as well. Very smart play right there from Wei, making it work already here on this Zed jungle.
That is some six-pack mentality right there from Wei. My goodness. Wei was able to prove the big brain play when we saw that eclectic series against BLG just a couple weeks ago when he made the Vi Q prediction onto Elk's Varus. And now here, completely just pulls Xiaohao into his own mind game. And IG now finding a solid advantage. We'll get a replay of it that moment right here.
Yeah, because you get the rotation coming on through really nice from Perukia, right? Look at where he is. If he flashes, he doesn't make it over that wall, and he gets hit by this hook if he doesn't. But you've also got a super mobile Rakan that can get over the wall. Mako does obviously have to flash to join his teammate, isn't quite able to just get that battle dance over, so he does blow a little bit more away from your allies, but still, you're going to be more than happy with the way that that one works out. First blood onto the Zed jungle. You couldn't ask for more.
Wei, I'm so sorry for even doubting you for just an instant. A split second. I promise, I will never doubt you again. Rookie, potentially baiting the rest of Angel and Palkia in for another trade. Mako gets snagged by the dredge line. Xiaohao tries to arrive. The flash gold card from Rookie doesn't get anything from the side of IG. So.
Nope. Nope.
I appreciate the enthusiasm, Rookie.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's fun at least to see them trying to make things happen constantly. Neither of these teams seem to just want to sit back, which is surprising. Not from EDG side, they've been a very proactive team overall, but from IG, they haven't necessarily needed to be super proactive in the early games. They haven't been trying to smash people fully just in the lanes. Now they are.
This is the power of that Twisted Fate, hitting the level 6 alongside Wei's own ultimate, but the rest of EDG are able to back away before they were even in range for an all-in from Wei's Deathmark.
I was going to say, still, that should open up the Drake to be picked up right here by Wei, but instead he's just going to head over onto his own jungle instead. Doesn't really want to push onto this one too early, potentially. Now that Rookie will be heading back towards his mid lane, get himself some mid lane priority, and his bot lane can head up. Maybe you want to start onto this one. It's a Cloud Drake, so, you know, teams often look at those and are not as enamored.
Don't immediately go for the dragon here, Blockster, as you called out. EDG might be able to at least answer IG on the top side for these grubs that have just spawned. Wei is still clearing out his jungle, so he's going to be a little late. Xiaohao and Palkia, the first ones into this top side river. Palkia able to put a defensive ward onto the entrance point, and EDG should be able to at least claim one. The flash from Shy, and it's a Realm Warp to try and force EDG out from danger.
Okay.
EDG are able to secure one grub.
Yeah, I mean, you get something, but still, you're giving over two. You do get the flash out of the Shy, although I don't think the Shy really needed to use it in that situation. Was trying to knock people away potentially from that Realm Warp. Doesn't quite work out for him that way. And IG, they just continue their domination right here when it comes to these objectives. Now, the Shy going in quite aggressively onto DDG, has Mako as backup.
I don't know if they take out this Crocodile just yet, but they're getting a lot of damage down. ZDZ still has Flash and Dominance available, but already below 50% HP. And Wei is waiting to make the dive happen, but Palkia's here. Oh, holy moly! Wei, that felt personal! Just putting Xiaohao into the dirt.
I swear that there was a Silas there a second ago. Where did he go? Just gets disappeared off of the face of the earth. And now the Shy and ZDZ, they're going to tussle this one out. The Shy, no flash away, so he has to be very careful still. The return damage can be super strong. And Mako and Wei are coming up to join their top laner.
Now Wei still has Death Mark. He only used flash and basic abilities onto the kill for Xiaohao's Silas. Dawning Shadow does provide some assistance to ZDZ. They now look for Wei Zed, and without a flash, that ninja is gone. And Mako is going to be the next one to fall. EDG are able to strike back against IG.
And that's nice there from EDG, but it's just over-aggression from IG, right? The way that you walk in there as Wei, he walks straight under the tower, takes a couple of shots, and then they never fully commit onto either killing ZDZ or killing onto Palkia, and instead they kind of just sit in the middle, not really making a decision, and it ends up costing them a couple of kills. EDG, though, they still find themselves down by 1,000 gold, and a lot of that is just these individual CS advantages that you can see for these IG members.
Take a look back at that replay.
Now you see him? Now you don't. And this is also a no item Z at that point in the game, right? This is going to get worse and worse for these squishier members. This, though, way over aggression, right? The teleport coming in just completely stops what IG are looking for, dead in their tracks. And good layering of the CC onto Wei as well to ensure that a very slippery Z can't get away.
A nice shutdown for EDG to pick up just to make sure that Wei doesn't have a horrendous snowball advantage over EDG. It does slow down the pace of IG, but as we stated before, going into this series, if IG are the ones finding themselves with the major blowout advantage in the early game, you know that a new form is being reached by Invictus Gaming. And the fact that Wei is now starting to flex his muscles on champions outside of what was really thought to be kind of the standard that Wei set during his time on, at least on BLG this season. He is now returning to a lot of his roots before he came onto the BLG roster when he was playing, I believe, on the RNG roster. I mean, this was a guy that was playing a bunch of carry junglers in the past. Karthus was a big one that Wei would always bring to the forefront, but then having to play more of the skirmishers, more of the facilitators for his solo laners. IG are really giving him a lot of freedom as the Shy is under threat under the tower, but here comes Mako. Can he get there in time with quickness? Yes, he can! Battle Brand enters under the tower!
Yo!
The dive is completely diffused. CDC finally finds him with a cold of the meat, but he is over in enemy territory, and Wei's Death Mark will seal him down. EDG make the dive, but at what cost?
No, I mean, Mako, that was so good. If you don't go overly aggressive there as CDC to get yourself that final kill, it would have been the save of the century. Not only does he manage to get in, get those shields off from the battle dance, and knock people up with the grand entrance, but he bloody blocks onto that final accelerated shock blast as well, and just, gets that final one through. It's really nice to see there. Well played.
Teleport is coming in. Gala and Mako, can they get out of this one? Immediate Feather Storm usage by Gala has Flash and Cleanse available. Cleanses the stun from Palkia. Here comes Rookie with the Twisted Fate ultimate. ZDZ can't get the job done. Gala survives. Did have to burn both of his summoner spells, but now it's the turn from IG. It's their time to shine as Xiaohao and Palkia are forced away. Dredgeline does snag Wei under the tower, but not enough for a turret shot to actually come through. Palkia still wants to continue the chase because On is here for reinforcements, but they can't get in range for another follow-up.
No, I mean, every single bit of aggression that you try and make happen right here as EDG just gets neutralized on out by Mako. And I mean, this is something that we highlighted, right? Everybody else on IG playing champions that they haven't really been playing too much for a while. This guy, he's playing so well on a champion. He's been excellent on all split long. And this one, quickness. This knock up here. It's so well done. He's trying so hard as well to just... Yep. Oh, it's actually crazy right there that you don't quite manage to save onto your carry. Otherwise, that would have been one of the best support moments I think I would have seen in a while from Mako. Still, he's playing incredibly well right here.
Yeah. IG now find themselves with just about a 3,000 gold advantage here at the 14-minute mark. That's already a worrying sign for any team going up into Invictus Gaming. EDG have been able to make decent responses, but they haven't been the aggressors. They haven't been the ones making the game volatile in the first place. They've been playing reactionary rather than proactively against Invictus Gaming so far.
Yep. Absolutely. Now, ZDZ going to be the target of another potential gank right here.
Oh, but Mako's there once again, and right on top of ZDZ with a death mark ensures that the Proc has got nowhere else to go except back to his own base. IG continuing to establish control and position in the topside river. Realm Orb comes out from Angel to try and get repositioned, but Wei just goes over to the left. Repositions there. The depth charge accomplishes nothing. Rookie flash over the wall, but still survives. Pops the ultimate so he gets guaranteed vision on every single member left from EDG. And Xiaohao.
He's done. He's out.
My mistake. That was not Rookie's ultimate. That was Xiaohao taking
that
Rookie's
was
ultimate,
Xiaohao stealing
but
it.
couldn't even get into the backline.
Nope. Oh, this is just really rough right here. I mean, IG, every single one of these attempted fights from EDG, they're absorbing that pressure. Now, we're seeing aggression again. Mako should just be able to battle dance his way back away. He's going to go rejoin with the rest of the squad. Herald going to be started up right here by EDG, but this is IG straight off the back of a couple of resets. They've got themselves full items here to be playing with, and more components too.
Now that was Rookie's Twisted Fate ultimate being used there. Gala goes into the air with the Featherstorm. Flash right on top, but Mako absorbs the trench line for Gala, and Gala still goes down anyway. It was a valiant attempt for Mako to try and save his AD carry, but EDG are able to brute force their way through it and get the kill onto the tricky Xayah.
I mean, Mako is playing out of his mind right here. Even though some of the carries are still just about dying, it is not because of anything he is doing wrong. Mid lane tower, actually without having that Herald, is just going to be pushed on down, and I absolutely love to see this from EDG. I think this is a mistake a lot of teams make, where they see objectives as so juicy without thinking about what the objective is for. Hang on, watching now. Shy, just walk this one away.
Wei now looking for On with a death mark. Palkia stalls it out. The flash from On able to get away from the grand entrance here. Wei has to go back to his living shadow. Xiaohao now going crazy as he stole the quickness, gets the trauma into the Shy, but he goes into the hammer with the skies. Xiaohao just gets one more Kingslayer into the upstun abduct and says goodnight to the Shy. Now Wei trying to see if he can make his grand escape against CDZ's. Renekton gets over the wall. The flash immediately used by both players, and Wei creates enough distance to get away from harm.
Now, he's also just going to wander his way back out and head back to base. That's actually really nice from EDG. They get themselves back to even in terms of the kills. Still going to be down by a chunk with the gold, but it's a lot less than they were previously, and that's just over-aggression from IG, right? Mako thinks he can go in alongside Wei without any real support alongside the Shy as well, and yes, you've got a couple members there, but there's way more friends in the area right now for EDG, and yeah, Arn flashing away, just going to keep himself alive. Even though the Sightner not dealing too much damage at the moment, still, free hitting throughout the entirety of the team fight isn't going to spell a good fight for IG.
In the end, EDG are able to find a couple extra kills for themselves in the back end of it, but IG are still ahead when it comes to the gold advantage. EDG will take this time to try and rip this Rift Herald while they have majority numbers here. The Shy, just making sure that he is not compromising to the top side of the map. He backs away, but they have to give up position on the Rift Herald because the rest of IG were ready to flood the river there.
Yeah. Every single time you think that you're just going to be able to step up and buy yourself some extra space. No, both of these teams have been very quick to respond. Mako gets forced away again, and this is going to be the Rift Herald started up. And I really like this, right? They don't decide to pull back after one fight and get the Rift Herald. They instead take that mid lane tower, and now they can grab themselves the Rift Herald, use it either on a tier 1, I think there's still a tier 1 top lane. Actually, maybe there isn't. Instead, they can just use it on any of those tier 2s. Of course, the response right here from IG, they're going to grab themselves their second Drake of the game. And EDG, across the course of this whole game, this whole series, Rafa, I think they have 1, maybe 2 Drakes. Like, they have not had any Drake priority.
It's definitely been a difficult one to secure. Palkia sets up at least the engage for Xiaohao to follow up onto Mako. Still has a flash, he still has multiple battle dances to use. EDG cannot lock down this Rakan that easily. Gone now just putting a bunch of feathers into this tier 1 turn in the mid lane. Teleport comes in from ZDZ, now looking for the flank. Rookie is able to pop the ultimate for vision across every single member on EDG. Rookie has the gold card, stuns up ZDZ onto the top side. Gala trying to kite it out to the best visibility. Wade goes in for the death mark, but just not enough damage, and he was way too low to continue the chase. And EDG, they're starting to win the hands check against IG that they're opting in for time and time after again. Palkia trying to go for the road rage. Doesn't find a knock-up with anyone on that Rift Herald driving, but does push IG back. And EDG starting to get closer and closer to finding that gold advantage in this game 3.
Yeah. They're going to be able to grab themselves this tier 2 tower in the mid lane. It will be traded back by the Shy for a tier 1 on the top side. So every time EDG make a good play, IG, they still get something back. Still, I'm very impressed with the way that EDG have been able to play through this game with a lot less of an early game focused compositions, right? Their previous 2 compositions super needed to get going early, and they weren't able to find themselves any kind of advantage. This one needs to get something going about this point, and they are beginning to roll. They're beginning to find these little moments. And ZDZ, great teleporting, great flank. I thought it was about to go wrong for him, right? At this point where everybody sort of turns around and starts focusing onto him, I didn't know that the Crocodile was really going to be able to survive, but ZDZ proves me wrong right here. A couple of big multi-man cullings as well, just keeping him healthy.
And it's just great driving from Palkia to get the knock-up on the Rookie. He was separated from the rest of IG, but now the Otacon has spawned, and just like in the previous 2 games here, Bloxer, this is where IG has consistently found ways to break the game wide open in their favor. EDG have been able to claw back from the gold deficit that they were suffering from against IG for the past 20 minutes.
Yeah.
But now, all that can be erased if they are not able to stand tall against IG here. Pretty much everyone from IG has arrived. Rookie is splitting in the mid lane. The Otacon still at 8,000 HP. IG taking their time. Rookie can join with a teleport if needed. Mako baiting out some cooldowns. Rookie finally joins the fray. Big knock up into Gala, but he goes into the air with the Featherstorm measures at the right time, and Xiaohao is deleted from the Rift. No jungler for EDG. No smite available for EDG now. Rookie grants vision on everyone. Here comes Wade, rushing forward, finds Angel, slashes him back to the shadows. Palkia gets knocked up. CDZ is the next one to fall, and On is doing everything that he can to try and sustain this Crocodile, but now he's the last one standing, and he's going to be the final corpse to hit the dirt. IG find the ace at the right time, and it's 21 minutes and an Otacon earned to Invictus Gaming.
It looked like it was going to be okay there for EDG. There are a couple of key moments where you thought, oh, they can turn this around, they can make this work. But unfortunately, it just doesn't end up happening. Although the members of IG fall low, they do not go down. Only the Shy going to give his life to that fight. And we'll have a look back at the way that this one starts out. Right at the very beginning, it's Wade just kind of poking, thinking. And as we've seen throughout the entirety, right, Mako, he thinks, hey, I can probably find that moment to go in. And as soon as Parukia oversteps here, and I am going to call it an overstep, right, you know that Gala has got himself that Featherstorm to jump up into. It baits multiple members in. Xiaohao jumps too far forwards, and the turnaround is just instantaneous.
And it's now like the second or third ability that Mako has been able to block for Gala. Granted,
yeah.
It was not going to hit him because he was already in the air with the ulti, but
yeah, but he's
Mako
doing
has
it,
been
like,
just on point in receiving these engages for his team.
Mm-hmm.
Me too. Me too. I can imagine that the coach for IG probably thought to himself, oh my gosh, I'm giving my jungler Zed.
Yeah.
Please don't let this draft backfire.
I get so fired if we lose this game.
We cannot lose this game against EDG of all teams, guys.
Yeah.
We must hold strong, and IG are rewarded. IG's coach is rewarded in the Otacon fight.
Absolutely, yep. EDG now stepping up forwards, but every single time you're seeing these shurikens getting thrown out right here by Wei. They're chunking through the health bars of IG. They're going to have to head back on towards the waves, try to get a little bit of extra healing up. You do at least have a Senna on side, so you should be able to get back closer. It's going to be that ulti popped by Rookie. Doesn't decide to take it. Uh-oh.
Palkia tries to go in. Wei secures the dragon for IG. That's the third, and they are now on soul point. ZDZ tries to go in looking for Gala. Once again, he goes in the air with the Featherstorm. It's the turnaround for IG, and just like that, EDG run out of gas. On trying to fire from a distance as they find Mako now. Wait a minute, EDG trying to turn it around. Wei goes in with the death mark, but he's not able to find enough damage. The Realm Ward from Angel might just be enough to look for Rookie onto the back end of ZDG that find a big win in the fight on the Dragon.
Gorgeous bit of re-engage right there from EDG. ZDZ, he was so far forward that he dies way too early on, and it's only Gala that's going to be able to limp away because that turnaround. EDG, they'd done what they needed to do. Pick up the kill onto... Oh, sorry, IG. Pick up the kill onto ZDZ, grab the Drake, walk away. Instead, massive re-engage comes on through, and it's a little bit disparate. It's not fully together, which is odd. We've been seeing so many more just together fights. Instead, you see the Shy and Mako kind of jumping on forwards. Everybody's stepping up here. You can walk away in this situation. You've won this fight already. You don't need to keep walking forwards. Really nice hook right there. And this is worrying, right? You still don't think it's going to be IG losing this game, but EDG, they are not going down quietly.
I think something that IG did not process going into this fight is how many souls that On has been able to pick up this game and how far the Senna has now scaled up. And if these fights continue to play out the way that it just did for EDG, it could be all the difference that EDG need to find for On. It could be the pro difference that they need to find against IG. And speaking of pro difference, guys, if you want to get one-on-one tips with a former or current pro from LTA, ERLs, or the NACL, use the QR code or prodiff.gg on the website and schedule a one-on-one using the code LPL10 to save 10% on prodiff and be able to level up your game, as ZDZ now currently under fire on the bottom side of the map against two members, Rookie and the Shy, trying to put this Croc down. But the Dawning Shadow from On is able to keep his top laner alive. Xiaohao getting aggressive on Mako, just forcing him back.
I'm almost certain the Rookie just gold carded the tower on that fight.
Oh,
like
no.
I'm like 97% sure the Rookie gold carded the tower.
Everyone get out! Everyone get out!
Realm warps in, teleports out. Oh, they can snap turn! They're going to snap turn just straight onto the Baron right here from IG.
No
EDG
way.
get baited down towards the bottom side. You do get double teleports coming through, triple teleports coming on through from EDG. They are going to arrive for this fight.
Palkia has Smite available as well. 7,000 on the Baron. IG immediately drop it, but they
it's not
don't
reset
the Baron to the full HP potential. Now Wei has to pull out a miracle against two Smites. They're going to force the fight here onto the top side. Gala is able to find Palkia.
Gala's free hitting.
ZDZ, he's going in the air with the Feather Storm. He finds the Blade Caller onto two. Angel goes golden, so does Xiaohao. But Gala wants to find a triple. The fourth is taken by Rookie. No pentakill today for Gala, but it's enough of a fight win for IG to secure the Baron afterwards.
Oh, that Flash Blade Caller was absolutely gorgeous. Sexy work right there from Gala. But honestly, this is what we're talking about, right? It's not the micro of that Flash play. It's the macro of, hey, we've just seen like 20 people down bot lane. We kind of need to teleport out to get away anyway. Let's teleport straight towards the Baron. It draws EDG in. They're kind of scrambling to get back for the fight. Mako with another beautiful body block right here to keep his carries in a good spot. Yeah, he's immediately going to be able to pop that ulti through as well. And then just watch this. Gala, he's been so good this split.
Beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous on the repositioning of the feathers for the Blade Caller, and good night On. IG started recognizing that Senna was starting to become a huge threat to IG chances of being able to close out this game without any obstacles in their path, and they say, yeah, you know what, Senna, you're just gonna die right here, right now, and now On does not get to play the game for another 30 seconds.
Oh, now it's going to be these Baron empowered minions pouring on through. You've got a push going in the top lane. You've got a push going in the mid lane as well. I do not think that this tower is going to be long for the world. The inhibitor likely soon to follow. And for EDG, it feels like they've been scrambling to play catch up throughout the entirety of this game. And they have found good moments for themselves here. But they need to find just a couple fights that fully go in their favor and result in them picking up objectives, because they've lost the Atakan, 3 Drakes, the Baron. Every single one of these neutrals has just gone the other way.
And IG are just so relentless, so unforgiving when it comes to making these sieges into the late game. Xiaohao goes into the backline with the stolen quickness, goes golden, tries to buy time with the Kingslayer, but it's just not enough. Xiaohao is now dead in the dirt for another 47 seconds, so is ZDZ. IG now operating with a full 5-man advantage. The flash for Rookie! Oh my goodness gracious! The rapid fire cannon was not quite online yet. On is able to cleanse the gold card stun. Wei is threatening him. The Shy flashes in. The dredge line is absorbed by the Shy's Jason. He doesn't even care that Palkia tried to stun him up because he still's got the damage to be able to back it up. Angel throwing out the Realm Orb just for sake, trying to defend the base, but IG have one goal in mind, and that is to make this playoffs run absolutely flawless, and they will sweep the series 3-0 against EDG.
It's quick as well. It's quick as well, Rafa. We don't see many of these games go too long. And it is going to be that 3-0 that you predicted, abandoning your EDG hype train. For good reason, right? As much as I did have that 3-0 EDG down, it wasn't really an actual expectation. This wasn't a true... That was a hope, a wish, a dream. And IG, they take that dream and they just screw it up and throw it over their shoulders. They're not interested.
Because if for some reason EDG actually made that happen, it would have been incredibly awesome, and Bloxer would have been the sole benefactor of it.
Yeah.
He would have been able to parade it on social media. He would have been
I would
able
have
to
lorded
parade
that
it
over
in
you
Discord.
guys for years. Yeah.
And you would be totally valid in doing so. But IG proceed as many, not just me, many of our colleagues here on the LPL English predicted for to be the case in a 3-0 sweep from IG against EDG. Oh my god.
Hey, this doesn't mean EDG not to Worlds, right? It's very important to say that this does not lock them out. Both of these things can still potentially be true. EDG can still make it to Worlds, and IG could still technically miss finals. I think one of those is seeming a little bit less likely than the other, of course. But it doesn't stop things from happening here for EDG. EDG now go down into the bottom bracket. They will play up against JDG in their next matchup, and that's a JDG that looked good in games 1 and 2 versus BLG, and then get themselves reverse swept to be down in the bottom of the bracket. The way EDG were playing today, the way they were finding bits here versus IG, I don't think it's as cut and dry as maybe people would think about just looking at the names.
Yeah, because the way that EDG were fighting against IG, yes, EDG weren't necessarily as proactive early on as we wanted in every single game that we saw. The only time that it was that explosiveness and unexpected volatile plays was game 1 with the early Trundle invade, Palkia level 1 just getting aggressive into Mako and Gala's face. But this game 3, like you pointed out, they were patient on their item spikes, and that's when they started trying to make the game flippable. They just started sending TPs into the mid lane, trying to force Gala's hand, started asking the questions rather than answering the questions that IG were posing, especially in game 2. And as long as EDG are the ones trying to dictate the game rather than just react to it, then EDG are legitimately in a good spot for the lower bracket run.
Yeah, it's not over for them. I still think that they've got a decent chance here versus a JDG that has shown us nothing but struggles, nothing but inconsistency throughout the entirety of this split number 3. I really don't know who I'm going to predict when we get into that next round between those two teams. For IG, though, I know who I'm going to be predicting. Yes, BLG managed to get that reverse sweep off versus JDG, but I don't know. I don't think that BLG have that same level that IG do. Their map decision, their macro is just so nice. We saw it right there in this last game with that decision to teleport up towards the Baron. It just completely throws EDG off kilter.
Yeah. And those are the type of plays that IG have become so fearsome for. They are willing to just say, all right, check this out, guys. We're going to double TP to the Baron, and we're just going to start it on top of a control ward. What do you do? And even some of the most strongest teams that we have in Group Ascend here in the LPL are terrified to try and answer that question, and they scramble. They don't methodically figure it out and problem solve. They scramble to try and react because you're running against the clock when you're playing against IG in those late game decision moments, because if you falter, then you're dead for 40 seconds, and IG suddenly have one of the best buffs to just start completely taking over the map.
This is the goal graph of a team really trying to get back into it, right? Every single time you start getting a lead going, EDG, they do find a way back into this game, right? If you are just box score watching and you see 3-0 IG versus EDG. You think that this series is way more one-sided than it actually was. EDG were constantly finding ways to get themselves closer to even, sometimes ahead. We saw in game 1 they had a couple of leads back and forth, right? But in the end, IG, they just do look like one of the absolute best teams that we've got for ourselves here. TES have NIP in their first round matchup, AL versus Weibo. Those are the games that we're going to have tomorrow. Those games, I don't know that any of these teams can show up in such a way that I'm not going to look at IG as probably the strongest team that we currently have.
Yeah, between Anyone's Legend and Weibo, those teams have already shown a lot of their inconsistencies throughout the Rumble stage.
Yep.
That doesn't give us a lot of confidence against IG in particular. Now, if Anyone's Legend shows up tomorrow in the same form that won them Split 2 playoffs, then maybe we'll have a pretty damn good series on our hands, you know, going up between IG and Anyone's Legend, if that is the case. But until then, there's a reason why we have slowly elevated IG from a dark horse to now a favorite to win the title at this point.
A serious contender at this point, absolutely, yeah. It is very much been, right, AL Weibo, I think they've been alongside JDG on their struggle bus. BLG, they look good. TES, they look good too, but I mean, BLG, they needed a reverse sweep. It's unfortunate for TES, they come out first in the group stage, but that doesn't give anyone confidence anymore. They did that last split, and then they collapsed in on themselves once they got into playoffs. And their first round matchup versus NIP, if it's anything but a clean 3-0, then people are going to start having questions. Are they, again, regular season merchants? Are we super confident in them, right? Whereas IG, the stocks couldn't be higher at this point. 6 wins coming into today. They dismantle EDG as we were expecting. Yeah, it's a little bit close. I'm still impressed with things that EDG did, but it never felt seriously like EDG were going to pick up the win. And so this round 2 of playoffs is going to be absolutely fascinating to watch. The entire thing is.
Ever since their loss against FPX in the middle of the Rumble stage, IG have remained undefeated in series now. And they're going to continue that streak alive as we head further and further into the playoffs. Like you said, EDG now taking a bow out of the upper bracket and now have to make that run through the lower bracket. Their opponent against JDG in that matchup. And for going forward, looking at tomorrow's matchups, we talked a little bit about Anyone's Legend and Weibo. The other matchup that could give us an indication of whether IG will have an opponent that they need to fear is how the top esports series goes against Ninjas in Pajamas, because that is another team. Even though they were the #1 team by the end of the Rumble stage, IG were able to triumph by the end of the second round robin, and top esports need to figure out some of their own inconsistencies before we can start considering them a team that can outmatch IG.
Absolutely, they've got a lot to prove. It's the unfortunate reality when you do well in regular season and then kind of mess it up later on, right? You win split 1, it's a horrible first stand, people start looking at you a bit suspicious. It's a great split, and then you mess it up during the playoffs. And now at this point, we just need to see TES win the whole thing, otherwise people are going to feel vindicated and not fully trusting them. And yeah, we could end up with a TES IG as a final, an AL if they get back to form, maybe BLG keep it on rolling. I would like this to be Gala, although... Okay, sorry, for individual player of the game, individual, Mako, absolutely. For overall, for the whole series, I think I'd probably say Gala was the most impactful for me. But in this game, yeah, that Rakan performance was gorgeous.
Very, very, very beautiful stuff from Mako there. I mean, we noted how many times this guy was able to intercept engages and picks, at least attempts from the side of EDG to catch out some of his teammates. Sometimes he saved them, sometimes he didn't, but a majority of the time it was for the greater good, and it did bait EDG in further to be able to still net major advantages for IG in the end. But that does put a wrap on this series. So let's take a look at that updated playoffs bracket to see where all the teams now stand. BLG, as we already noted before, will be advancing forward as a result of their victory over JDG earlier. But now we have IG going to meet them once again. And as we know before, the fact that IG were able to triumph over BLG the last time these 2 met. This puts BLG now in a pretty terrifying spot that they were brought to full 5 games by JDG. How are they going to do it against IG of all opponents?
Oh. At this point, who knows, right? As BLG, they've got a tough mountain to climb right now. Being able to pick up the win here versus IG, I think would solidify them as one of my favorites. They actually looked really good with Bechuan in, right? Thank you very much, Kai. Yeah, they looked really good, actually, overall, with Bechuan coming on in. He came in for the second game, which they did end up losing, but games 3, 4, and 5 were all really, really solid from him. It'd be interesting to know if it's going to be Shadow or Bechuan as the starting jungler for them in this IG matchup, because they did have Shadow in versus IG when they lost that game at the very end of the regular season, so maybe you want to switch things up. Maybe having a different jungler in will be that boost that BLG needs to be able to overcome an IG that right now are the hottest team in the LPL.
BLG. Meanwhile, producer Kai is really trying to egg me on and trying to give any encouraging words to EDG. This is what I'll say. As we predicted before, the IG matchup was the worst matchup that they could have drawn. But EDG now have the opportunity, after taking the lessons they learned against IG, they at least found some opportunities where they were able to get some teamfight wins over one of our favorites in the split, or to win the title. EDG, in this lower bracket, go forward with the confidence and the boldness that you showed us in Group Nirvana. And I promise you, the results will come through all the same. Just trust in the process. I know that you can make the world's run happen. Through the lower bracket, I believe in you wholeheartedly. For us, though, on the broadcast, that does put an end to our overall show, with both of our best of fives now coming to a conclusion. Before we close out the show, we want to remind everyone at home, thank you very much to our Elite Coffee supporters, Aaron Soup, Mung, Force Without, and owners of Cimmeril. Their pledged financial contributions help level up the broadcast and give back to the cast and crew who strive to give you an English LPL product every single day. Before we wrap up the show here, Bloxer, any last words?
The last word is that it's 3 o'clock here, and the UK government just sent out an emergency alert. Thank you. You can't mute that. I was hoping we'd end before 3, but clearly we didn't. The other shout out is to Kai. Obviously, this is a long day, right? 2 best of 5s back to back. We get to swap out as casters. We get to go chill for the first series and then bring our energy in. As production, they have to sit through the entire thing. So thank you so much for bringing us through it.
Shout out to Kai, our producer. Shout out to Saturn, who was running socials today. And shout out to Trina on moderator duty. It was a long one. And also a big shout out to all of the crew that is running the show for tomorrow, as we have another double best of 5 back-to-back series. It's going to be a long one. Same time tomorrow. See you then, and good night.